technology companies. The opportunity to become a part of Lot 14 and the strategy for South Australia in the tech sector is very exciting for Google Cloud. We see a fantastic opportunity for growth. We see an environment that is conducive for the way that we like to present our products and services. The AI environment here has attracted a lot of big and small organisations, and we're really keen to try and work with some of those local organisations that have the potential to develop solutions that could be sold in the global markets. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are things that are not readily taught in schools today, but we expect that they will be part of future curriculums, and Adelaide will be at the forefront of developing that future workforce.
With our stable business and regulatory environment, skilled, creative and enterprising workforce, and our open economy, Australia attracts investors from all over the world. Our proactive management of the COVID-19 pandemic, our safe communities, and our high standard of living make us an even more attractive place to invest in these turbulent times. What does foreign investment bring to Australia? Technology and know-how are the bedrocks of the Australian economy, supporting 1 in 10 jobs, supplementing our domestic savings, and bringing us new technology and innovations. As Australia recovers from the shock of COVID-19, foreign investment will help us create new industries and new jobs to drive economic growth and ensure that Australians continue to prosper. Investment has always been a part of the Australian success story. It made us the home of the world's largest lithium-ion battery, the developer of the first needle-free vaccine for the Zika virus, a world leader in solar power farms, and a first mover in the circular economy with projects from Perth to the Latrobe Valley turning waste into energy. From Townsville to Kangaroo Valley, we have seen foreign investment reinvigorate communities, while venture capital from overseas revs up our startups so they can take on the world. It's not just new investment. Many international companies are reinvesting in Australia, doubling down on their initial commitments because they have learned that Australia always delivers. Investment is a key contributor to the Australia we all want, a nation with a high-tech workforce, with industries of the future and opportunities for young and old. A stable and prosperous nation with the capital and innovation to make the most of our resources.
Google coming into Adelaide really demonstrates that we are world leaders in artificial intelligence. Google are attracted by that capability. They're attracted by how that capability can work in different industry sectors. AWS highlighted that some of the largest technology companies in the world are picking South Australia to open offices in to do innovation and to really push the AI data analytics capability of those world-leading companies. The combination of having the Australian Institute of Machine Learning and the MIT Big Data Living Lab in South Australia really made something quite unique that you're not really getting anywhere else in the world. The Australian Institute of Machine Learning is a top 10 research institute in the world for AI, and when it comes to things like robotic vision, it's top 2 in the world. Also, the MIT Big Data Living Lab is here in Adelaide is unique as well because it was really Bank SA and Optus and DSpark, sort of large telco and their data analytics capability and a large bank. That is a really different way of approaching this. It's not academic only, it's not government only, it's commercial, government, academic, all coming together to try and work out what this future is going to look like. We saw Accenture come into South Australia at scale, 2,000 people, mainly focused on AI, data analytics, cybersecurity, and a lot of their clients are outside of the state as well. So they're really coming here for that capability. This technology is going to be one of the key pillars that the future societies, future economies are built upon. Technology companies are great in that they're really looking at what's the world going to be like in 10 years' time. So at the moment, we're not building so much the world for today, although we're getting many benefits out of that. We're really thinking, what does society, what does the economy look like in 10 years' time, and let's build that. So for us, it is talking to companies around the world and asking them to come on that journey with us of building the future. So in the next 10, 20 years, you're running entire systems off technology that's been built out of Adelaide.
Excuse me.
Sorry, we are full.
Oh, when I said I wanted to get out, this is not what I had in mind.
Well, what did you have in mind?
Australia, a top investment destination. Take a look. Australia's resilient economy withstood the challenges of 2020. Now, our $2 trillion economy is forecast to grow faster than the other G7 group of countries. With successful export industries, innovative international talent, global connections, and a stable business-friendly economy, Australia is a great investment destination. Discover more at austrade.gov.au/benchmark-report.
Adelaide is fast becoming seen as a high-tech destination, so we're very excited to be expanding our presence here in South Australia. Artificial intelligence represents a really exciting opportunity for Amazon Web Services. We know that South Australia has a really rich ecosystem of both innovation and entrepreneurship, so we want to support that by strengthening our presence here at Lot 14. I think we're in pretty good company alongside the likes of the Australian Space Agency and the Australian Institute of Machine Learning. AI is probably one of the most exciting opportunities for us to explore in 2021 and beyond, and we look forward to working alongside South Australian customers and partners in this really exciting space.
Are you looking to grow your business in Australia but can't get here? We can help you. Take a virtual site visit with the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Learn about our competitive business environment and how to establish your business. Get a digital program tailored to your needs. Connect with potential partners and stakeholders in the ecosystem. Hear from our industry experts. View investment locations and experience digital tours. Set up your business in Australia. Contact your nearest office of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission today.
This has got to be one of the hidden gems of the world. We have the best natural environment, we have a fantastic built environment, and we've got so many smart people. We have the fundamentals of a fantastic knowledge city. Why not come here?
We are a surprising discovery for many of our colleagues who come here. So they see a beautiful place to live, they see a great environment for their kids, great schools, 5 universities in town to choose from, the weather's great, the wine's great, the food's great. We've had a society that's built around
mining and agriculture and oil and gas, but that's all been built on really strong innovation. You actually can't do any of those things successfully without being really, really innovative. There are so many other bright people in other areas, in health and medicine, in biodiversity, in marine science, in radio astronomy. These are exciting new areas where there's just so much happening in WA.
You've got to find a place where you're comfortable, where you can be creative, where you can in fact explore the boundaries. Now that in my mind, there is no better place. I arrived here in the late 1980s. I found a problem I wanted to solve. I was able to solve it by connecting with people, and I was able to do so in the most beautiful environment in the world. In Western Australia, we have an extraordinary environment, a very diverse environment, from the tropical all the way to the subarctic. But within that geography, we have another very rich resource. It's called the people. And whether it's in academia or the corporate world, the future is in collaboration, bringing together the science and technology to solve the problems that we face as people on this planet on a daily basis.
We have the Southern Hemisphere's largest research supercomputer in our backyard, the Pawsey supercomputer, and that's providing the IT grunt to enable us to analyse big data. That is one of the great opportunities that Western Australia has.
Western Australia has some unique advantages in the international research community. We have one of the world's biggest biodiversity hotspots. We have the incredible strength in arid agriculture. We have incredible strength in the minerals and energy technological and research area. We have incredible strength in astronomy. There's a number of areas where Western Australia is unique in the world, and if we take those unique opportunities and we look at the place we are in the world in terms of our ability to collaborate with others, then we've got this enormous opportunity.
We have got the infrastructure here in Western Australia, and it's not overutilised. So there is a real opportunity for youngsters coming through to spread their wings and connect and say, right, well, I can change the world from the world's remotest city, Perth. We've got a lot of problems that need solving, and our future is looking innovatively about novel solutions. No point in doing what we've always done. We have to think, how can we do it better?
When you really think about it, although we're physically isolated in some sense, we're in a very central part of the world in terms of time zone space, in terms of collaboration opportunities.
The misconception that, oh, it's just too far, we can't possibly go there. No. Come and see what's happening.
Australia is a nation of trailblazers, where people with exceptional talent succeed.
There's a huge space to develop and lots of opportunities for talented, innovative and dynamic people.
Our bold blueprint for future growth makes us the place to kickstart your Australian success story, with access to multiple launchpads, grants and incentives.
The infrastructure, professional development opportunities, and also the opportunity as an entrepreneur to grow your business here is really very clear and present.
Australia encourages people who have exceptional skills. It's very easy for you, for example, to change from industry to academia.
Bring your cutting-edge ideas, expertise and skills to Australia faster with our global talent visas.
One of the advantages of the programs that Australia is offering is that it enables you to move your family and have the confidence that you can settle here and get permanent residency.
We'll help you bring your key staff and their families with you to establish your company's footprint in Australia.
I think that lifestyle, that quality of life, that balance that you can build here is something that I wouldn't change for anything else.
Your entrepreneurial spirit will be part of our pioneering research and future-focused industries.
There's some really great opportunities at the intersection of industry and academics.
There's great work opportunities where you can be really fulfilled professionally. And then there's also a great community of people that are really smart and are really passionate about what they're doing and are just exciting to be around.
There has never been a better time for an Australian adventure. Why wait?
I think coming to Australia has been one of the best decisions that I've ever made. It's been such a growth opportunity for myself and for my career, and I've just loved every minute of it.
In Australia right now, we're entering a new evolution in the fintech space. It's vibrant, it's innovative, it's disruptive, and we're seeing so many Australian fintechs make an impact on the global stage.
I came over to Australia in November 2019. I was already starting to work on a new idea with my co-founder in terms of building an SME challenger bank. We were looking at different locations. As I spent more time here and I got to meet more people within the ecosystem, I realised what an amazing opportunity Australia actually had.
When it comes to support from government, I've seen a range of initiatives from commercialisation grants to research and development tax incentives. I've also seen direct approaches from the government to the fintech community in asking how else can we help you, what else would make a difference.
When I landed here, I actually contacted the Global Talent Visa Program, which gave me a fast-track route into permanent residency. We were also fortunate enough to win the MVP grant, which is helping us build out our initial platform.
Honestly, it's impossible to find coffee like this anywhere else in the world.
There's a great pool of talent over here. It's incredibly tight-knit. And when I actually landed, I didn't know anybody, but I was able to message individuals on LinkedIn, and they were immediately there available to help us in terms of understanding where to access the government grants or which VCs to go speak to.
We have people with very deep skills in technology, in data, in marketing, in digital propositions. So you're never really in it alone. You can reach out to anyone, and if they can help you, they will.
With open banking now just emerging, it's an incredibly exciting opportunity. Although the UK was the first in the globe to put this regulation out into the open market, the benefit that Australia has had is being able to see some of the limitations. So with consumer data rights over here, CDR, it doesn't just mandate specifically banking data, but it's actually all utility data, which is a far more exciting opportunity for new technology players such as us that actually depend on that data.
Australia is a great market to test new digital propositions. We have such a diverse population that if you're looking for a test market that closely represents pretty much most other markets around the world, you'll find that validation here in Australia.
Living and working in Australia is incredible. I wake up every day and I have to pinch myself because I gotta go out for a swim or a surf before I then roll 20 of the yards into my office.
In many ways, Australia is hidden from the rest of the world, but it's actually a place where you don't have to hide who you are or the things that you love. You can just be yourself.
Without a shadow of doubt, you've got all of the core ingredients to build a world-beating startup right here on these shores.
In Australia right now, we're entering a new evolution in the fintech space. It's vibrant, it's innovative, it's disruptive, and we're seeing so many Australian fintechs make an impact on the global stage.
I came over to Australia in November 2019. I was already starting to work on a new idea with my co-founder in terms of building an SME challenger bank. We were looking at different locations. As I spent more time here and I got to meet more people within the ecosystem, I realised what an amazing opportunity Australia actually had.
When it comes to support from government, I've seen a range of initiatives from commercialisation grants to research and development tax incentives. I've also seen direct approaches from the government to the fintech community in asking how else can we help you, what else would make a difference.
When I landed here, I actually contacted the Global Talent Visa Program, which gave me a fast-track route into permanent residency. We were also fortunate enough to win the MVP grant, which is helping us build out our initial platform.
Honestly, it's impossible to find coffee like this anywhere else in the world.
There's a great pool of talent over here. It's incredibly tight-knit. And when I actually landed, I didn't know anybody, but I was able to message individuals on LinkedIn, and they were immediately there available to help us in terms of understanding where to access the government grants or which VCs to go speak to.
We have people with very deep skills in technology, in data, in marketing, in digital propositions. So you're never really in it alone. You can reach out to anyone, and if they can help you, they will.
With open banking now just emerging, it's an incredibly exciting opportunity. Although the UK was the first in the globe to put this regulation out into the open market, the benefit that Australia has had is being able to see some of the limitations. So with consumer data rights over here, CDR, it doesn't just mandate specifically banking data, but it's actually all utility data, which is a far more exciting opportunity for new technology players such as us that actually depend on that data.
Australia is a great market to test new digital propositions. We have such a diverse population that if you're looking for a test market that closely represents pretty much most other markets around the world, you'll find that validation here in Australia.
Living and working in Australia is incredible. I wake up every day and I have to pinch myself because I get to go out for a swim or a surf before I then roll 20 other yards into my office.
In many ways, Australia is hidden from the rest of the world, but it's actually a place where you don't have to hide who you are or the things that you love. You can just be yourself.
Without a shadow of doubt, you've got all of the core ingredients to build a world-beating startup right here on these shores.
Adelaide has a unique environment that's been created here by the government that's enabled them to attract a lot of technology companies. The opportunity to become a part of Lot 14 and the strategy for South Australia in the tech sector is very exciting for Google Cloud. We see a fantastic opportunity for growth. We see an environment that is conducive for the way that we like to present our products and services. The AI environment here has attracted a lot of big and small organisations, and we're really keen to try and work with some of those local organisations that have the potential to develop solutions that could be sold in the global markets. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are things that are not readily taught in schools today, but we expect that they will be part of future curriculums, and Adelaide will be at the forefront of developing that future workforce.
With our stable business and regulatory environment, skilled, creative and enterprising workforce, and our open economy, Australia attracts investors from all over the world. Our proactive management of the COVID-19 pandemic, our safe communities, and our high standard of living make us an even more attractive place to invest in these turbulent times. What does foreign investment bring to Australia? Technology and know-how are the bedrocks of the Australian economy, supporting 1 in 10 jobs, supplementing our domestic savings, and bringing us new technology and innovations. As Australia recovers from the shock of COVID-19, foreign investment will help us create new industries and new jobs to drive economic growth and ensure that Australians continue to prosper. Investment has always been a part of the Australian success story. It made us the home of the world's largest lithium-ion battery, the developer of the first needle-free vaccine for the Zika virus, a world leader in solar power farms, and a first mover in the circular economy with projects from Perth to the Latrobe Valley turning waste into energy. From Townsville to Kangaroo Valley, we have seen foreign investment reinvigorate communities, while venture capital from overseas revs up our startups so they can take on the world. It's not just new investment. Many international companies are reinvesting in Australia, doubling down on their initial commitments because they have learned that Australia always delivers. Investment is a key contributor to the Australia we all want, a nation with a high-tech workforce, with industries of the future and opportunities for young and old. A stable and prosperous nation with the capital and innovation to make the most of our resources.
Google coming into Adelaide really demonstrates that we are world leaders in artificial intelligence. Google are attracted by that capability. They're attracted by how that capability can work in different industry sectors. AWS highlighted that some of the largest technology companies in the world are picking South Australia to open offices in to do innovation and to really push the AI data analytics capability of those world-leading companies. The combination of having the Australian Institute of Machine Learning and the MIT Big Data Living Lab in South Australia really made something quite unique that you're not really getting anywhere else in the world. The Australian Institute of Machine Learning is a top 10 research institute in the world for AI, and when it comes to things like robotic vision, it's top 2 in the world. Also, the MIT Big Data Living Lab is here in Adelaide is unique as well because it was really Bank SA and Optus and DSpark, sort of large telco and their data analytics capability and a large bank. That is a really different way of approaching this. It's not It's not academic only, it's not government only, it's commercial, government, academic, all coming together to try and work out what this future is going to look like. We saw Accenture come into South Australia at scale, 2,000 people, mainly focused on AI, data analytics, cybersecurity, and a lot of their clients are outside of the state as well. So they're really coming here for that capability. This technology is going to be one of the key pillars that the future societies, future economies are built upon. Technology companies are great in that they're really looking at what's the world going to be like in 10 years' time. So at the moment, we're not building so much the world for today, although we're getting many benefits out of that. We're really thinking, what does society, what does the economy look like in 10 years' time, and let's build that. So for us, it is talking to companies around the world and asking them to come on that journey with us of building the future. So in the next 10, 20 years, you're running entire systems off technology that's been built out of Adelaide.
Excuse me.
Sorry, we are full.
Oh, when I said I wanted to get out, this is not what I had in mind.
Well, what did you have in mind?
Australia, a top investment destination. Take a look. Australia's resilient economy withstood the challenges of 2020. Now, our $2 trillion economy is forecast to grow faster than the other G7 group of countries. With successful export industries, innovative international talent, global connections, and a stable business-friendly economy, Australia is a great investment destination. Discover more at austrade.gov.au/benchmark-report.
Adelaide is fast becoming seen as a high-tech destination, so we're very excited to be expanding our presence here in South Australia. Artificial intelligence represents a really exciting opportunity for Amazon Web Services. We know that South Australia has a really rich ecosystem of both innovation and entrepreneurship, so we want to support that by strengthening our presence here at Lot 14. I think we're in pretty good company alongside the likes of the Australian Space Agency and the Australian Institute of Machine Learning. AI is probably one of the most exciting opportunities for us to explore in 2021 and beyond, and we look forward to working alongside South Australian customers and partners in this really exciting space.
Are you looking to grow your business in Australia but can't get here? We can help you. Take a virtual site visit with the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Learn about our competitive business environment and how to establish your business. Get a digital program tailored to your needs. Connect with potential partners and stakeholders in the ecosystem. Hear from our industry experts. View investment locations and experience digital tours. Set up your business in Australia. Contact your nearest office of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission today.
This has got to be one of the hidden gems of the world. We have the best natural environment, we have a fantastic built environment, and we've got so many smart people. We have the fundamentals of a fantastic knowledge city. Why not come here?
We are a surprising discovery for many of our colleagues who come here. So they see a beautiful place to live, they see a great environment for their kids, great schools, 5 universities in town to choose from, the weather's great, the wine's great, the food's great.
We've had a society that's built around mining and agriculture and oil and gas, but that's all been built on really strong innovation. You actually can't do any of those things successfully without being really, really innovative. There are so many other bright people in other areas, in health and medicine, in biodiversity, in marine science, in radio astronomy. These are exciting new areas where there's just so much happening in WA.
You've got to find a place where you're comfortable, where you can be creative, where you can in fact explore the boundaries. Now that in my mind, there is no better place. I arrived here in the late 1980s. I found a problem I wanted to solve. I was able to solve it by connecting with people, and I was able to do so in the most beautiful environment in the world. In Western Australia, we have an extraordinary environment, a very diverse environment, from the tropical all the way to the subarctic. But within that geography, we have another very rich resource. It's called the people. And whether it's in academia or the corporate world, the future is in collaboration, bringing together the science and technology to solve the problems that we face as people on this planet on a daily basis.
We have the Southern Hemisphere's largest research supercomputer in our backyard, the Pawsey supercomputer, and that's providing the IT grunt to enable us to analyse big data. That is one of the great opportunities that Western Australia has.
Western Australia has some unique advantages in the international research community. We have one of the world's biggest biodiversity hotspots. We have the incredible strength in arid agriculture. We have incredible strength in the minerals and energy technological and research area. We have incredible strength in astronomy. There's a number of areas where Western Australia is unique in the world, and if we take those unique opportunities and we look at the place we are in the world in terms of our ability to collaborate with others, then we've got this enormous opportunity.
We have got the infrastructure here in Western Australia, and it's not overutilised. So there is a real opportunity for youngsters coming through to spread their wings and connect and say, right, well, I can change the world from the world's remotest city, Perth. We've got a lot of problems that need solving, and our future is looking innovatively about novel solutions. No point in doing what we've always done. We have to think, how can we do it better?
When you really think about it, although we're physically isolated in some sense, we're in a very central part of the world in terms of time zone space, in terms of collaboration opportunities.
The misconception that, oh, it's just too far, we can't possibly go there. No. Come and see what's happening.
Australia is a nation of trailblazers, where people with exceptional talent succeed.
There's a huge space to develop and lots of opportunities for talented, innovative and dynamic people.
Our bold blueprint for future growth makes us the place to kickstart your Australian success story. With access to multiple launch pads, grants and incentives.
The infrastructure, professional development opportunities and also the opportunity as an entrepreneur to grow your business here is really very clear and present.
Australia encourages people who have exceptional skills. It's very easy for you, for example, to change from industry to academia.
Bring your cutting-edge ideas, expertise and skills to Australia faster with our global talent visas.
One of the advantages of the programs that Australia is offering is that it enables you to move your family and have the confidence that you can settle here and get permanent residency.
We'll help you bring your key staff and their families with you to establish your company's footprint in Australia.
I think that lifestyle, that quality of life, that balance that you can build here is something that I wouldn't change for anything else.
Your entrepreneurial spirit will be part of our pioneering research and future-focused industries.
There's some really great opportunities at the intersection of industry and academics.
There's great work opportunities where you can be really fulfilled professionally. And then there's also a great community of people that are really smart and are really passionate about what they're doing and are just exciting to be around.
There has never been a better time for an Australian adventure. Why wait?
I think coming to Australia has been one of the best decisions that I've ever made. It's been such a growth opportunity for myself and for my career, and I've just loved every minute of it.
In Australia right now, we're entering a new evolution in the fintech space. It's vibrant, it's innovative, it's disruptive, and we're seeing so many Australian fintechs make an impact on the global stage.
I came over to Australia in November 2019. I was already starting to work on a new idea with my co-founder in terms of building an SME challenger bank. We were looking at different locations. As I spent more time here and I got to meet more people within the ecosystem, I realised what an amazing opportunity Australia actually had.
When it comes to support from government, I've seen a range of initiatives from commercialisation grants to research and development tax incentives. I've also seen direct approaches from the government to the fintech community in asking how else can we help you, what else would make a difference.
When I landed here, I actually contacted the Global Talent Visa Program, which gave me a fast-track route into permanent residency. We were also fortunate enough to win the MVP grant, which is helping us build out our initial platform.
Honestly, it's impossible to find coffee like this anywhere else in the world.
There's a great pool of talent over here. It's incredibly tight-knit. And when I actually landed, I didn't know anybody, but I was able to message individuals on LinkedIn, and they were immediately there available to help us in terms of understanding where to access the government grants or which VCs to go speak to.
We have people with very deep skills in technology, in data, in marketing, in digital propositions. So you're never really in it alone. You can reach out to anyone, and if they can help you, they will.
With open banking now just emerging, it's an incredibly exciting opportunity. Although the UK was the first in the globe to put this regulation out into the open market, the benefit that Australia has had is being able to see some of the limitations. So with consumer data rights over here, CDR, it doesn't just mandate specifically banking data, but it's actually all utility data, which is a far more exciting opportunity for new technology players such as us that actually depend on that data.
Australia is a great market to test new digital propositions. We have such a diverse population that if you're looking for a test market that closely represents pretty much most other markets around the world, you'll find that validation here in Australia.
Living and working in Australia is incredible. I wake up every day and I have to pinch myself because I gotta go out for a swim or a surf before I then roll 20 of the yards into my office.
In many ways, Australia is hidden from the rest of the world, but it's actually a place where you don't have to hide who you are or the things that you love. You can just be yourself.
Without a shadow of doubt, you've got all of the core ingredients to build a world-beating startup right here on these shores.
In Australia right now, we're entering a new evolution in the fintech space. It's vibrant, it's innovative, it's disruptive, and we're seeing so many Australian fintechs make an impact on the global stage.
I came over to Australia in November 2019. I was already starting to work on a new idea with my co-founder in terms of building an SME challenger bank. We were looking at different locations. As I spent more time here and I got to meet more people within the ecosystem, I realised what an amazing opportunity Australia actually had.
When it comes to support from government, I've seen a range of initiatives from commercialisation grants to research and development tax incentives. I've also seen direct approaches from the government to the fintech community in asking how else can we help you, what else would make a difference.
When I landed here, I actually contacted the Global Talent Visa Program, which gave me a fast-track route into permanent residency. We were also fortunate enough to win the MVP grant, which is helping us build out our initial platform.
Honestly, it's impossible to find coffee like this anywhere else in the world.
There's a great pool of talent over here. It's incredibly tight-knit. And when I actually landed, I didn't know anybody, but I was able to message individuals on LinkedIn, and they were immediately there available to help us in terms of understanding where to access the government grants or which VCs to go speak to.
We have people with very deep skills in technology, in data, in marketing, in digital propositions. So you're never really in it alone. You can reach out to anyone, and if they can help you, they will.
With open banking now just emerging, it's an incredibly exciting opportunity. Although the UK was the first in the globe to put this regulation out into the open market, the benefit that Australia has had is being able to see some of the limitations. So with consumer data rights over here, CDR, it doesn't just mandate specifically banking data, but it's actually all utility data, which is a far more exciting opportunity for new technology players such as us that actually depend on that data.
Australia is a great market to test new digital propositions. We have such a diverse population that if you're looking for a test market that closely represents pretty much most other markets around the world, you'll find that validation here in Australia.
Living and working in Australia is incredible. I wake up every day and I have to pinch myself because I gotta go out for a swim or a surf before I then roll 20 other yards into my office.
In many ways, Australia is hidden from the rest of the world, but it's actually a place where you don't have to hide who you are or the things that you love. You can just be yourself.
Without a shadow of doubt, you've got all of the core ingredients to build a world-beating startup right here on these shores.
Adelaide has a unique environment that's been created here by the government that's enabled them to attract a lot of technology companies. The opportunity to become a part of Lot 14 and the strategy for South Australia in the tech sector is very exciting for Google Cloud. We see a fantastic opportunity for growth. We see an environment that is conducive for the way that we like to present our products and services. The AI environment here has attracted a lot of big and small organisations, and we're really keen to try and work with some of those local organisations that have the potential to develop solutions that could be sold in the global markets. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are things that are not readily taught in schools today, but we expect that they will be part of future curriculums, and Adelaide will be at the forefront of developing that future workforce.
With our stable business and regulatory environment, skilled, creative and enterprising workforce, and our open economy, Australia attracts investors from all over the world. Our proactive management of the COVID-19 pandemic, our safe communities, and our high standard of living make us an even more attractive place to invest in these turbulent times. What does foreign investment bring to Australia? Technology and know-how are the bedrocks of the Australian economy, supporting 1 in 10 jobs, supplementing our domestic savings, and bringing us new technology and innovations. As Australia recovers from the shock of COVID-19, foreign investment will help us create new industries and new jobs to drive economic growth and ensure that Australians continue to prosper. Investment has always been a part of the Australian success story. It made us the home of the world's largest lithium-ion battery, the developer of the first needle-free vaccine for the Zika virus, a world leader in solar power farms, and a first mover in the circular economy with projects from Perth to the Latrobe Valley turning waste into energy. From Townsville to Kangaroo Valley, we have seen foreign investment reinvigorate communities, while venture capital from overseas revs up our startups so they can take on the world. It's not just new investment. Many international companies are reinvesting in Australia, doubling down on their initial commitments because they have learned that Australia always delivers. Investment is a key contributor to the Australia we all want, a nation with a high-tech workforce, with industries of the future and opportunities for young and old. A stable and prosperous nation with the capital and innovation to make the most of our resources.
Google coming into Adelaide really demonstrates that we are world leaders in artificial intelligence. Google are attracted by that capability. They're attracted by how that capability can work in different industry sectors. AWS highlighted that some of the largest technology companies in the world are picking South Australia to open offices in to do innovation and to really push the AI data analytics capability of those world-leading companies. The combination of having the Australian Institute of Machine Learning and the MIT Big Data Living Lab in South Australia really made something quite unique that you're not really getting anywhere else in the world. The Australian Institute of Machine Learning is a top 10 research institute in the world for AI, and when it comes to things like robotic vision, it's top 2 in the world. Also, the MIT Big Data Living Lab is here in Adelaide is unique as well because it was really Bank SA and Optus and DSpark, sort of large telco and their data analytics capability and a large bank. That is a really different way of approaching this. It's not academic only, it's not government only, it's commercial, government, academic, all coming together to try and work out what this future is going to look like. We saw Accenture come into South Australia at scale, 2,000 people, mainly focused on AI, data analytics, cybersecurity, and a lot of their clients are outside of the state as well. So they're really coming here for that capability. This technology is going to be one of the key pillars that the future societies, future economies are built upon. Technology companies are great in that they're really looking at what's the world going to be like in 10 years' time. So at the moment, we're not building so much the world for today, although we're getting many benefits out of that. We're really thinking, what does society, what does the economy look like in 10 years' time, and let's build that. So for us, it is talking to companies around the world and asking them to come on that journey with us of building the future. So in the next 10, 20 years, you're running entire systems off technology that's been built out of Adelaide.
Excuse me.
Sorry, we are full.
Oh, when I said I wanted to get out, this is not what I had in mind.
Well, what did you have in mind?
Australia, a top investment destination. Take a look. Australia's resilient economy withstood the challenges of 2020. Now, our $2 trillion economy is forecast to grow faster than the other G7 group of countries. With successful export industries, innovative international talent, global connections, and a stable business-friendly economy, Australia is a great investment destination. Discover more at austrade.gov.au/benchmark-report.
Adelaide is fast becoming seen as a high-tech destination, so we're very excited to be expanding our presence here in South Australia. Artificial intelligence represents a really exciting opportunity for Amazon Web Services. We know that South Australia has a really rich ecosystem of both innovation and entrepreneurship, so we want to support that by strengthening our presence here at Lot 14. I think we're in pretty good company alongside the likes of the Australian Space Agency and the Australian Institute of Machine Learning. AI is probably one of the most exciting opportunities for us to explore in 2021 and beyond, and we look forward to working alongside South Australian customers and partners in this really exciting space.
Are you looking to grow your business in Australia but can't get here? We can help you. Take a virtual site visit with the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Learn about our competitive business environment and how to establish your business. Get a digital program tailored to your needs. Connect with potential partners and stakeholders in the ecosystem. Hear from our industry experts. View investment locations and experience digital tours. Set up your business in Australia. Contact your nearest office of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission today.
This has got to be one of the hidden gems of the world. We have the best natural environment, we have a fantastic built environment, and we've got so many smart people. We have the fundamentals of a fantastic knowledge city. Why not come here?
We are a surprising discovery for many of our colleagues who come here. So they see a beautiful place to live, they see a great environment for their kids, great schools, 5 universities in town to choose from, the weather's great, the wine's great, the food's great.
We've had a society that's built around mining and agriculture and oil and gas, but that's all been built on really strong innovation. You actually can't do any of those things successfully without being really, really innovative. There are so many other bright people in other areas, in health and medicine, in biodiversity, in marine science, in radio astronomy. These are exciting new areas where there's just so much happening in WA.
You've got to find a place where you're comfortable, where you can be creative, where you can in fact explore the boundaries. Now that in my mind, there is no better place. I arrived here in the late 1980s. I found a problem I wanted to solve. I was able to solve it by connecting with people, and I was able to do so in the most beautiful environment in the world. In Western Australia, we have an extraordinary environment, a very diverse environment, from the tropical all the way to the subarctic. But within that geography, we have another very rich resource. It's called people. And whether it's in academia or the corporate world, the future is in collaboration, bringing together the science and technology to solve the problems that we face as people on this planet on a daily basis.
We have the Southern Hemisphere's largest research supercomputer in our backyard, the Pawsey supercomputer, and that's providing the IT grunt to enable us to analyse big data. That is one of the great opportunities that Western Australia has.
Western Australia has some unique advantages in the international research community. We have one of the world's biggest biodiversity hotspots. We have the incredible strength in our agriculture. We have incredible strength in the minerals and energy technological and research area. We have incredible strength in astronomy. There's a number of areas where Western Australia is unique in the world, and if we take those unique opportunities and we look at the place we are in the world in terms of our ability to collaborate with others, then we've got this enormous opportunity.
We have got the infrastructure here in Western Australia, and it's not overutilised. So there is a real opportunity for youngsters coming through to spread their wings and connect and say, right, well, I can change the world from the world's remotest city, Perth. We've got a lot of problems that need solving, and our future is looking innovatively about novel solutions. No point in doing what we've always done. We have to think, how can we do it better?
When you really think about it, although we're physically isolated in some sense, we're in a very central part of the world in terms of time zone space, in terms of collaboration opportunities.
The misconception that, oh, it's just too far, we can't possibly go there. No. Come and see what's happening.
Australia is a nation of trailblazers, where people with exceptional talent succeed.
There's a huge space to develop and lots of opportunities for talented, innovative and dynamic people.
Our bold blueprint for future growth makes us the place to kickstart your Australian success story, with access to multiple launchpads, grants and incentives.
The infrastructure, professional development opportunities, and also the opportunity as an entrepreneur to grow your business here is really very clear and present.
Australia encourages people who has exceptional skills. It's very easy for you, for example, to change from industry to academia.
Bring your cutting-edge ideas, expertise and skills to Australia faster with our global talent visas.
One of the advantages of the programs that Australia is offering is that it enables you to move your family and have the confidence that you can settle here and get permanent residency.
We'll help you bring your key staff and their families with you to establish your company's footprint in Australia.
I think that lifestyle, that quality of life, that balance that you can build here is something that I wouldn't change for anything else.
Your entrepreneurial spirit will be part of our pioneering research and future-focused industries.
There's some really great opportunities at the intersection of industry and academics.
There's great work opportunities where you can be really fulfilled professionally. And then there's also a great community of people that are really smart and are really passionate about what they're doing and are just exciting to be around.
There has never been a better time for an Australian adventure. Why wait?
I think coming to Australia has been one of the best decisions that I've ever made. It's been such a growth opportunity for myself and for my career, and I've just loved every minute of it.
In Australia right now, we're entering a new evolution in the fintech space. It's vibrant, it's innovative, it's disruptive, and we're seeing so many Australian fintechs make an impact on the global stage.
I came over to Australia in November 2019. I was already starting to work on a new idea with my co-founder in terms of building an SME challenger bank. We were looking at different locations. As I spent more time here and I got to meet more people within the ecosystem, I realised what an amazing opportunity Australia actually had.
When it comes to support from government, I've seen a range of initiatives from commercialisation grants to research and development tax incentives. I've also seen direct approaches from the government to the fintech community in asking how else can we help you, what else would make a difference.
When I landed here, I actually contacted the Global Talent Visa Program, which gave me a fast-track route into permanent residency. We were also fortunate enough to win the MVP grant, which is helping us build out our initial platform.
Honestly, it's impossible to find coffee like this anywhere else in the world.
There's a great pool of talent over here. It's incredibly tight-knit. And when I actually landed, I didn't know anybody, but I was able to message individuals on LinkedIn, and they were immediately there available to help us in terms of understanding where to access the government grants or which VCs to go speak to.
We have people with very deep skills in technology, in data, in marketing, in digital propositions. So you're never really in it alone. You can reach out to anyone, and if they can help you, they will.
With open banking now just emerging, it's an incredibly exciting opportunity. Although the UK was the first in the globe to put this regulation out into the open market, the benefit that Australia has had is being able to see some of the limitations. So with consumer data rights over here, CDR, it doesn't just mandate specifically banking data, but it's actually all utility data, which is a far more exciting opportunity for new technology players such as us that actually depend on that data.
Australia is a great market to test new digital propositions. We have such a diverse population that if you're looking for a test market that closely represents pretty much most other markets around the world, you'll find that validation here in Australia.
Living and working in Australia is incredible. I wake up every day and I have to pinch myself because I get to go out for a swim or a surf before I then roll 20 of the yards into my office.
In many ways, Australia is hidden from the rest of the world, but it's actually a place where you don't have to hide who you are or the things that you love. You can just be yourself.
Without a shadow of doubt, you've got all of the core ingredients to build a world-beating startup right here on these shores.
Hello and welcome back to the Australian Pavilion. It is day 2 of the Singapore FinTech Festival. In today's agenda, we have Steve Vallis from Blockchain Australia to share his thoughts on blockchain, digital assets and decentralised finance in Australia. Clementine and Sam from PwC Australia will share details of FinTech trends, the regulatory environment and opportunities in Australia. You will also hear from Australia's largest blockchain company, Mycelium, on DAOs, smart contract applications. We're also excited to introduce you to our co-exhibitors. The companies are Zip, Cover Genius, Zai, formerly known as Assembly Payment, Mycelium, Zetaris, Castle Point, and Instacluster. Our Global Business and Talent Attraction Task Force are a co-exhibitor, as is Global Victoria, while Sydney is a WFF Global Host City with their own site. So be sure to visit their pages and drop a virtual hello to them. We also have 21 of our best and brightest fintechs featured in on-demand product showcases. Remember, our team is here on the virtual platform for you to chat with. Feel free to drop us a hello, and we hope you enjoy our content today. Thank you.
In Australia right now, we're entering a new evolution in the fintech space. It's vibrant, it's innovative, it's disruptive, and we're seeing so many Australian fintechs make an impact on the global stage.
I came over to Australia in November 2019. I was already starting to work on a new idea with my co-founder in terms of building an SME challenger bank. We were looking at different locations. As I spent more time here and I got to meet more people within the ecosystem, I realised what an amazing opportunity Australia actually had.
When it comes to support from government, I've seen a range of initiatives from commercialisation grants to research and development tax incentives. I've also seen direct approaches from the government to the fintech community in asking how else can we help you, what else would make a difference.
When I landed here, I actually contacted the Global Talent Visa Program, which gave me a fast-track route into permanent residency. We were also fortunate enough to win the MVP grant, which is helping us build out our initial platform.
Honestly, it's impossible to find coffee like this anywhere else in the world.
There's a great pool of talent over here. It's incredibly tight-knit. And when I actually landed, I didn't know anybody, but I was able to message individuals on LinkedIn, and they're immediately there available to help us in terms of understanding where to access the government grants or which VCs to go speak to.
We have people with very deep skills in technology, in data, in marketing, in digital propositions. So you're never really in it alone. You can reach out to anyone, and if they can help you, they will.
With open banking now just emerging, it's an incredibly exciting opportunity. Although the UK was the first in the globe to put this regulation out into the open market, the benefit that Australia has had is being able to see some of the limitations. So with consumer data rights over here, CDR, it doesn't just mandate specifically banking data, but it's actually all utility data, which is a far more exciting opportunity for new technology players such as us that actually depend on that data.
Australia is a great market to test new digital propositions. We have such a diverse population that if you're looking for a test market that closely represents pretty much most other markets around the world, you'll find that validation here in Australia.
Living and working in Australia is incredible. I wake up every day and I have to pinch myself because I get to go out for a swim or a surf before I then roll 20 other yards into my office.
In many ways, Australia is hidden from the rest of the world, but it's actually a place where you don't have to hide who you are or the things that you love. You can just be yourself.
Without a shadow of doubt, you've got all of the core ingredients to build a world-beating startup right here on these shores.
Australia right now, we're entering a new evolution in the fintech space. It's vibrant, it's innovative, it's disruptive, and we're seeing so many Australian fintechs make an impact on the global stage.
I came over to Australia in November 2019. I was already starting to work on a new idea with my co-founder in terms of building an SME challenger bank. We were looking at different locations. As I spent more time here and I got to meet more people within the ecosystem, I realised what an amazing opportunity Australia actually had.
When it comes to support from government, I've seen a range of initiatives from commercialisation grants to research and development tax incentives. I've also seen direct approaches from the government to the fintech community in asking how else can we help you, what else would make a difference.
When I landed here, I actually contacted the Global Talent Visa Program, which gave me a fast-track route into permanent residency. We were also fortunate enough to win the MVP grant, which is helping us build out our initial platform.
Honestly, it's impossible to find coffee like this anywhere else in the world.
There's a great pool of talent over here. It's incredibly tight-knit. And when I actually landed, I didn't know anybody, but I was able to message individuals on LinkedIn, and they were immediately there available to help us in terms of understanding where to access the government grants or which VCs to go speak to.
We have people with very deep skills in technology, in data, in marketing, in digital propositions. So you're never really in it alone. You can reach out to anyone, and if they can help you, they will.
With open banking now just emerging, it's an incredibly exciting opportunity. Although the UK was the first in the globe to put this regulation out into the open market, the benefit that Australia has had is being able to see some of the limitations. So with consumer data rights over here, CDR, it doesn't just mandate specifically banking data, but it's actually all utility data, which is a far more exciting opportunity for new technology players such as us that actually depend on that data.
Australia is a great market to test new digital propositions. We have such a diverse population that if you're looking for a test market that closely represents pretty much most other markets around the world, you'll find that validation here in Australia.
Living and working in Australia is incredible. I wake up every day and I have to pinch myself because I gotta go out for a swim or a surf before I then roll 20 of the yards into my office.
In many ways, Australia is hidden from the rest of the world, but it's actually a place where you don't have to hide who you are or the things that you love. You can just be yourself.
Without a shadow of doubt, you've got all of the core ingredients to build a world-beating startup right here on these shores.
Australia is a nation of trailblazers, where people with exceptional talent succeed.
There's a huge space to develop and lots of opportunities for talented, innovative and dynamic people.
Our bold blueprint for future growth makes us the place to kickstart your Australian success story, with access to multiple launchpads, grants and incentives.
The infrastructure, professional development opportunities, and also the opportunity as an entrepreneur to grow your business here is really very clear and present.
Australia encourages people who have exceptional skills. It's very easy for you, for example, to change from industry to academia.
Bring your cutting-edge ideas, expertise and skills to Australia faster with our global talent visas.
One of the advantages of the programs that Australia is offering is that it enables you to move your family and have the confidence that you can settle here and get permanent residency.
We'll help you bring your key staff and their families with you to establish your company's footprint in Australia.
I think that lifestyle, that quality of life, that balance that you can build here is something that I wouldn't change for anything else.
Your entrepreneurial spirit will be part of our pioneering research and future-focused industries.
There's some really great opportunities at the intersection of industry and academics.
There's great work opportunities where you can be really fulfilled professionally. And then there's also a great community of people that are really smart and are really passionate about what they're doing and are just exciting to be around.
There has never been a better time for an Australian adventure. Why wait?
I think coming to Australia has been one of the best decisions that I've ever made. It's been such a growth opportunity for myself and for my career, and I've just loved every minute of it.
This has got to be one of the hidden gems of the world. We have the best natural environment, we have a fantastic built environment, and we've got so many smart people. We have the fundamentals of a fantastic knowledge city. Why not come here?
We are a surprising discovery for many of our colleagues who come here. So they see a beautiful place to live, they see a great environment for their kids, great schools, 5 universities in town to choose from, the weather's great, the wine's great, the food's great.
We've had a society that's built around mining and agriculture and oil and gas, but that's all been built on really strong innovation. You actually can't do any of those things successfully without being really, really innovative. There are so many other bright people in other areas, in health and medicine, in biodiversity, in marine science, in radio astronomy. These are exciting new areas where there's just so much happening in WA.
You've got to find a place where you're comfortable, where you can be creative, where you can in fact explore the boundaries. Now that in my mind there is no better place. I arrived here in the late 1980s. I found a problem I wanted to solve. I was able to solve it by connecting with people, and I was able to do so in the most beautiful environment in the world. In Western Australia, we have an extraordinary environment, a very diverse environment, from the tropical all the way to the subarctic. But within that geography, we have another very rich resource. It's called the people. And whether it's in academia or the corporate world, the future is in collaboration, bringing together the science and technology to solve the problems that we face as people on this planet on a daily basis.
We have the Southern Hemisphere's largest research supercomputer in our backyard, the Pawsey supercomputer, and that's providing the IT grunt to enable us to analyse big data. That is one of the great opportunities that Western Australia has.
Western Australia has some unique advantages in the international research community. We have one of the world's biggest biodiversity hotspots. We have the incredible strength in our agriculture. We have incredible strength in the minerals and energy technological and research area. We have incredible strength in astronomy. There's a number of areas where Western Australia is unique in the world, and if we take those unique opportunities and we look at the place we are in the world in terms of our ability to collaborate with others, then we've got this enormous opportunity.
We have got the infrastructure here in Western Australia and it's not overutilised. So there is a real opportunity for youngsters coming through to spread their wings and connect and say, right, well, I can change the world from the world's remotest city, Perth. We've got a lot of problems that need solving, and our future is looking innovatively about novel solutions. No point in doing what we've always done. We have to think, how can we do it better?
When you really think about it, although we're physically isolated in some sense, we're in a very central part of the world in terms of time zone space, in terms of collaboration opportunities.
The misconception that, oh, it's just too far, we can't possibly go there. No. Come and see what's happening.
Have you heard the saying, blink and you'll miss it? That's what best describes the opportunities that lay ready and waiting, one of Australia's and the world's best kept secrets, where big ideas mean big success.
It's where Japan's global energy giant Inpex chose for their largest ever foreign investment, where tech billionaire Mike Cannon-Brookes sees the world's largest solar energy farm being built, where innovation thrives and the world's fastest 3D metal printer, revolutionizing the advanced manufacturing industry, was created, where fertile lands and a history of life on the land have created some of Australia's greatest agricultural success stories. It's where the world's oldest living culture crosses over into the world of global tourism, the arts, and the famous fashion houses of Europe. And where space is no longer beyond reach, with NASA-backed projects changing the way we see the world. Welcome to Australia's Northern Territory. In the heart of Northern Australia, the Territory is home to Australia's closest capital city to Asia, Darwin. Our strategic location is more than geography. Our connection to the rest of the world is cemented in history and intrinsic to the future prosperity and security of Australia.
This is the home of thousands of years of living culture, of multicultural connections and of perseverance and resilience.
Australia's youngest population are a collective of doers and creators, combining natural curiosity and ingenuity to solve tomorrow's challenges.
The Territory's future chapters are being written by a workforce that doesn't just dream of achieving, they thrive on it.
The Territory has a huge role to play in securing sustainable energy for Australia and the global markets with a full spectrum of energy products on offer.
We understand our connection with the world and know that if we work together, we can achieve the boundless potential of this place.
Access to traditional LNG and renewables create a security of supply and a transitional approach to future energy sources. While the high solar radiation rates produced by sunny skies sees a growing solar industry blossoming, these sunny skies enable us to produce half of all Australian mangoes and to have the busiest live cattle exporting port in the world. And we're delivering fresh and delicious seafood to the world's finest restaurants. Additionally, new infrastructure is emerging on the doorstep to our world-class tourism attractions, so we can welcome the world in style. The Territory's vast landmass covers 1.4 million square kilometres.
We have room to move. We are connected by a network of roads and a rail line that leads all the way to Darwin Port.
And an international airport with cold storage facilities and the luxury of no flight curfews.
We have the infrastructure to be Australia's doorway to the world.
Darwin is the only capital city in Australia to have full fibre to the premises connection. This transformation will continue as Darwin transforms from a gigabyte city to a terabyte territory through the development of a highly secure, high-speed terabit network, enabling us to offer some of the fastest internet speeds in Australia. The stratosphere is not out of reach either. We have a growing space-related industry because of our climate and unique position near the equator. The world's space giants have realized this opportunity with projects emerging in the tropical north and the central desert of the Northern Territory. We're ready to help you make it happen.
We facilitate significant projects to ensure the best outcomes for the project, the proponent and the territory.
Here, thinking big is nothing new. It's what we do.
And regulatory environment, skilled, creative and enterprising workforce, and our open economy, Australia attracts investors from all over the world. Our proactive management of the COVID-19 pandemic, our safe communities, and our high standard of living make us an even more attractive place to invest in these turbulent times. What does foreign investment bring to Australia? Technology and know-how are the bedrocks of the Australian economy, supporting 1 in 10 jobs, supplementing our domestic savings, and bringing us new technology and innovations. As Australia recovers from the shock of COVID-19, foreign investment will help us create new industries and new jobs to drive economic growth and ensure that Australians continue to prosper. Investment has always been a part of the Australian success story. It made us the home of the world's largest lithium-ion battery, the developer of the first needle-free vaccine for the Zika virus, a world leader in solar power farms, and a first mover in the circular economy with projects from Perth to the Latrobe Valley turning waste into energy. From Townsville to Kangaroo Valley, we have seen foreign investment reinvigorate communities, while venture capital from overseas revs up our startups so they can take on the world. It's not just new investment. Many international companies are reinvesting in Australia, doubling down on their initial commitments because they have learned that Australia always delivers. Investment is a key contributor to the Australia we all want, a nation with a high-tech workforce, with industries of the future and opportunities for young and old. A stable and prosperous nation with the capital and innovation to make the most of our resources.
Global VC investment reached its second highest level in 2020,
with fintech attracting $42.3 billion in VC investment. Data suggests foreign investment in Australian fintech has grown faster than many other nations, which is a strong sign for the Australian fintech landscape. Hi, I am Betty San Lucas, Investment Director, Austrade Singapore. Welcome to Singapore Fintech Festival, Australian Pavilion.
Australia ranks 8th in the Global Fintechs Index City Rankings 2020. The fintech sector in Australia has experienced a five-fold increase in the number of companies since 2015. And it is estimated that nearly 60% of digitally active adults are fintech adopters. Hi, I'm Christopher So, Business Development Director, Austrade Singapore. Welcome to Singapore Fintech Festival Australia Pavilion.
Did you know it is estimated that millennials will account for 75% of the Australian workforce by 2027? This is where the key market opportunity lies for fintechs, both for B2C and B2B adoption. This segment does not have the same dependence on the banking system as the older generation and is adopting fintech, especially for payments and lending. Hi, I'm Dila, Marketing Manager from Austrade Singapore, and welcome to the Australian Pavilion.
Did you know that of the 200 foreign fintech firms that are operating here in Australia, about a quarter of their workforce is engaged in product development activity? That's software developing, engineers, product managers and the like, which means Australia has become a real hub for developing new products and solutions to service the financial services sector for domestic and for foreign companies. My name's David Camerlengo, and I head up the Advanced Technology and Manufacturing sector here at the Australian Trade and Investment Commission, otherwise known as Austrade, located here in Brisbane. Welcome to the Singapore Fintech Festival Australia Pavilion.
Many global fintechs are utilizing Australia's strong talent base to undertake product development. Hi, I'm Diana Pang, Business Development Director, Austrade Singapore. Welcome to Singapore Fintech Festival Australia Pavilion.
There is an established UK-Australia and Singapore-Australia fintech bridge to deepen cross-border collaboration between governments, regulators and industry bodies. This gives a bigger reach for fintechs in Australia to reach global markets, as well as fintechs from the UK and Singapore to enter the Australian market. My name is Gaurav Jory. I'm a Senior Investment Advisor at Austrade Sydney. I'd like to welcome you to the Singapore Fintech Festival Australia Pavilion.
While early fintech businesses in Australia sought to disrupt the traditional financial services sector, we're increasingly seeing a shift towards collaboration between the two industries. Hi, I'm Madeline Ferguson, Global Engagement Advisor at Austrade in Sydney. Welcome to the Singapore Fintech Festival Australian Pavilion.
Australian enterprises have a high adoption of cybersecurity and cloud solutions, indicating maturity in tech adoption. Hi, I'm Michael Peng, Northern Territory Business Development Director. Welcome to Singapore Fintech Festival Australia Pavilion.
Australia is one of few countries in the world that has 100% banking penetration. Of the authorised deposit-taking institutions, or ADIs, the big four banks being the ANZ, the CBA, the NAB, Westpac, and its subsidiary banks have a combined market share of 80%. Hi, I'm Mick Summers, Defence and Security Director, Austrade Singapore. Welcome to Singapore's FinTech Festival, Australian Pavilion.
Australia's $3 trillion superannuation industry is set to undergo major transformations to meet new regulatory environments and leverage emerging technologies. I'm Panalak Leokomon, Business Development Manager at Austrade Bangkok. Welcome to Singapore FinTech Festival, Australia Pavilion.
While Australia's banking sector is dominated by the Big Four, there are a number of innovative collaborations happening between smaller banks and fintechs that have less reliance on legacy infrastructure. This presents a significant market opportunity for collaboration as smaller banks look to modularize their solutions and products and incorporate enterprise-wide compliance policies. My name is Pradhana Chandrakumar. I'm a senior advisor in Austrade's Advanced Technology Centre of Excellence team based in Melbourne. Welcome to Singapore FinTech Festival, Australia Pavilion.
The factors key to Australia's attractiveness as a market include education, skills, and an efficient legal system. I'm Prissy Chan, Business Development Manager at Austrade Singapore. Welcome to Singapore FinTech Festival, Australia Pavilion.
In 2021, the EY FinTech Australia census found that 70% of FinTech startups in Australia are post-revenue. Where FinTechs are 3 years or older, 88% are post-revenue. Following in their wake, 81% of companies 2 years or older are also post-revenue. As a result, the number of paying customers has reached a new all-time high amongst post-revenue FinTechs, with 41% reporting more than 500 customers. Hi, I'm Stu, the Community Manager at FinTech Australia and Global Engagement Manager at Austrade, based in Melbourne. Welcome to Singapore FinTech Festival, Australia Pavilion.
Google coming into Adelaide really demonstrates that we are world leaders in artificial intelligence. Google are attracted by that capability. They're attracted by how that capability can work in different industry sectors. AWS highlighted that some of the largest technology companies in the world are picking South Australia to open offices in to do innovation and to really push the AI data analytics capability of those world-leading companies. The combination of having the Australian Institute of Machine Learning and the MIT Big Data Living Lab in South Australia really made something quite unique that you're not really getting anywhere else in the world. The Australian Institute of Machine Learning is a top 10 research institute in the world for AI, and when it comes to things like robotic vision, it's top 2 in the world. Also, the MIT Big Data Living Lab is here in Adelaide is unique as well because it was really Bank SA and Optus and DSpark, sort of large telco and their data analytics capability and a large bank. That is a really different way of approaching this. It's not academic only, it's not government only, it's commercial, government, academic, all coming together to try and work out what this future is going to look like. We saw Accenture come into South Australia at scale, 2,000 people, mainly focused on AI, data analytics, cybersecurity, and a lot of their clients are outside of the state as well. So they're really coming here for that capability. This technology is going to be one of the key pillars that the future societies, future economies are built upon. Technology companies are great in that they're really looking at what's the world going to be like in 10 years' time. So at the moment, we're not building so much the world for today, although we're getting many benefits out of that. We're really thinking, what does society, what does the economy look like in 10 years' time, and let's build that. So for us, it is talking to companies around the world and asking them to come on that journey with us of building the future. So in the next 10, 20 years, you're running entire systems off technology that's been built out of Adelaide.
With our stable business and regulatory environment, skilled, creative and enterprising workforce, and our open economy, Australia attracts investors from all over the world. Our proactive management of the COVID-19 pandemic, our safe communities, and our high standard of living make us an even more attractive place to invest in these turbulent times. What does foreign investment bring to Australia? Technology and know-how are the bedrocks of the Australian economy, supporting 1 in 10 jobs, supplementing our domestic savings, and bringing us new technology and innovations. As Australia recovers from the shock of COVID-19, foreign investment will help us create new industries and new jobs to drive economic growth and ensure that Australians continue to prosper. Investment has always been a part of the Australian success story. It made us the home of the world's largest lithium-ion battery, the developer of the first needle-free vaccine for the Zika virus, a world leader in solar power farms, and a first mover in the circular economy with projects from Perth to the Latrobe Valley turning waste into energy. From Townsville to Kangaroo Valley, We have seen foreign investment reinvigorate communities, while venture capital from overseas revs up our startups so they can take on the world. It's not just new investment. Many international companies are reinvesting in Australia, doubling down on their initial commitments because they have learned that Australia always delivers. Investment is a key contributor to the Australia we all want, a nation with a high-tech workforce, with industries of the future and opportunities for young and old. A stable and prosperous nation with the capital and innovation to make the most of our resources.
Adelaide has a unique environment that's been created here by the government that's enabled them to attract a lot of technology companies. The opportunity to become a part of Lot 14 and the strategy for South Australia in the tech sector is very exciting for Google Cloud. We see a fantastic opportunity for growth. We see an environment that is conducive for the way that we like to present our products and services. The AI environment here has attracted a lot of big and small organisations, and we're really keen to try and work with some of those local organisations that have the potential to develop solutions that could be sold in the global markets. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are things that are not readily taught in schools today, but we expect that they will be part of future curriculums, and Adelaide will be at the forefront of developing that future workforce.
In Australia right now, we're entering a new evolution in the fintech space. It's vibrant, it's innovative, it's disruptive, and we're seeing so many Australian fintechs make an impact on the global stage.
I came over to Australia in November 2019. I was already starting to work on a new idea with my co-founder in terms of building an SME challenger bank. We were looking at different locations. As I spent more time here and I got to meet more people within the ecosystem, I realised what an amazing opportunity Australia actually had.
When it comes to support from government, I've seen a range of initiatives from commercialisation grants to research and development tax incentives. I've also seen direct approaches from the government to the fintech community in asking how else can we help you, what else would make a difference.
When I landed here, I actually contacted the Global Talent Visa Program, which gave me a fast-track route into permanent residency. We were also fortunate enough to win the MVP grant, which is helping us build out our initial platform.
Honestly, it's impossible to find coffee like this anywhere else in the world.
There's a great pool of talent over here. It's incredibly tight-knit. And when I actually landed, I didn't know anybody, but I was able to message individuals on LinkedIn, and they're immediately there available to help us in terms of understanding where to access the government grants or which VCs to go speak to.
We have people with very deep skills in technology, in data, in marketing, in digital propositions. So you're never really in it alone. You can reach out to anyone, and if they can help you, they will.
With open banking now just emerging, it's an incredibly exciting opportunity. Although the UK was the first in the globe to put this regulation out into the open market, the benefit that Australia has had is being able to see some of the limitations. So with consumer data rights over here, CDR, it doesn't just mandate specifically banking data, but it's actually all utility data, which is a far more exciting opportunity for new technology players such as us that actually depend on that data.
Australia is a great market to test new digital propositions. We have such a diverse population that if you're looking for a test market that closely represents pretty much most other markets around the world, you'll find that validation here in Australia.
Living and working in Australia is incredible. I wake up every day and I have to pinch myself because I get to go out for a swim or a surf before I then roll 20 of the yards into my office.
In many ways, Australia is hidden from the rest of the world, but it's actually a place where you don't have to hide who you are or the things that you love. You can just be yourself.
Without a shadow of doubt, you've got all of the core ingredients to build a world-beating startup right here on these shores.
Australia right now, we're entering a new evolution in the fintech space. It's vibrant, it's innovative, it's disruptive, and we're seeing so many Australian fintechs make an impact on the global stage.
I came over to Australia in November 2019. I was already starting to work on a new idea with my co-founder in terms of building an SME challenger bank. We were looking at different locations. As I spent more time here and I got to meet more people within the ecosystem, I realised what an amazing opportunity Australia actually had.
When it comes to support from government, I've seen a range of initiatives from commercialisation grants to research and development tax incentives. I've also seen direct approaches from the government to the fintech community in asking how else can we help you, what else would make a difference.
When I landed here, I actually contacted the Global Talent Visa Program, which gave me a fast-track route into permanent residency. We were also fortunate enough to win the MVP grant, which is helping us build out our initial platform.
Honestly, it's impossible to find coffee like this anywhere else in the world.
There's a great pool of talent over here. It's incredibly tight-knit. And when I actually landed, I didn't know anybody, but I was able to message individuals on LinkedIn, and they were immediately there available to help us in terms of understanding where to access the government grants or which VCs to go speak to.
We have people with very deep skills in technology, in data, in marketing, in digital propositions. So you're never really in it alone. You can reach out to anyone, and if they can help you, they will.
With open banking now just emerging, it's an incredibly exciting opportunity. Although the UK was the first in the globe to put this regulation out into the open market, the benefit that Australia has had is being able to see some of the limitations. So with consumer data rights over here, CDR, it doesn't just mandate specifically banking data, but it's actually all utility data, which is a far more exciting opportunity for new technology players such as us that actually depend on that data.
Australia is a great market to test new digital propositions. We have such a diverse population that if you're looking for a test market that closely represents pretty much most other markets around the world, you'll find that validation here in Australia.
Living and working in Australia is incredible. I wake up every day and I have to pinch myself because I gotta go out for a swim or a surf before I then roll 20 of the yards into my office.
In many ways, Australia is hidden from the rest of the world, but it's actually a place where you don't have to hide who you are or the things that you love. You can just be yourself.
Without a shadow of doubt, you've got all of the core ingredients to build a world-beating startup right here on these shores.
Australia is a nation of trailblazers, where people with exceptional talent succeed.
There's a huge space to develop and lots of opportunities for talented, innovative and dynamic people.
Our bold blueprint for future growth makes us the place to kickstart your Australian success story, with access to multiple launchpads, grants and incentives.
The infrastructure, professional development opportunities and also the opportunity as an entrepreneur to grow your business here is really very clear and present.
Australia encourages people who have exceptional skills. It's very easy for you, for example, to change from industry to academia.
Bring your cutting-edge ideas, expertise and skills to Australia faster with our global talent visas.
One of the advantages of the programs that Australia is offering is that it enables you to move your family and have the confidence that you can settle here and get permanent residency.
We'll help you bring your key staff and their families with you to establish your company's footprint in Australia.
I think that lifestyle, that quality of life, that balance that you can build here is something that I wouldn't change for anything else.
Your entrepreneurial spirit will be part of our pioneering research and future-focused industries.
There's some really great opportunities at the intersection of industry and academics.
There's great work opportunities where you can be really fulfilled professionally. And then there's also a great community of people that are really smart and are really passionate about what they're doing and are just exciting to be around.
There has never been a better time for an Australian adventure. Why wait?
I think coming to Australia has been one of the best decisions that I've ever made. It's been such a growth opportunity for myself and for my career, and I've just loved every minute of it.
Are you looking to grow your business in Australia but can't get here? We can help you. Take a virtual site visit with the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Learn about our competitive business environment and how to establish your business. Get a digital program tailored to your needs. Connect with potential partners and stakeholders in the ecosystem. Hear from our industry experts. View investment locations and experience digital tours. Set up your business in Australia. Contact your nearest office of the Australian Trade and Investment Commission today.
Australia, a top investment destination. Take a look. Australia's resilient economy withstood the challenges of 2020. Now, our $2 trillion economy is forecast to grow faster than the other G7 group of countries. With successful export industries, innovative international talent, global connections, and a stable business-friendly economy, Australia is a great investment destination. Discover more at austrade.gov.au/benchmark-report.
Welcome and thank you for visiting the Australian Trade and Investment Commission, or Austrade's virtual booth at Singapore FinTech Festival 2021. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and recognise their continuing connection to land, waters and culture. I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. In particular, I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which Nick and I meet today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I'm Pradyumna Chandrakumar, and I'm part of the Austrade's Advanced Technology Centre of Excellence based in Melbourne. Today, I'm joined by Nick Wee, a director in PwC Melbourne. In this session, Nick will provide guidance for what overseas headquartered fintechs need to consider when establishing operations in Australia, with particular reference to the movement of staff. Before we dive into the subject, I'd like to invite Nick to introduce himself.
Thanks, Pradyumna. So my name is Nick Wee. I'm from Director in PwC as part of the Global Mobility Tax Consulting team. So my background has been working with organisations of all sizes who are looking to expand and move people into Australia, and likewise Australian business looking to go offshore. And I have worked with large corporations as well as medium to small, and also startups looking to expand globally as well.
Fantastic. Thanks, Nick. So to kick things off, can I get you to share some of your thoughts on some of the key considerations that companies need to factor in when they are expanding into Australia?
Yeah, sure. So the first thing I think businesses and companies need to think about is what their global structure needs to be, and that's going to determine then what sort of entity, when you're coming to Australia, what that looks like. Typically, the choices for Australia is whether or not you want a corporate structure, such as a private company subsidiary of your overseas headquartered business, or a branch of that business in Australia. One thing to note is that with a private company structure under the Australian Securities and Investment Commission, or ASIC rules, you will need a Australian resident director as part of that setup. And typically, depending on either one of your structures, whether it's a branch or private company structure, the business will need to obtain an Australian business number as well, which works similarly to a tax ID number for the business. And from what we see, banks as well, if you're looking to set up a bank account in Australia, typically the banks will want to see that business number or registration number as part of that setup process, which obviously will be integral to your business.
Thanks for that, Nick. Are there any other registrations that businesses need to consider when setting up here in Australia?
Yeah, so when you set up, one thing we get a lot of questions about is, do you need to register for GST? The general threshold for registration of GST, which is our goods and services tax, is if you expect your annual turnover in Australia to be greater than 75,000 Australian dollars. In addition to this, you'll need to look at registering for fringe benefits taxes, which is a company tax on non-cash benefits provided to your employees, as well as for PAYG withholding, which is essentially registering to be able to operate a payroll in Australia to report income and pay the associated taxes for your employees and payroll taxes and the like.
Payroll's obviously a key to operating a business here in Australia. Is payroll required even when workers are traveling from Singapore and being paid from Singapore?
Yeah, I think this is a complex question, and I think there's a big misconception for a lot of foreign businesses that you can have business trips or travel or work in a foreign country as long as you're meeting your original or home country obligations. In some cases, yes, that may be true, but for Australia can be relatively strict with their payroll requirements. Technically, as a starting point, the assumption that you should typically take is that if you have an employee working in Australia, physically performing services to the benefit of your business, either in the overseas location or Australia, especially revenue generating activities, then you need to be operating a payroll in Australia, and that's from day one. And that's the first assumption. And then from there, you need to work through the various rules to see if you can get that exemption from operating a payroll in Australia. The only one exception to that on the outset, if it's true exploratory activities and meetings as part of your due diligence as a result of deciding whether you want to move to Australia, then that's likely to not have a payroll obligation. But if it's actually doing work, if you're in the nature of trading and you're here trading, if you're in the nature of developing software and you've come to Australia and you've got developers developing your software in Australia, typically those sorts of activities will give rise to an obligation to be operating payroll in Australia. Now, when you look at Singapore as an example, you are a very close neighbour to Australia, and we do see a lot of trade with the countries, especially movement between the two countries. Australia does have an income tax treaty with Singapore. So in an example, if you are sending workers from Singapore to Australia, you can, in one instance, rely on the tax treaty to exempt you from these payroll requirements. Typically, the fact pattern to be eligible to rely on the treaty is that your employee or you traveling to Australia for less than 183 days, you're being paid from Singapore, and none of the costs as a result of that move is being borne or recharged or corporate tax deduction of that Australian business. So essentially all the work is still being done from the Singapore entity. The only caveat to that as well, the risk is that if you break any of those requirements, then you go back to the start of when the employee traveled to Australia. And the obligation for payroll exists from day one. So that's something to be wary of. In absence of all that, if the employers are actually working in Australia and you need to operate the payroll, if the original intention was a business trip, the only other trap that we see a lot of businesses is that double check your immigration and work rights requirements, because a lot of initial business trips start off on a business trip visa and may not actually have the right work rights. And similarly speaking, if you do create an employee in Australia, Australia does have some relatively strict employment law considerations that you'll need to consider. And that's really a good point to speak to an employment lawyer in Australia to make sure you've got your rights as well as the rights of your employee covered while they're in Australia.
Thanks for that, Nick. And I mean, the visa consideration is an important one that you raised. Now, I'm conscious that you're not an immigration lawyer, but kind of given the area in which you work, what are some of the visa options that are available to overseas fintechs looking to bring in staff from their HQs?
Yeah, typically what we see for immigration piece, well, one, it's still important to have that entity because that entity needs to be a sponsoring entity in Australia. So a lot of people think, I guess from a business planning perspective, try to avoid setting up an entity in Australia, and we will go through what potential options may be available towards the end of this session. But the key to that, if you're looking really to establish in Australia, you really need to get that entity set up because that's going to be the sponsoring entity. What's common for business travel work, which may result in tax implications, what we call the 400 visa is quite common. Also, the 482 visa is another one that those are temporary visas that require sponsorship to get into Australia with work rights as well.
Yeah, fantastic. And I mean, if you are an overseas fintech that is interested in learning more about the visa options available, the Department of Home Affairs website furnishes some of this information. So coming back to payroll related costs and requirements, what should companies be aware of?
Yeah, sure. Look, in no particular order, when you're operating payroll in Australia, workers' compensation, when you have employees in Australia, Australian businesses are required to have workers' compensation insurance for the employees that they hire. Payroll tax is an interesting one in Australia as well. So payroll tax is governed by the individual states. So as an organisation, you'll need to actually track your movements of your employees within Australia to determine actually which states will be charged that you need to pay payroll tax to. Typically, unfortunately, there's no harmonisation of the tax rates. The rates can vary between 4 to 6.5% of compensation that you pay your employees for payroll tax, which is done through payroll. Fringe benefits tax is something I briefly mentioned earlier. As I said, fringe benefits tax is a company level tax levied on employers where they provide non-cash benefits to their employees. So think about a mobile phone, a car, or you're providing accommodation. All that attracts fringe benefits tax, which how that's determined is there's a legislative gross up factor. So you take the value of your benefit that you're providing, gross that up, which will get you to a taxable value, and the tax rate is 47%. Depending on how you're structuring your arrangements with your employees, there is some planning and some cost effectiveness that can be set on the onset of hiring individuals, where you can push some of those fringe benefits tax amounts to your employee if the entity doesn't want to pay the fringe benefits tax. This is quite commonly known from an Australian perspective called salary sacrifice. So if you're familiar with working with employees, that's a terminology that you might hear. And that's basically reducing that taxable gross income by the amounts that's subject to fringe benefits tax and the value of the benefit that they're receiving. And superannuation is another one where we get a lot of questions from a lot of our clients coming into Australia. Superannuation is essentially Australia's pension scheme. There are many different superannuation providers, and typically employees can have a choice in who they want their super contributions to be contributed into. Currently, the contribution rate is 10% of ordinary earnings or compensation that an employer is providing their employee. That money is then transferred from payroll into a superannuation fund. Typically, it is a defined contributions plan in Australia where the contributions are entering tax-free, but then within the fund is required to deduct 15% from the pre-tax contribution, and then any earnings within the fund is also taxed at 15%. For higher income individuals, there may be an additional 15% tax on top of that, bringing that total tax to 30%. So that's for local Australian employees. For expats that come in on a temporary visa into Australia, when they permanently depart Australia, there is a provision for them to then withdraw the superannuation. This is important because Australians and permanent residents, their superannuation is locked in until retirement age, and until such time when they do retire, they can withdraw the money tax-free. Whereas expats on withdrawal, on their visa being cancelled and departing Australia, there is a withholding tax on withdrawal of your superannuation. And once you consider the 15% contributions tax plus the withdrawal tax, the effective rate ends up being quite close to around 47%, which not coincidentally is actually the highest tax rate in Australia, being 45% plus 2% Medicare.
Thanks for that, Nick. And look, you do touch on the tax rate, which I know that Australia is perceived as being a fairly high tax destination and can at times be deterrents for both businesses and individuals looking to come into the country. But are there any concessions that you're aware of available to expats?
Yeah, one of the biggest concessions that actually is used to attract expats into Australia is known as what we call the temporary resident concessions. So expats coming into Australia on a 400 or 402 visa, which is a temporary visa, and provided that they have never previously been a permanent resident or citizenship, or in a de facto or married to an Australian PR or citizen, they're eligible for this concession. One of the benefits of this concession is they take advantage of the tax resident rates in Australia, which has an $18,000 tax-free threshold and lower tax bands as they step up in income level compared to non-residents. In addition to that benefit, they're also only taxed on their employment income and Australian sourced investment income, such as Australian bank interests, Australian dividends, should they invest in the Australian stock market. And only capital gains to the extent that they invest in taxable Australian real property, such as an investment property. And then what that actually means is that they're not taxed on their foreign income. So any investments, pension schemes that they might have in Singapore or anywhere else around the world doesn't fall into that Australian tax net. And likewise, capital gains tax from assets which are not taxable Australian real property. And this actually covers the majority of shares listed on the Australian Stock Exchange, as well as private companies, they can buy and sell realized capital gains and not have that captured in the Australian tax net. So there is some planning opportunity in that regard. Another exemption that we do see, particularly for fintechs or startups, more commonly, it's what's known as a senior executive superannuation exemption. And the reason why we say it's more common for startups is because quite commonly, if you're expanding globally in a tech environment, you're probably moving your senior people first. And under this exemption, if the individual from Singapore is coming to Australia, that's going to be within the top 3 levels of management in the Australian company, and with direct reporting lines to the CEO or the board, and their remuneration is in the top 5% of Australia, which is actually not that high when you actually dig into what that figure is. Unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me. Then they're actually able to be exempt from superannuation. So the Australian business won't need to contribute that 10% into super. And likewise, that package that you provide your executive is a bit more flexible because you can choose to potentially pay some of that as cash, or even treat it as a savings for the company to not actually contribute that into superannuation for them. Another one is overseas employee concessions. So if you are moving temporary workers into Australia, where they are truly an overseas employee on temporary visa with intention to go back after a period of time, that they can claim a fringe benefits tax exemption on items such as school fees for dependent children and homely flights. And so that takes you back to what I said about salary sacrifice, in where you're taking reducing the gross income by the cost of the benefit. What that means is the individual can reduce their income by just the cost of their school fees or the homely flight without further reduction as a result of the fringe benefits tax being pushed down by the employer. So another planning opportunity is to managing talent and hiring talent that sort of combats that high tax rate. And lastly, another common concession is a Medicare levy exemption. So Australia and Singapore do not have a reciprocal health agreement. And so Medicare is Australia's public health system. And to help fund that, taxpayers in Australia pay a 2% Medicare levy. And so where your expats aren't able to utilize public health, typically they will have private health insurance as part of their visa and general secondment arrangements anyway, they can claim that refund of that 2% Medicare in their tax return. So although we're a high taxing country, there's still ways to tailor and structure packages that make it quite attractive to work in Australia.
Yeah, fantastic. And I mean, given we're at Singapore FinTech Festival today, we are talking, I guess, a little bit more focused around Singapore to Australia business movement, but presumably a lot of these benefits and advantages are available to companies that are headquartered in other parts of the world as well.
Yes, that's right. So we look at these for all clients that are coming into Australia from all over the world. So it's quite common. So it's not something that's realistically a little secret between certain companies. So this is available for almost all people coming into Australia.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Nick. Look, I mean, you've covered quite a bit here in quite a bit of detail. I guess kind of just to wrap things up, what options are available to help kind of simplify the processes that you've discussed today and really make it manageable for some smaller businesses that might be looking to come into Australia?
Yeah, sure. So with all the various startups and tech companies that were coming inbound to Australia, there's probably 2 common ways that companies manage the compliance and the cost and the expertise of coming into Australia. I think once you start expanding globally, I think if you're starting your own business in your home country, it's already hard enough trying to get your head around all the rules and requirements to manage and compliance for that business in one country. Once you throw in another country into the mix, the corporate tax considerations, the transfer pricing, not let alone just the domestic requirements that I've already mentioned today, can be quite difficult. So a common way to sort of assist with that is there are various outsourced CFO organizations. PwC does offer this as well, where they'll help you register your business, get all your registrations, will help you with your accounting, preparation of the monthly, quarterly, annual accounts for your business, as well as running the payroll on your behalf, just to make your move into Australia as seamless as possible. And what that allows, and what we've seen with our clients, is that they don't need to worry about hiring local staff to do their accounting, payroll, etc., and their back office sort of functionality. And a lot of the people we see are maybe salespeople, operational people, that they can focus purely on growing the business without having all that back office requirements for Australia distracting them from what's value add to the business. So that's how we what we see is a great, and there will be a time when your business will outgrow that service, but it's, I think, good to know that it's there available. It's something that I wasn't truly aware of until I started working and doing a lot of working with clients in this tech and innovation space about 6 or 7 years ago. The other organization or other service that is used for businesses that probably may actually come in and more relevant for you before the outsourced CFO service is what's known as employer of record services. What they do is they would hire either a local employee or an expat that you're sending into the country. Some may sponsor your expats, or the expat may already have work rights in Australia, but they will hire that individual on your behalf and pay them and meet all the Australia compliance obligations of having an employee in Australia on your behalf. Typically, how that works is you have a engagement with the employer of record service, and the employer of record will have an engagement with the employee that you want to hire, and they will do the work for your business, whatever you need them to do. And that doesn't come, it's not risk-free. There may be some international corporate tax considerations, or what we know as permanent establishment risk of having an individual in a foreign country representing your overseas business. So there's still a bit of due diligence that needs to be done on your behalf when engaging these companies, but it does take a lot of the headaches away from operating a payroll, the complexity of fringe benefits tax, and everything that I've just mentioned earlier. Typically, the runway for using these businesses is between 6 months to 12 months, and they're typically utilized to get boots on the ground before you're able to set up your Australian business and then move into your own payroll or outsource CFO service, or take that all in-house, depending on what structure is right for your business. So yeah, there are service providers out there, and there are experts basically in this sort of field to help business expand. It's funny how I get a lot of questions or comments saying, I didn't know a service like what I do in terms of the tax specialty for expats exist. But definitely asking the question, going to Austrade and attending events like these, it's a great first step to expanding and growing a global business.
Thanks for sharing those great insights with us today, Nick. No doubt it will help prepare those international fintechs wanting to scale and grow their business in Australia with some of those practical kind of insights and guidance that you're provided today. For those who visited our booth, I hope you found what you were looking for, but if not, please don't hesitate to reach out to one of our friendly Austrade team members who are joining you at this epic SFF. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your Singapore FinTech Festival.
And now we're speaking to someone that is up for 2 individual awards, and of course, the company itself is up for a few as well. And Jill Berry from Tree joins us now to take us through the year in fintech for her. Jill, thank you so much for joining me. Look, there's a bunch of awards to talk about. I'll let you do the honors.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. So we are up for Female FinTech Leader of the Year, Emerging, and then the company is up for Emerging FinTech, RegTech, Diversity, and Inclusion as well. So yeah, we're really excited about that, much more than last year.
So tell us about, I guess, your journey over the past 12 months to get to where you are at this point. Obviously, the award nominations, were announced back in May, but run us through, I guess, the entire year to this point.
Yeah, we've had a really big year. Let's say about a year ago, we were just talking about getting accredited as a data recipient, going through this rigorous process to actually be able to be regulated and receive open banking data. So we did that, we got ready for it, and then we've essentially got accredited, and so to be able to access data, and then was active. So one of 5 companies in Australia to actually receive data. So that's a really, really big milestone for us, because we're a technology platform that enables others to receive this data. So doing it ourselves first is really important. We closed our seed round. It was done in a few weeks. It was 3 times oversubscribed. So that was a great first experience for me as a founder during my first cap raise. And we've also signed Australia's largest bank fintech partnership. So now we have 27 bank clients. So that's all happened in the past 12 months as well. So it's been busy.
Very busy. Yeah. Now let's dive straight into that bank partnership. Tell us more about it, and I guess more broadly, what it does mean when we do talk consumer data rights.
Yeah, so with consumer data right, all these banks, they're largely mutuals. They have the same obligations as the big 4 do to make their data sharing available. So that's like companies like Tree, data recipients, we can receive it with our different services and propositions. So sharing it is really actually quite difficult. It has to be done in a certain way, in format and timing, and there's a lot of things to test and measure before you actually go live, of course. So they test their data sharing against our platform. So we have a developer environment as well as our production environment, so they can actually test or do about 200 tests against us before they actually go live. So it's a way to leverage our data recipient platform for data holders. So we can help them go active as a data holder, and then of course having conversations about, once they're sharing data, how can they have interesting propositions for their own customers to receive it. So so we're just kind of doing that on at scale with the 27 mutuals. I think that the first one should be going live in the next few days of our customer base.
Now tell us, where does this get to? Obviously, you've been working on it diligently in the background with those mutuals, as you've discussed, but just how broad-ranging is that for viewers that might not know quite where it can go?
Yeah, so the challenge for these mutuals is that, let's see, so the big 4, they had to do this about a year ago, exactly 12 months before they did. And they would have had probably like hundreds of people and millions of dollars of budget for it. And these mutuals have to do it with, some of them only have a few people in their tech team to achieve the exact same requirements. So that enables them to make their data sharing available, which is regulated by the ACCC and Federal Treasury to so it's a new consumer data right that you can essentially choose about your data that's held with any bank, credit union, or building society in Australia. So you can say, I want this data that's actually held there, and I want to share it with a different company. So that's why it's really important to have 100% addressable market. So if you want to work on a budgeting app, or if we wanted to do a brand new home loan, then you can take all of your financial statements and your transaction history at every bank or credit union that you have a relationship with, and then actually share it. So it's a really high technical, complex barrier to entry, and it is quite difficult for them to do. But ultimately, it will lead to better consumer data rights and just smoother and smarter propositions.
I think we're all certainly excited for that as the consumers. Now, Jill, let's talk a little bit about you. You're up for Emerging FinTech Leader of the Year and Female FinTech Leader of the Year. What are some of the lessons that you've learnt yourself in your role as a FinTech leader?
Oh, let's see. Oh gosh, I've been doing this for about 2 years and I've aged a whole lot and learned a lot of lessons with it. I think a lot of it is just having to do with bravery, really. I'm definitely an ideas person, and I always say that that companies die of indigestion. Not because of starvation. We always have so many different ideas that we have internally that we might have from customers or prospects or regulators or inspired by legislation as well. I think that just being able to juggle that prioritization. So the team is focused, the investors know what we're up to, like our customers and prospects know what we're going to be building soon. I think that that's really important because it's easy to say yes, but ultimately that's not sustainable for us to build, especially with a smaller team as well. So I think that prioritization is incredibly important for us. But I think personally, I've really learned lessons about just about being brave, taking a chance. There's so much risk associated with it, but really just focusing on our capabilities, goals, and hopefully having a whole lot more reward than risk based out of it.
Absolutely. Now, Jill, in terms of that prioritization particularly, what are your goals and AdaTree's goals for the next 6 to 12 months? What do you want to achieve?
Let's see. So in the next few weeks, we're going to be going live with our first B2C proposition. And that's really important for us just because the company really has values about data for good. So I think it's just about being an example in Australia about what you can actually use this data for. How can you lead to better social outcomes through the consumer data right instead of just better financial services outcomes. So that's actually really important for us. Just going live with a number of customers. We've been signing a number of lenders, comparison sites, banks, and different fintechs. So we just can't wait to see those come to life. And as we build and grow the team, we're just getting more and more scalable. So ultimately, we're solving more of their business problems, technical problems. So I think that we're just growing as a company, making sure that we have a sustainable culture and a good work-life balance internally, that it's a really good place to work, and just having really happy customers as well. So I think company growth, customer growth, and there's some new regulatory changes, and always keeping a finger on the pulse there and just adapting our business models.
Now, Jill, of course, we in Sydney are lucky enough to be coming sort of out of lockdown on Monday. So will you and the AdaTree team be doing anything on Wednesday to watch the Finnies?
So I think that we're all just going to be watching it individually at home, but Thursday we're going out for a team lunch. So we're doing that in the city as everyone's double vaccinated. So it will be awesome to catch up as a team together. So I really can't wait for that.
Well, congratulations on your nominations. I hope you enjoy the team lunch and getting everyone back together again, and good luck next week.
Oh, thank you so much.
And now let's turn our attention to one of the other big A's in Australian fintech, Afterpay. Michael Sadat is joining us now, with the company becoming the other inaugural inductee in the Finnies Hall of Fame. Michael, great to have you on the show. Congrats to you. I'm going to ask the same question I asked of Craig. What does it mean for Afterpay to be sort of one of the total legends of Australian fintech?
Oh, thank you, Simon. It is a huge honour to be part of the Hall of Fame, the inaugural Hall of Fame. I guess being part of this hugely exciting fintech ecosystem in Australia is such a privilege, and having it recognised in this way is just fantastic for our staff and our stakeholders more broadly. Yeah, really exciting. And, it's obviously been a very exciting year for Afterpay and for many companies here. And yeah, definitely caps it off.
Well, it has been hectic, and I notice even today, I basically get an Afterpay announcement on a daily basis. Today, you've partnered with Redbubble, which is great news for people who use that ASX-listed company to buy a range of products. But just give us your highlights of the last 12 months and everything that Afterpay's done.
Yeah, look, it's been such a busy year. We've entered new markets. We're now in Canada, Spain, Italy, and France. We're on the cusp of launching our Money by Afterpay product, which is hugely exciting in partnership with Westpac. We had the announcement that Square would acquire Afterpay, and we're working towards that transaction completing early next year. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much to point to, and the incredible growth of the company. Much like Airwallex that you just spoke to, the company has grown really quickly in the last 12 months. We've doubled our staff from about 650 to 1,300 globally. So yeah, really huge growth and lots of opportunities ahead of us.
I mean, you guys genuinely have become the verb in the BNPL space, but just paint a picture for us, the outsiders looking in on this incredibly competitive and incredibly fast-moving sector. How do you see it?
Look, I think it clearly has become the next generation way for consumers to pay. And I think what has started as something that was adopted by millennials and Generation Z is now being adopted by consumers more broadly. We're seeing tremendous growth from our Gen X and older consumer base. And I think it's a recognition that actually the credit card is going the way of the dodo. And, the data clearly shows that. Over 1 million credit cards were cancelled last year in Australia, and consumers are recognizing that there's just an easier and better way to pay. And I think the reaction from the traditional financial institutions, even those that have historically said that the credit card still has a lot of life in it, clearly shows that they are also seeing the tremendous move that's underway in consumer behaviour.
Well, I think when you see the major credit card companies launching their own BNPL products, they're madly splicing the genes on to join the party. Tell us, what's next in your ambitions? I suppose this whole deal in some ways is the focus and the merger that will subsequently come, but doesn't mean you guys stop planning. So what do you want to achieve next?
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot for us to focus on into the future. As I mentioned, we'll be launching the Money by Afterpay product in the next couple of weeks. It's been piloted by staff for a little while now, and there's a lot of excitement building internally around the launch of that product publicly. We think it is a real game changer for consumers in Australia. We're launching a transaction account in a way that hasn't been done before, and really providing customers with the other side of the financial equation, which is how to save and budget using a transaction account, but doing it in a way that is more familiar to millennials and Generation Z. We continue to look at growth in our overseas markets. There's a lot of adoption, I think, to come. BNPL is a bit of a buzzword, but it is still very early on in the journey. And I think as consumers become more familiar with it and we see more consumers using it, we see that growth continuing.
So can you paint a little bit of a picture of the regulatory landscape? This is an ongoing debate, and of course there's a fair bit of argy-bargy between sort of traditional financial institutions and the challenger brands as they sort of move into their spaces. Do you think there needs to be more reform and more changes to enable you guys to thrive, or the settings are sort of reasonably okay at this point in time?
Yeah, I mean, we've been through a number of inquiries and reviews in Australia, and we're really comfortable with where things have landed. We had the code of practice for buy now, pay later providers start in March this year after a long consultation period with stakeholders, and so that code is now up and running. we also had the design and distribution obligations start in Australia last week, and they apply across all of financial services, including buy now, pay later. And we think this is a really important regulatory tool. It's an outcomes-based tool. It's about making sure that consumers end up with products that deliver value to them and don't end up with products that are poor value and unsuitable. And so we've really leaned into this new framework, and we're really pleased to be seeing that finally introduced. So from that perspective, we think the regulatory settings, are right. We've always argued that what buy now, pay later needs is a fit-for-purpose regulatory framework, recognising that our product does operate quite differently to traditional consumer finance, and as a result, the protections and the requirements do need to be different as well. And we're seeing that play out in a number of jurisdictions as well. The UK, for example, had a review earlier this year and decided that, yes, they would also introduce a proportionate regulatory framework for buy now, pay later. And that's something we've welcomed because, fit for purpose regulation is absolutely the right answer.
Michael, when you look back at the journey that Afterpay has taken, are there moments where you guys sort of sit around and maybe have a light beer on a Friday afternoon and say, I can't believe we did that, or I can't believe how far we've come?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that kind of moment happens all the time. Looking forward to actually sitting down with colleagues and having a beer because of lockdown. It's been a bit hard to do that. But yeah, absolutely. And, another highlight that I forgot to mention earlier this year was when we sponsored Australian Fashion Week, and having the ability for that event to go live and be an in-person event was just incredible. So really fortunate to be part of that, and very lucky that didn't happen during a lockdown. And that was absolutely a bit of a pinch me moment for the company. Seeing our brand associated with amazing Australian fashion retailers and seeing the potential here with fashion has been incredible. Yeah, absolutely.
I might put the marketing department into a tiz asking this question, but is there somewhere where you would like to see the Afterpay name proudly bringing an event or some other sporting event perhaps down the track?
Yeah, look, that's definitely not within my pay grade to talk about that.
I was thinking the Afterpay AFL Grand Final sounds pretty good.
Yeah, look, I mean, who knows? But yes, being associated with fashion, I think, made a huge amount of sense, and we took that Australian Fashion Week sponsorship and we've extended that to New York Fashion Week and London Fashion Week as well. Which is hugely exciting, and I think you'll see a lot more of that into the future.
It is pretty exciting. Now, before we let you go, tell me a little bit about what gets you out of bed in the morning, excited and pumped, and hopefully heading back into the office soon to meet with the team.
Yeah, look, that's definitely something that I'm looking forward to. It has been a long 3.5-month lockdown here, and so very much looking forward to getting into the office. I think, what's fantastic about a company like Afterpay and working for a smaller organization is just the ability to get things done and, working with an amazing set of colleagues, both in Australia and globally. The culture of the company is fantastic. We're able to deliver results quickly in a way that I think larger organizations sometimes do struggle. And yes, getting back into the office and seeing each other in person will be terrific. We're hoping to do that in a couple of weeks' time, and starting to think about end of year events as well, which is fantastic.
Well, we've got our fingers crossed that everyone is together again soon. Michael Sadat from Afterpay, congratulations to Nick, to Anthony, everyone in the team for becoming one of the inaugural inductees in the Finnies Hall of Fame. Amazing achievement, amazing story, amazing company. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much, Simon.
And now let's turn our attention to one of the multi-award winners from the FinTech Australia Finnies last night. Athena Home Loans picked up a few awards this year, including Organisation of the Year and one for its Chief Marketing Officer, Natalie Dinsdale. So to tell us more about that is CEO Nathan Walsh from Athena. Nathan, congratulations. Hope you're well. Not sure if you had a couple of beers while watching the YouTube live last night, but I hope you had a great evening. Great outcome for Athena. Tell us about your year.
Yeah, well, certainly it was a big celebration last night, and I think I wasn't alone amongst the Athena team in making sure that we were really enjoying that session. Sort of some big awards. 2021's been a big year for us. We've clearly had great traction across the business. We're on track to double our book. We're just about to cross over $3.5 billion of settled loans. We had a Series D capital raise earlier this year with very strong support from our existing investors, and then some really great innovations that we're delivering out to customers. So really lots happening across many dimensions of the business here.
I think we were incredibly lucky for that moment earlier this year where we all gathered for the FinTech Australia Intersect Festival, and then of course we went through 4 attempts to have the Finnies. I'm glad they went ahead. What does it mean for you guys to win these awards? Because it is recognition from your peers and a pretty distinguished judging panel about your success.
Yeah, look, I mean, just to be a finalist, to be honest, was a real honour. It's an incredible ecosystem we have in Australia. When you look to many of the players who are nominated, they're doing incredible innovation, great businesses. So to be selected amongst that group was a real magic milestone for Athena to be awarded the FinTech Organisation of the Year. This is a really broad set of different players in lenders like us, but clearly in terms of payments and wealth, and so it's covering off a very broad set of sort of innovators and startups in the industry. And so lots of celebrations amongst the Pavilion team in terms of that announcement tonight. And I should say, in addition to that FinTech Organisation of the Year, to have our wonderful CMO, Natalie Dinsdale, to be recognised as Female FinTech Leader of the Year for 2021 as well. We couldn't be happier, and we're so lucky to have her as part of our leadership team.
That is so, and I do want to ask you about that and Athena's approach to diversity and women in tech and women in business in general, because of course it's one of those ongoing debates we have, and you guys are leading the way on that front. So tell us a little bit about how you approach it and think about it.
Well, I think we've been blessed to have a number of senior women in terms of our Natalie, our Chief Marketing Officer, Myra in terms of our Chief Product Officer, Liana in terms of people, really right across a broad set of functions. But I think diversity here really comes back to the idea that as a fintech startup, you're trying to take fresh and new perspectives on a problem, not just replicate sort of the business model that legacy financial players have. And there's many elements to that, but certainly having an incredibly diverse workforce, leadership, really, whether that's gender, whether that's other dimensions of diversity, I think is critically important to be able to approach with a really broad set of eyes and bring new ideas and new concepts coming through. So I think we've been really fortunate to have the incredible talent that we had. It's certainly something that we continue to focus on and looking to build and bring in new talent in terms of new recruits coming through as well. As an industry and in finance, it is certainly an area where, as an industry, we need to do better, and so it's been a big focus for us.
Now, home loans are a competitive and busy market, and of course, much discussed, much debated, and it's been a big focus in Australia over the last 12 months. Can I get your take on how you see Australia's property market and lending in general in terms of helping people who do want to get into the housing market?
Yeah, so look, it's a huge market, as you said. So $1.9 trillion, enormous players, the Big Four and others in this space. But similarly, an opportunity to really help consumers do much, much better in this space. And so we really think there's 2 simple truths. Most Australians are paying too much for their home loan, and it's easier to switch than you think. And so how do we actually bring digital propositions to actually help give much better value in terms of rate, but also helping people manage the loan smarter, pay down the home loan faster, but also make that switch process much better. Clearly, that's then leading into, so that's the opportunities on the funding side, where so many consumers are paying a loyalty tax, that can add up to tens of thousands of dollars over the life of the loan. But clearly, with rates at historic lows, then that's also feeding through into, some clearly very buoyant property markets, despite the fact that we're still just emerging out of COVID, despite the fact we haven't had sort of net migration or some of those other factors that are often very important in terms of property as well. So that's wonderful for those who are already in the property market enjoying the benefits. Clearly a real challenge for those who are looking to enter, just given the prices that are being commanded right across major markets in Australia at the moment.
So tell us a little bit about your plans for the next 12 months. What is Athena looking to focus on as it helps its customers and of course attracts new ones?
Yeah, so I think the key point here is just continuing to listen to customers and innovate. So we've just this week launched Athena's fixed rate proposition. So we had, since our launch, been a variable rate only. We now brought that up. We've got over the next couple of months a couple of other really exciting opportunities coming out for consumers. Launching of offset accounts, Athena app, real-time payments, and then actually really facing into and planning out a pretty exciting innovation agenda next year. So lots of opportunities to say, how do we actually help consumers manage their home loan much smarter? How do we give great rates that stay great? And how do we actually manage the overall business of running a mortgage company much, much smarter so we can take those costs and pass on the benefits to consumers in terms of better rates?
Nathan, I want to ask you, what do you enjoy most about running a disruptive fintech brand and sort of carving your own unique path in this space?
Yeah, look, for me, it is team. It is quite remarkable when what can be achieved when you get a really passionate, smart group of people together with a real clear sense of mission about what can get done. And so, having spent a long time in my career in large corporates, in professional services, just being able to actually almost the return on every hour, return on every day, translating into, the making every customer connect count, making each sprint continue to deliver great innovation out to consumers. So personally, that's what I really enjoy. And maybe it sort of links back to, as a kid, being the proud, build the Lego and here's what you have to show for it, something really tangible. And I think being in a startup really gives that same sense of tangible accomplishment and actually things moving at real pace that can be a lot tougher to deliver in a large corporate environment or some of these other much more slow moving organizations. So having spent much of my career in that sort of world, it's refreshing to be in a world where just the pace things can move at and the disruption that you can bring to market.
Now, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. I remember it's nearly 12 months ago when the RBA cut the rates for the last time. And of course, Athena was the first company to move in terms of cutting their rates to meet it. When the time comes, and it will come, maybe not for another 2 or 3 years, will you be the last one to put them up?
Look, I think we're in the end just moving at speed here. So clearly there's a little bit more of a consumer excitement at moving quickly on the rates, but I think we're simply at a point of saying, how do we provide great rates to consumers at every point in the cycle? And so, continuing to focus on building out our platform so that we can deliver, we've got our 1.99% owner-occupied principal and interest rate for those who are below a 60% LVR, really terrific rates, and looking to do that as we potentially are in a future rate increasing cycle, as you said, in a medium-term horizon.
1.99, my ears are pricked up, so I do have to ask you about that fixed rate as well. Tell us that.
Yeah, so we've in a sense got a point here where we're passing on, rather than a low rate on fixed rate that then converts to a very high standard variable rate. You sort of see for many players in market, they'll talk a lot about the fixed rate, but actually when you look to the comparison rate, which tells you the story, where's the hidden fees, what does it actually convert to at the end? For us, we've got a very simple 2.09 is our lead rate. It then converts back to that 1.99 for the consumers below the 60%. No fees. And so it ends up being a comparison rate for that owner-occupied P&I below 60% of 2%, which I believe is the lowest comparison rate for a fixed rate offer for that particular segment of the market.
Very impressive. Now, Nathan, before we let you go, I do want to get your picture of Australia's fintech sector in general. You, of course, have conversations with your other executives, with founders, all of those. What's your take on where Australian fintech is at this point in time?
I think what's exciting is we continue to see lots of new startups coming in with sort of fresh and exciting ideas. But what you also see is, those who are successfully building, really large sort of scale businesses. And so having, some of the big announcements around, the Afterpay transactions and, really showing what success can look like at that end of the spectrum. But look, I, remain incredibly excited. There's a very generous ecosystem of founders and executive teams out there, lots of opportunities to sort of, to test and learn. And so I'm really loving when you sort of see, the Brights and, many of these other really wonderful companies out there doing very innovative things in their categories as well. And so I think ultimately that's a story about how do we bring more innovation, more competition, more fairness into a financial services sector in Australia that desperately needs change.
Well, on that front, I do want to also ask, from a regulatory framework, do you think we've got the settings right? I'm sort of thinking for you as someone who is lending, we saw APRA intervene this week and sort of say then they ramped up by 75 basis points to 3%, the buffer that you have to have in terms of assessing lending. Have we got our settings overall pretty right now, or do we need to make some key changes?
Yeah, look, I think we do. I think the fact that we have a very mature regulatory framework in Australia, particularly in areas like home lending, is an incredible asset for us. I mean, you didn't in the GFC have the same kinds of issues with ninja style loans that you saw in markets like the US. And so I think what we saw when, for example, ASIC went through the consultation about responsible lending, RG209, was a very thoughtful consultation process, not just talking to the big end of town, but actually actively engaging, to Athena's and other sort of startup players as well. So we've actually been very impressed. It is clearly a complex regime. There's actually a lot of thought to embed those RegTech frameworks into platforms. So there's actually a lot of work and thought and talent required, really focused on those problems. But at the same time, I think the benefits coming back to consumers is very strong. I do think the one area, though, that there can be greater focus in finance is just the focus on, competition. The instincts can sometimes be to really favour the big end of town. I think we saw that example with the RBA's $200 billion TFF facility, so that sort of funding facility during COVID. That was giving this incredible free kick in terms of super cheap funding at enormous scale to the big banks, not available to players like ourselves. And so I think that's the area to sort of say, if you want to ultimately end up with a innovation, competition and fairness in the sector, I think it is just keeping an eye to make sure that the regulators aren't tilting the field unfairly towards the big end of town.
Nathan Walsh, really appreciate your time. It's always fascinating to talk about Australian property. Well done again for Athena winning FinTech Organisation of the Year at the Finnies. We'll catch up again soon, hopefully together in person.
Wonderful. So great to chat.
G'day, my name is Hessel Verbeek and I lead KPMG's strategy consulting team in financial services in Australia. I do a lot of work with domestic and global fintechs as well as with Australia's banks. And it's my great pleasure to work with Austrade to increase the participation of global fintechs in the Australian financial services market. The benefits to both the global fintech sector and the Australian marketplace are numerous. I'd like to briefly discuss what the Australian government and our regulators, especially APRA and ASIC, are doing to facilitate an even greater adoption of fintech in the Australian financial services sector. Broadly speaking, the facilitation is happening in three areas: supporting trade relationships, providing investment support, and driving regulatory change. Firstly, with regards to supporting trade relationships, the main progress has been the establishment of fintech bridges with other key financial services markets. These bridges help reduce barriers to entry for fintech between participating markets and drive a greater two-way relationship. The first of these bridges, with the UK, has been in place for a number of years and is based on four pillars: government to government, regulator to regulator, business to business, and trade and investment. The second of these bridges, with Singapore, is currently being negotiated based on the same model as the UK FinTech Bridge. Secondly, there are active efforts to provide investment support. Beyond the availability of R&D tax incentives for startups, there is non-financial support too. The creation of the New Payments Platform, or NPP, is an example of the development of industry infrastructure that makes it easier for new participants to participate in banking and payments. There are also various utility providers in the market that will allow new players to connect into the NPP. In this example, neobanks can provide a real-time payments product without needing to reinvent the wheel. And thirdly, there has been a lot of regulatory development in Australia to level the playing field. Recent regulation has been aimed, amongst other things, at increasing competition and expanding consumer choice in financial services. Fintechs are amongst the greatest beneficiaries of this change. The biggest exponent of this regulatory change has of course been the introduction of the consumer data right, or more colloquially, open banking. The ability for accredited data recipients to use consumer data under the open banking regime to offer better value and create new products and services is a boon for fintechs as they seek to establish themselves and compete with the incumbents who hold most of the consumer data. Another example of regulatory change aimed at fintech adoption is the introduction of the restricted ADI as a 2-year path to allow new banks to build towards full prudential compliance and a full license. This path is easier to negotiate than the traditional one that requires a full license from day zero. In summary, there has been clear action by government and regulators to invite global fintechs into Australia. KPMG is proud to be working with them to make sure that Australia is open for business.
Hi, I'm John Critchley, Director in the KPMG Strategy Team in Australia with a focus on financial services. KPMG Australia has been privileged to be at the heart of Australia's growing fintech ecosystem for some time, having helped to set up one of Australia's most successful fintech hubs, Stone & Chalk, with whom we have a close partnership, participated in the fintech community through forums and publications, and our firm's global co-lead for fintech, Ian Pilari, is located in Sydney. In our ongoing monitoring and reporting of the sector, we have seen significant growth activity in Australia's fintech ecosystem, and Australia is also exporting many success stories to the rest of the world. This phenomenal growth is enabled by several strengths that support Australia's fintech ecosystem, which we have packaged into 3 themes. First, Australia is a safe place to invest, with a secure and stable socio-economic environment and clear regulatory frameworks. We have a government focused on facilitating ongoing growth of fintech and stimulating competition in the financial system. and Australia is a practical bridge between East and West. Second, Australia has a track record of rapid adoption of innovation in the financial system. For example, Australia was one of the first countries to widely adopt electronic payments as mainstream. More recently, Australia has fostered some of the world's leading fintech and financial system innovations, such as Afterpay's growth and expansion to other markets, and their recent merge with Square. This innovation is also demonstrated by some of the established institutions, such as the mainstream banks. Finally, talent growth and churn in the Australian economy has developed a workforce culture and opportunity that enables innovation. We have a population with diverse cultural origins attracted by the Australian lifestyle, coupled with ongoing deep connections with mature markets, while Australia's education system produces some of the world's best STEM talent. We expect growth in Australia's fintech ecosystem to continue as trends in digital innovation and adoption have been accelerated by necessity due to COVID impacts that have forced users of the financial system to move online. As the economy opens up and Australia reconnects globally, we anticipate new innovations and greater adoption of digital solutions to drive continued growth. We are seeing some clear demand trends that have implications for fintech in Australia. First, the housing boom over the last 12 months has created fertile ground for digital mortgage platforms, which have seen phenomenal growth as home buyers look for the best prices, most convenient access to finance, and fast decisions. These platforms are likely to continue to attract customers, but also many incumbents are adopting the practices and solutions pioneered by the digital platforms, which will drive demand for technology solutions to enable the digital transformations. Next, increased demand linked to sustainability, ESG, and trustworthiness requirements from both regulators and the public will require banks to increase transparency. This offers opportunity for fintech partners to help incumbents with regtech and data analytics solutions, while other fintechs may choose to compete by offering alternatives where trust in incumbents may not be so strong. Next, financial services incumbents are actively exploring or even building extensive ecosystems of partners, often with fintechs, while non-FS ecosystems are also encroaching on the traditional functions of financial services. We anticipate this blurring of traditional sectorial lines to continue as implementation of the consumer data right legislation extends beyond open banking, and digital interoperability through adoption of APIs becomes widespread. This opens the door to fintech innovation of financial services, as well as offering enabling platforms and solutions. Next, financial crime, data security, and geopolitical threats continue to present a challenge to the integrity and resilience of the financial system. This is anticipated to continue with demand from incumbents as well as new financial services providers, as both ensure they meet trust requirements while engaging with a more open ecosystem. Finally, decentralized finance, although still not mainstream, is being explored as a solution to address process bottlenecks of the traditional centralized financial system models. Fintechs that can help bridge the gap between the two models in a practical way will help convert the promise of decentralized finance into value for users. In summary, the strengths of the Australian economy and focus of the government on facilitating growth and competition, coupled with the necessity for innovation, offers enormous opportunity for fintechs to grow and scale in Australia. Our work involves helping both incumbents and challengers in the financial system explore their strategies and map a path through a transforming landscape. The work we have done provides us with a privileged vantage point to see trends across the financial services industry and observe the impacts that fintechs are having as the industry transforms. As touched on earlier, growth of fintech in Australia is driven by two key sources of demand: via incumbents adapting to change in the existing financial system, and the other is through direct market demand for innovation and alternatives to the financial status quo. The most immediate opportunity for overseas fintechs coming to Australia is through partnerships with incumbents, as they either diversify their offerings or augment capabilities that may not be their strength, but are needed to address the trends and challenges discussed earlier. Examples include RegTech, where we have seen opportunity for operators that have proven their offerings in mature markets and could help to address gaps in the Australian market. We expect the trends we discussed earlier to translate to immediate and sustained demand for fintech solutions, typically as incumbents in the fintech financial system transform their business and operating models. In a recent study we conducted with Austrade, we identified 5 subsectors of the fintech ecosystem as particularly strong growth opportunities for overseas fintech operators. These are RegTech, digital banking platforms, data analytics, cybersecurity, and payments. RegTech in Australia has grown rapidly over recent years, with the major banks and other FS incumbents working hard to resolve vulnerabilities identified in the Financial Services Royal Commission, changes to regulatory oversight reporting, and the growth of challenges in the financial system that also need to comply with regulation. Although there are a number of early-stage Australian RegTech solution providers, there's ample room for mature operators from other markets to bring their experience to fill a growing demand in Australia. Digital banking platforms, including fintechs from lending origination to core banking platforms, are experiencing significant demand as new financial services niches such as digital mortgages are exploited and incumbents transform their technology core to take advantage of more adaptive as-a-service offerings. We anticipate this transformation of the core of financial services technology to continue for some time as legacy technology is replaced and new challenges such as neobanks enter the market. Data analytics has been a consistent theme of demand for many years. However, as the consumer data right legislation is gradually implemented, with open banking now required across the banking sector, data sharing and use via standard APIs is becoming normalized and is likely to catalyze a wave of interest in fintechs that can help the sector use data better. In parallel with this, financial services continues to mature in its use of advanced data analytics, where fintechs that offer these innovations and capabilities will be seen as valuable partners. Next, cybersecurity continues to be in demand and will likely continue as cyber criminals and other actors evolve and change their approaches, raising new vulnerabilities that need to be addressed on an ongoing basis. Although Australia has been a leader in point-of-sale payments for some time, payments innovations such as e-receipts and invoices, embedded finance methods, and other emerging trends makes payments a subsector of likely growth, especially for Australia, where innovations coupled with modern infrastructure such as the new payments platform and an economy that has adopted new ways of paying for things such as buy now, pay later. Of course, these 5 are not to the exclusion of other opportunities. Fintechs are vitally important to Australia's economy and strength of its financial system. Fintechs will help deliver on the promise of the consumer data right and enable greater competition. They will help strengthen trust and resilience in the financial system by utilizing cutting-edge technologies such as distributed ledger and crypto security. They will also help incumbents transform into the foundations of the future financial system, offering security and access to credit that drives economic growth. It's a perfect time for the international fintechs to participate in this story.
Hi there, my name is Daniel Tepper and I'm a partner here at KPMG in Australia and lead our local fintech practice. For fintechs who are considering entering the Australian market, we would recommend taking a structured approach to establishing a local presence. First, we would suggest parties do their market research, gather information about the Australian market relevant to your fintech subsector, and be clear about what your market approach and strategy is going to be, and test whether you believe this is going to resonate with the local market. Next, we would recommend gaining an early and clear understanding of the regulatory environment in which the fintech will operate. Like in most markets, regulatory oversight is a likely requirement, so engaging with the respective regulator or regulators to understand what their guidance is on approach can help demystify the regulator's expectations and also ensure a realistic expectation of launch timelines and requirements once in market. And finally, we would recommend speaking to the market itself. This can be via reaching out to incumbent players in the market, as well as advisors, recruiters, and others involved in your subsegment, and can help provide a very practical view of the market opportunity in terms of size, segmentation, sustainability of demand, competitors, as well as the key entry considerations, such as legal requirements, regulation, tax, access to government initiatives, and ability to scale a local presence team. The good news is that to help with all of this, there is a significant amount of information and resource available, and a number of both general and industry-specific bodies and associations in the Australian market to turn to. Austrade are extremely well equipped with information to help identify support options, including connecting you to the market-based initiatives and indeed fintech hubs such as Stone and Talk in Sydney, as well as helping network you into the local fintech scene. In addition, KPMG has some very insightful collateral that can be used, including our annual Australian Fintech Landscape, which looks to identify by subsector all the Australian headquartered fintechs in the local market, and our biannual Pulse of Fintech report, which tracks local investment trends and can assist when parties are thinking about their capital structure and requirements. With regards to the success factors for an overseas fintech establishing a local presence, this tends to be very sector specific. However, we'd point to a few common characteristics or qualities which we believe are required. Number one, a customer-centric proposition that is seen as best in class and ideally can show evident success in other markets, ensuring that you are selling something that is both already well understood and well regarded. This becomes increasingly important in discussions with various regulatory bodies to be able to prove a proof of concept. Number two, a clearly defined distribution model. The Australian financial services market is competitive, and the ability to scale quickly and efficiently can ultimately determine local success. In this regard, we are increasingly seeing offshore fintechs partner with local incumbents or indeed traditional financial service providers and other distribution or referral agents, including local advisory groups, to be able to create an effective sales network. I should note that the willingness of incumbents to partner has and continues to increase as parties become more comfortable with fintech products, especially where they can demonstrate a best-in-class solution in their home or existing market. And finally, number three, talent. A local presence is seen as a beneficial aspect of the business, especially with regards to potential partnership arrangements and broader sales and integration requirements. Whilst technology and R&D can and often does remain offshore, having a local team on the ground, preferably with some kind of existing network or experience, helps break down barriers to entry and ensures a high chance of success with adoption by the local market. The Australian fintech market has really grown up in the last few years, and we are currently seeing unprecedented levels of support and uptake of fintech solutions and investments indeed locally. Partly this is due to the time in market and the fact that the sector is maturing, but it's also to do with the local successes we have seen and increased uptake of fintech solutions by consumers and incumbent providers alike. Australia's financial system is in a state of flux as changes in customer expectations, social demands and advances in technology are leading to transformation of the industry, and we are seeing that fintechs are increasingly best placed to assist and help manage these changes. In summary, we believe Australia is a smart destination for fintech investors as it grows its stature as a regional and indeed a global leader in fintech. Australia leads in so many areas, and it can, in some cases, does expect to export experience in these areas. However, there's no doubt Australia can also benefit from more mature experience and capability from other markets as transformation of financial services deepens. And for this reason, we think Australia should be seen as a real option for fintechs looking to scale and experience their offering into new geographies. Thank you.
When I was in year 10, I was in Botswana, Africa. I didn't know what I was gonna do. So for me, the mentality at the time was to get ready for whatever it was that I was interested in later. I started my career as a software developer in a security perspective for a bank. And I did really cool things with data and developing algorithms that can help stop people abusing credit card systems. And then I joined PwC. At PwC, we help businesses understand cyber challenges and help them on a journey to be cyber resilient. And what I do now is I'm a CEO and founder at Oculus. We do cool things using machine learning and AI, artificial intelligence. And the mission at my company is to just help everyday internet users do it securely. To me, there's a creativity element to it. There's room to maneuver. There's room to differentiate yourself from the next product. To me, it's the opportunity to make an impact. Cyber is the future. That's where the majority of the opportunities are right now. The CFO now, Chief Financial Officer, must understand cyber. The CEO must understand cyber. And who knows where cyber is headed? There's a cyber domain now that looks at why cyber criminals do what they do. And so being prepared to get into a psychology major or a data analytics major under cyber, that's key. The internet now is at the backbone of what we do and who we are. We interact with each other, with our service providers, with our siblings, loved ones and friends online. And therefore, our lives are online. Be ready for it.
First cab off the rank is Hall of Fame inductee Airwallex, whose VP and Global Head of Platforms, Craig Rees, joins us now. Craig, congratulations. This is kind of Hall of Fame is good, whether you're at the Arias, whether you're in the rugby league. FinTech, great award, great recognition. How does it feel to be accepted as one of the true greats of Australian FinTech?
Look, it's a huge honour, especially as you look at the growth in the fintech sector. As you've noted, there are some awesome companies, some amazing teams, and really just being inducted into the Hall of Fame has capped off what has been another huge year for Airwallex.
Well, Craig, tell us a little bit about that huge year. Take us through what you guys have been up to. You're kind of the name that comes up first to mind every time when we talk about this success of Australian fintechs globally, but what have you been doing behind the scenes?
Well, yeah, I can't believe it's only 9 months into the year. We've still got a quarter to go. We closed our Series E round. We hit $4 billion valuation USD. We brought in another amazing investor with Lone Pine off the back of, 150% year-on-year revenue growth. Our annualized volume hit over $20 billion. We quadrupled our global client base. On top of that, we launched in the US, we got a license in Malaysia, we expanded in EMEA with our Netherlands license, and then we grew our team as well. We're now more than 1,000 people globally. In Australia, we've hit 200 people across Melbourne and Sydney. We've expanded our exec team, bringing in key hires from Facebook and Google. And then after all of that, our founders found the time to launch their own fund with Capital 49, specifically to invest in the tech sector. So yeah, it's been an absolutely amazing year so far.
Yeah, it has, and you can't believe they've crammed all of that in. But of course, startup founders often move very quickly. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about how Airwallex started as an FX company. It's moved on with a range of products. Tell us a little bit about those and that diversity in terms of how the company now operates.
Yes, look, it's been 6 years, and when we started, we focused on really FX and payouts for SMEs to help them grow their business. Everybody knows, or hopefully knows, our founding story, coming out the back of our founders running a cafe in Melbourne and really wanting to help them and how they pay their suppliers. 6 years later, we've launched an online payments business. We've got a cards issuing product line. We've still got our FX capabilities. We've launched our SME-focused global bank product to help these organizations grow their business internationally. We've grown our geographical coverage. So really now we can help organizations whether it's with their operational funds flow, whether it's supporting them in how they bring their customers' products to market, through collecting funds anywhere in the world, through banks, through cards, making payouts anywhere in the world, through banks and cards. We've got a ledger as a service, we've got our FX capabilities. We're also helping organizations, onboard their customers as they look to grow internationally. And we're doing all of this, creating a level of consistency so that no matter where our customers are or their customers, they're seeing this consistent experience.
Now, Craig, I do want to ask about embedded finance because it seems to be one of those trends that has increasingly been emerging amongst fintechs over the last 12 months. What role do you see it playing in the future of fintechs, especially in Australia?
So it's this term that really has come alive from an article from Andreessen Horowitz and that was published a couple of months ago. And it's all about vertical SaaS players and how do they increase ARPU. As you look at organizations around the world, they're looking at how they can generate more revenue, and embedded finance is a great opportunity. How can I create this adjunct to my current proposition of financial propositions? That could be offering cards to my customers, offering them a bank account if they're a marketplace. And by doing this, I've got the opportunity to increase my revenues. So as you look at all of these different, whether they're marketplaces, accounting platforms, services organizations, can really add on these financial services to the side of their products and then drive up revenues. It's a great opportunity both for the SaaS players out there, but also for the fintechs to support them in their growth. And everybody wins in the end.
Is it rewriting the rules around banking? I mean, do we need banks? I suppose we do at the back end to do all the grunt work in terms of how financial services operate. But it seems in some ways every retailer, every store, every business can kind of become a financial services institution with this embedded finance as part of their model.
They can. And we're not trying to take over from the banks. A lot of the banks and the schemes are our partners. And as we bring on our customer base, that flows through to them. So we really see this as a partnership. But I think the key difference here is just that speed to market and the opportunity. There's always been those global organizations who've put finance as an addition to the products and services that they bring to market. What we're doing is just reducing that barrier to entry so that those smaller organizations can see this as an additional revenue line without having to spend years setting up the relationships with the big banks or financial organizations. It's much more of switching on the capability in a quarter, which is really the game changer now.
So, Craig, tell us what's next for Airwallex. Aside from global domination, what are your plans?
Well, yes, global domination would mean that we're just focused on this planet and not the universe. We talk about Airwallex and taking a seat on this rocket ship, really because we're shooting for the stars. We see the US next year is going to be huge for us off the back of our launch over the last couple of months with our licenses. A global presence, global consistency. We're really striving for that position where no matter where you are as a business, we can support you with a consistent set of capabilities and help you grow. And obviously, we're going to continue to grow our team around the world, probably more offices and definitely more hires.
Well, I have to say, after the federal government's announcement yesterday that we're going to put a rover onto the moon and, of course, the Mars ambitions, you are going to have a serious look at interplanetary foreign exchange sometime in the next 10 years. Craig Rees, great to have you on. Congratulations again on becoming one of the inaugural inductees into the Finnies Hall of Fame.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
worries. Welcome to the call, everybody. Thank you ever so much for joining our webinar today. We're delighted to have Michelle Getz with us on the call, and we'll be throwing to Michelle later just to go through all of Forrester's deep thinking on this amazing topic, the topic of data mesh and how to unlock the value in your data. My name's Jack Steele, and I'm going to be going through just a bit of an introduction into the data mesh and what Certares is doing in this space. Michelle Getz is then going to run through the Forrester presentation, and then Ben will go through a detailed demo just to show you in real life what the actual platform looks like that we've built. And then at the end, before the close, we'll run through some generic questions in Q&A with Michelle. So delighted to kick off. Let's get into the main content. So, one second. So centralizing everything is too hard. Now, this is the basic premise in which we have built Certares. So through working with multiple clients in the marketplace, we've seen that time to insights, time to action is too slow. We're finding that the way solutions are currently being built is very slow and expensive. Moving all the data to a centralized platform is difficult. It requires lots of resources, it requires lots of time. The connections between source systems and the analytical platforms are brittle. These pipelines that we use to connect them, they're great for repeatable processes which never change, but as your source systems change at the pace at which your business changes, these things break. We also find that centralizing these platforms results in standardization of certain technologies and a certain amount of lock-in. And all this together with a very limited number of specialized resources that can build these platforms results in disconnected and disappointed stakeholders. We hear time and time again that people just aren't getting the value they need out of their data platforms. So what we see in the marketplace is that these systems that we're building, centralized data warehouses, centralized data lakes, they're all great in their own right, and we really do believe in utilizing what customers have already built. But what we see is a problem emerging, which is the exponential data growth. We're seeing that whilst these approaches have worked over several years, they're getting to the point now where fundamentally it's just not possible to move all that data to a central place anymore. We're seeing that inside your connected fridge, there's probably as much data in there as there used to be in the entirety of your accounts payable system. You know, these devices, these connected devices on the edge are generating vast amounts of data, and our customers want to get access to that, and they want to get access to it all, and they want to see it in real time. And simply moving that data and copying it is a paradigm which we believe needs to move on to a new way of thinking. So whilst we really agree with the idea of the data lake, it's a great use of low-cost storage, and we believe that people building data lakes are seeing a lot of value from those. We also believe that adding on top of those data lakes, using a virtualization-first approach, will help to scale, and that's where we're building our solutions to support the data mesh. So we've just talked about low-cost storage, and this is the idea of companies storing copies of their data in the cloud in whatever format they choose. Maybe it's a Parquet file, some kind of blob storage mechanism for images or text. But fundamentally, that low-cost storage was enabled by the commoditization of hardware. What's also happening now is that CPU, as in memory and memory processing, has come exponentially down in cost. And the amount of connectivity has also increased dramatically. So bandwidth, the ability to connect systems together, that bandwidth is now massive. And these things all used to be highly constrained, which meant that we used to have to centralize and store data in a very, very efficient way. So with these changes, these big changes in the industry, this allows us to build brand new systems which are virtualization first. And that's where Certares is really playing hard, is to virtualize first. We don't have a problem with copying data where it's necessary, and in some cases it's absolutely required in order to create history stores for you to track the changes over time of your data. But we believe in minimizing that in that amount of data duplication. And we also build on top of the leading open source technologies such as Apache Spark, Apache Ignite, grid scale in-memory compute. these things enable us to work at a very, very high speed working on this data. And these things have all been problematic before. Virtualization has been somewhat slow because it's been constrained by both compute and by bandwidth. But we also believe that simply getting access to the data quickly is not enough. We have seen time and time in the marketplace that trusted data is the real differentiator in this space. So into our product, we've had a really core focus on data quality, and not just data quality for the sake of it, building a metadata first approach to data quality so that those same data quality rules are used time and time again across the entire platform. Last month, we ran a webinar on achieving 100% data quality. I really encourage you to drop in and have a look at that on our website, which we'll talk about at the end of this webinar. But that 100% data quality approach is what we believe in, because for us to take a data mesh paradigm and deliver on it, it means that each product and each of those products has to be trusted in order for it to be reused. In addition to data quality, we've built into the back end of the product fine-grained access control to make sure that only the right people see the data they need to see, and also real-time query governance. So we can stop a query if it's breaking certain policy conditions. And this is one of the remarkable things about virtualization is you can literally stop different queries from returning result sets if they break your rules that you've set up in order to protect your organization. So in addition to that, there's a lot of business work that needs to happen. So that's the work the platform's doing. Clearly that you need to build usage policies, you need to have standards in order to make sure that your data is compliant with certain internally set regulations. You know, these data sets must have no null values, they must conform to this reference external data set, whatever else it is that you determine is relevant to that particular data set. But we also recognize that there's massive regulatory compliance overheads now on businesses. We're finding that things as simple as residency issues where you can't move data from one jurisdiction to another, the complexity of that's massively reduced through virtualization because you don't move the data, you query it in place, and you can create policies which are therefore compliant with this emerging legislation. Things like storing personally identifiable information or even sensitive information. Because we minimize the storage of data, we can therefore protect your customers from data breaches because the data isn't actually stored physically again and again and again. It's those multiple copies of data which makes the compliance with these regulations very, very hard. It's very hard to find all the instances you've got a particular piece of customer information like a date of birth or maybe a credit card number. So that's core to our approach to the data platform and the data mesh. I'll just run through quickly an example to put this into context, because we talked a lot of high-level theory there. So we work with a lot of large industries, and taking on the theme of the very large bandwidth improvements that have been required to enable the data mesh, we also work with the broadband industry itself to help them minimize their costs and increase their customer experience. So in this example, we've been working with a very large broadband provider who's got issues with the costs of running their telemetry data. So huge cloud costs, they're looking to minimize those. Also, they're looking to help ensure their customers get a very consistent experience, even when adverse weather conditions are hitting. Now, when it rains, which isn't a huge amount in Australia, but it certainly rains, we find that water gets into the copper cables in our networks, which slows down the signals. And therefore, adverse weather events, they also drive up usage on the platform, because as everyone's stuck inside, they all start looking at Netflix or whatever else they're doing. And so you sort of get this confluence of events which drive up usage, but also really highlight where there are performance issues. So we're working in this particular example to not only help reduce cloud costs and make sure the customer experience is integrated in with the events that are happening from the external world, such as weather data, and you're seeing that connection into the weather data there, but also we're looking to build in intelligent edge. So looking at how to bring in computations and AI that are working right on the edge of the mesh and bring those in to help create that fantastic experience, so that the diagnosis of what's happening can be found in real time from that home box or that street cabinet that exists on the edge. And we just had that sort of building on that analogy before of the refrigerator, which has as much data in it as a traditional accounts payable platform. So that's an example of how Zetaris can work in practice. We now want to just go into the data mesh itself. And I'd first of all like to acknowledge the brilliant work of Zhamak Degani on defining the data mesh. Some really great thinking there. I encourage you all to look on the interweb to see the fantastic videos that Zhamak is putting out on this topic. I think it's creating a huge amount of momentum at the moment. So the first thing I want to talk about is the tooling. That's the technology part of this. And the point here is that you're not going to find one tool which is going to solve all the problems. This idea of centralizing to solve, one tool to solve all the problems is not going to continue to work. We need tools which play in the ecosystem and enable this idea of distributed ownership of data. So at Zetaris, through years of working with our customers, we've come to exactly the same conclusions. We've built a platform which is metadata driven, which connects to all the data in real time. It's highly performant and scalable. And we ran through some of those points earlier in the presentation. We also have ensured that there's no lock-in, because we believe that technology lock-in is caused by proprietary data formats or proprietary data languages. We work with the most ubiquitous language out there, which is SQL, and we're working towards a no-code kind of version of this platform, which means that basically as long as you store the business logic you've created inside your own environments, then you'll always have access to it. So there's no lock-in from that perspective. And we also fully believe in working with what you've already built. So our platform is an add-on to what's already in your ecosystem, because companies can't afford to start again. They've got to work with what they've got, and they've got to keep extending that. And as I said before, data quality and governance is a key pillar on the way we've built this, because without the data being trusted, your customers won't be able to use it. Sorry, go back one slide. Now, the second side of the data mesh is this organizational change idea. So the idea that the data mesh is a concept of data-aligned data products. A data product is a reusable unit of value. And the idea is that instead of all of that being centralized and being constrained by bottlenecks around centralized teams and the skills available and the time available to fix issues, each product is distributed and owned, and we mean real data ownership. It's owned by a certain area of the business who is accountable for how it works. Now, we've heard this many, many times, but we've not had the architectures in place to really enable this. So this idea of the data domain ownership and a trusted, reusable service block in this data construct being available for everyone else to reuse. And that then triggers federated governance. It also means that as we're therefore federating the work, we have to execute through connected teams, which are cross-functional. And we have to keep measuring the value over time, so keep ensuring that value is improved over time. So these are the core ideas of the data mesh. I've run through that really quickly, but we've luckily got Michelle Getz on the call, who'll take us through some far deeper thinking now from Forrester, and then Ben, who'll show us our technology in action later on in the presentation. So over to you, Michelle, for the next phase of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for a little patience of me unmuting myself, but it's really great to talk to everyone today. What I want to be able to do is connect the dots between what do we hear about and start to understand about data mesh in terms of principles, frameworks, and information architecture strategies, and start figuring out, well, how do we apply this in our own organization, and how do we start to see the value that comes out of embarking on that data mesh journey itself. I want to give you some things to think about in terms of steps here: how to connect data and experience, how to build the bridge to applications, how you design data for the solution blueprint, govern by design, and be metadata driven. So let's step into these. So one thing to consider when we talk about data mesh, and Zhamak really gave a great understanding of what's the point of data mesh. But as data engineers, data ops, data architects here, we need to figure out, well, how do we enable this? Well, think about it this way. What data mesh is doing is really exploiting all the capabilities of your infrastructure and utilities to ensure that you can design data contextually, locally, and in the moment by satisfying your AI and edge requirements for trust, policy, security, value, and scale. So those 5 challenges that we talked about, handling, sharding of data through all of your silos, managing around latency. You can see here, if you're thinking about being domain centric, not just data domain centric, but business domain centric, now you can start putting the technologies to work to get to those new outcomes. So let's look at the first piece, which is connecting data and insight to the optimal experience. You need to lay out your experience. You have to understand what that ecosystem is. How are your customers living in this environment, and what are their expectations? What is the relationship of partners you might be working with to deliver on those value propositions? And what is your role in delivering on these capabilities as well, and not just the value that you're selling into market? It's important to take a look at this ecosystem in context of a network, understanding the different nodes that are happening and operating at the edge with your customers in the devices and experiences that they have, and then also rationalizing that with the fact that you've made a massive cloud investment. This is really the brain of your business. And so being able to not only run your data in motion out into the ecosystem of your solutions, but bringing that back in to find new signals, to improve and optimize your machine learning models, and be able to push those back out into the network. So you're continuously improving and developing and optimizing those experiences is huge. So without having sort of a mind map to this, it's going to be very difficult to really understand how does data get captured, but also how does it travel? So you can deal with that inconsistency, synchronous, asynchronous environment, and then figure out the right patterns to deploy. Now, what this means is you have to start thinking about how to build better bridges between your persistent state of data and data in motion. A lot of your data fabric investments today have been about, how do I take all of this information and data that's around me, about my business, about my customers, about the market, and pull that back into the cloud and find out all of this information. But the trick has always been, how do you push that back out? Or how do you have that run in a schemaless or schema on read environment that happens in the architecture of those applications? This is really where data mesh comes into play, because what it's allowing you to do is be more declarative about your data, using the language of your business, having that context already embedded into the data and the data ecosystem itself, so that you're able to design data products, policies, schemas, anything that is necessary, services that help you to keep that data aligned and connected to what are those use cases that are going to happen. Now, from a latency perspective, you're also thinking about these services that are being established and products that are being created, and they have to be portable. The data has to be portable. The machine learning models have to be portable. The policies have to be portable, because not everything is going to run in the cloud anymore. You're going to be a little bit more 50-50, driving things centrally or running them out at the edge, taking advantage of localized compute, localized memory, and maybe even pushing a model out to a device or a gateway. So having data mesh align and stay in context of the overall communication network, what we saw in that network of the ecosystem earlier, is going to be very critical. So the data mesh architecture is really taking into account the various aspects of your files, your pipelines, streaming data, logs, micro databases, because everything's sharded and federated, various policies, whether they're regulatory, security, or trust policies, different ways to interconnect and different types of APIs that you're going to use, models that are both data models as well as machine learning models, and thinking how you message and bus this together as part of an event-driven architecture. So this is where you're kind of making that transition and making the data work for the business in ways that hasn't been done before. Now, it requires you to kind of step back a little bit and think about data patterns. The architecture patterns themselves for data mesh are going to evolve. You're still going to have a lot of centralized data architecture. This is your core cloud, your data lake, your core consumption environments to get to insights, build those models, drive business intelligence, do ad hoc visualizations, and so on. And we're pretty familiar with those, but the better you are at being business domain centric to understand, describe, and make data available, the easier it's going to be to port that information into the first edge, which is your business applications in those web environments. But as we move and adopt more of those edge types of capabilities, where we're connecting intimately with customers and partners, or even through products, we start to get into patterns around hierarchical or peer-to-peer. And this is where you're having to take into account synchronous and asynchronous types of compute. You have to think about the state of the data and the state of the platform itself. And you're going to introduce different types of technologies to deal with the federated nature of that data. And specifically, this is where you see the fabric and virtualizing and dealing with the federation of data from a persistent state also gets taken to the next level, and working with data virtually within that operational mode. So this way, from a hierarchy, you still have a core centralized cloud investment where you're managing through your intelligence, and then you're driving that out further through a gateway in order to now deal with and create experiences through mobile apps, multi-channel customer experience, e-commerce, those sorts of things. And then in a peer-to-peer scenario, like we saw in the network previous, 2 slides ago, you can have cars talking to other cars, information coming in from streetlights, for example. Mobile devices from different cars coming together, if you think about your experience with something like Waze. So having an architecture pattern gives you a core construct and blueprint to be able to think about what is the appropriate technology for the data, the insight, and the experience that you need to fulfill. You have to think about governance by design. This isn't the cleanup crew anymore coming back in because you found out that something went wrong. The quality of the data was bad. You didn't plan for these types of security considerations. Oh, there's privacy considerations that we need, or we put these policies in place for data at rest, but we haven't thought about that for data in motion. Your governance policies, your standards, definitions, business rules, business logic is being created. Those are all your requirements. Those are your data solution requirements, your insight requirements. If you don't get those in immediately, you cannot trust what you're pushing out into that live environment. The data and the insight are moving so fast, you will not keep up from the risk and the impact that bad data and bad insight and bad decisions happen if you don't build the governance in upfront. So it does begin with that domain-centric orientation, being business domain focused, not just data domain focused, keeping things in context, understanding where the points of risk are going to happen within your network and your ecosystem, both from a data perspective, but also where the data and insight is being used, and creating connections to that context so that you know potentially the challenge around or the magnitude of that risk. And then ultimately, how do you incorporate governance best practices into your engineering practices, not only through development and unit testing, but overall QA and into your DevOps deployments. And then lastly, this means that you better be really good at metadata capture. You need to not only understand the physical, logical, and semantic state, sorry, physiological and semantic state of your cloud environment, you have to see that as part of your network too. So all of these investments in cataloging from a data ops perspective, or supporting governance with your stewards, or having catalogs and marketplaces for your analytics community, those are giving an overall picture of that data estate, and understanding the models and the insights that are being developed in there and the context at where that's being deployed. But ultimately, what that's helping you do is manage across a variety of local repositories. You may have a data catalog as part of your cloud environment, for example. You may still have a Hadoop implementation that has its own cataloging environment. You could have a legacy warehouse environment that has its own cataloging environment. So it's really thinking about this in terms of a hub and spoke, managing around the federated nature of that metadata, and also ensuring you're taking in the exhaust that lives out in that ecosystem and the edge, so that you have a much better understanding of what's going on in each one of those nodes, again, from a data and an insight perspective, but also from the context and the business outcomes themselves. So hopefully that gives you an understanding of those 5 steps to modernizing with data virtualization and getting you to that nirvana of data mesh. Connect that data and experience together. Don't keep them separate. Be business domain centric as much as you are data domain centric. Build the bridge to the applications. Incorporate more of those modern capabilities for services, microservices, containers, messaging, policy, policy services, all of these components and gateways, all of these components that are going to help you take data at rest and put it in motion in your applications and experiences. Design blueprints. Give yourself a construct and a guide. You don't want to be continuously building, rebuilding, tearing that down, building something up. Give yourself a little bit of a goalpost of where you can go. It makes it a lot easier to think about not only what data products you're going to build today, but how are you going to use and reuse those in the future. Obviously governed by design. Get those policies in immediately, because data mesh and data in motion at the edge for those connected experiences really mean you need to stay in context. And lastly, you do this because you're really good at metadata management, getting all into the nooks and crannies of that ecosystem and extracting all of the nuances and information and insight to help you move forward. So in the great words of Jim Jeffries, what we can say now that you've got all of this to move forward is you're never going to be anything if you think the glass is always half full. What does that mean? Don't be too nervous anymore about artificial intelligence. Don't be overly nervous about working in a federated ecosystem. We've got better data integration capabilities, better architecture principles with data mesh, and we're starting to understand how to connect the dots between our data, our insights, and the business value that we're providing. You've got the tools now to really step into this and enter the modern age of data.
Hello, everybody. Welcome from Austrade here in Brisbane. My name's David Camerlingo. I head up our advanced technology and advanced manufacturing team here at the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Hope you're having a great Singapore FinTech Festival. I just wanted to maybe provide a little bit of an update of what's happening here in Australia in the FinTech sector. So Australia, a lot has been happening. Australia is currently ranked 8th in the world in terms of the 2020 Global FinTech Index. And the reason for that is we've had huge growth in terms of the FinTech sector. It's experienced about a 5-fold increase in the number of companies that are operating here, FinTechs, since 2015. It's estimated to be about $3.1 billion industry, US dollar industry. And there's about 733 active FinTechs here in Australia, which is about 17% growth rate compared to 2019 numbers. This is in spite of COVID-19. So lots happening. And nearly, on the demand side, nearly 60% of digitally active adults here in Australia are FinTech adopters, which is great. Right? So in addition to what's happening domestically in terms of domestic companies that are being developed, there is about 200 foreign or globally headquartered FinTechs that are now operating here in Australia. So it's become quite a destination for foreign FinTechs to come and operate, to, I guess, develop solutions for customers, to bring in existing solutions and co-develop them with customers here in Australia, and deploy them, get market adoption, and then even potentially scale those elsewhere. So while the interesting thing we've also seen is that of those 200 foreign headquartered FinTechs, many of them now are using Australia's strong talent base to undertake product development activity here in Australia and develop solutions, co-develop them with customers, and actually starting to take that around the world in other parts of the world, which is great. Right? And we're seeing about a third of those foreign FinTechs are operating in the wealth and investment space. So why have we seen such growth in the FinTech sector in Australia? Well, Australia offers some stable things, such as a stable business environment. We're open to investment, and we continue to be a preferred destination for international expansion for companies to be able to test their solutions. And also we have great ease of doing business here. We're one of the few countries in the world where we have 100% banking penetration. We also have a $3 trillion superannuation industry that's mandated, that is set to undergo some transformation to meet some new regulatory environment and perhaps leverage emerging technologies. So that's an area that hopefully is going to be right for FinTechs to be involved with in the future. Some of the other factors in terms of Australia's attractiveness is the level of education that we have here and the level of skills to help support companies to be able to execute on their needs, essentially on their solutions and on their products. We also have a very efficient legal and regulatory system. There's also a couple of pathways for FinTechs to enter Australia and also maybe use Australia as a bit of a launching pad. So that includes the UK-Australia FinTech Bridge, which has been in existence for some time now, and the recently developed Singapore-Australia FinTech Bridge. So that doesn't just help UK companies coming into Australia and Australian companies go to the UK, but it's actually a bridge, so it supports other companies from other markets, the US, elsewhere, coming into Australia, developing products, but also being able to take them into these markets where we have a bridge. Similarly with the Singapore-Australia FinTech Bridge. So they deepen cross-border collaboration between governments, regulators, and industry bodies. And it gives a bigger reach for FinTechs that are operating in Australia to be able to access these global markets. What's happening in the banking sector? So it's been a big sector that has kind of been the driver or the impetus for the growth of our FinTech ecosystem. So I would say that earlier on, FinTech businesses in Australia actually sought to disrupt the traditional models of financial institutions and financial services organizations. However, that's changed where the banking sector and the industry has really become far more collaborative. And we're seeing lots of collaboration between FinTechs and traditional financial institutions. In fact, We have 4 big banks here in Australia, and all of them have developed fintech accelerator programs, and a number of them have created investment vehicles that support their investment into fintechs to help them scale and to help them deliver solutions for their customers. Examples include Westpac's Reinventure, CBA's X15 Ventures, and National Australia Bank NAB Ventures. There's also been recent instances where banks have taken equity positions in fintechs, including earlier in 2021 in the neobank and in the buy now, pay later space, which Australia is a world leader in, companies like Afterpay and Zip. While there have been collaborations between fintechs and the big 4 banks, that's actually starting to advance further to include some of the smaller banks and the tier 2 banks as well, that tend to have a less reliance on larger legacy infrastructure and systems. Some of the partnerships. So what are some of the examples of partnerships? Tier 1 banks, we have CBA has partnered with Klarna, Westpac, and partnered with 10X. ANZ has partnered with Worldline. Some of the tier 2 banks, Bendigo Bank and TikTok, as a home loan funding solution. Volt and Rails Bank. We have Wise and Upbank, and then a couple of banks have collaborated, Bendigo and Adelaide banks, to create Neobank Up. So lots of activities. City Australia has partnered with Netwealth, Suncorp and Trov have partnered with Trov. So there's lots of examples of these collaborations. So I think that's been a real driver for companies that are interested coming here. There's an ability to genuinely partner with the traditional financial services and financial institutions and develop solutions for them, and being able to perhaps take those to other markets as well. Australia's regulatory landscape has also helped. So we've got a government here in Australia that is very supportive of the fintech sector and is keen to see the sector help support solutions that drive innovation, that create alternatives for consumers, and ultimately provide options for Australians. The regulatory framework is relatively similar to the UK, to the US and Singapore, so it's less of a risky investment decision from a regulatory and legal perspective. And it's because of the fact that Australia has fewer regulatory bodies, it can often be seen as an easier entry point for fintechs. Right? And in addition, we have pretty strong legal, political and regulatory stability here in Australia, which provides a nice predictable environment, even things like IP protection, which is critical for fintechs that are operating here.
Another company up for 4 awards is Fresh Equities, which recently saw a syndicate of investors, including Larry Diamond from Zip, buying into the company. To tell us more, we're joined by CEO Ben Williamson. Ben, thank you for joining me on Startup Daily. Look, run us through the awards that you're up for at the Finnies next week.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me today. So we're really fortunate to be nominated for 4 awards, as you said, a finalist in 4. We've got the wealth category, FinTech Leader of the Year, Emerging FinTech Leader of the Year, and FinTech Organisation of the Year. So some pretty meaty ones, and really honoured to be with some absolutely amazing companies in those categories.
Now, this has been a pretty spectacular year for the Finnies. You know, they've had over 290 applications for these 20 categories. You've been nominated for 4. Run us through what you think Fresh Equities has been doing in the last 12 months to get to this point.
Yeah, you know, the startup life, it's always hard to think back 12 months ago and think of the changes in that time, because I think things change and evolve so quickly. You know, I think something that Fresh as a business is really good at is being quite self-aware We've been fortunate to bring on some fantastic leaders in the business. And I think that the last 12 months has really allowed not just more of those people to come in, but some of them to start stepping up as well. So you look at our business, at the start of July 2020, I think there were 12 of us. There's 26 today. Hopefully in 12 months we'll be about 50 or more. And that's really allowed people to grow within the organisation and start to develop and evolve as leaders. And as a business, that allows us to give them access to more opportunities and responsibility and keep growing and have a bigger and bigger impact. So I think that that's something that we've really focused on as an organisation, which has led us to think differently in the market. It's led us to move quite nimbly. It's led to lots of buy-in as well in the organisation and a lot of care, much more than sort of my days in corporate, and that's leading to some really, really great outcomes for our customers and some fantastic product development.
Well, let's talk a little bit about sort of those startup life development. What are some of the lessons that you have learned from being a startup, and then obviously to that rapid expansion to where you sort of are now? Still a startup, but you are playing at a much higher level. So what are some of the key lessons?
Yeah, I think that that kind of like reset point is quite interesting. We're kind of going through that again now, and it feels like in every sort of 6 to 12 months view, at least for us, is really to sit down and go, okay, well, just because it's worked for us for the last 6 to 12 months, is it the right way for us to move forward? And you look at an organisation, as I said, 12, 15 months ago, there was 12 of us in the office, we're based in Melbourne, so working from home. But that is a organisational structure in terms of the levels, the management, how close someone like myself is to the end user is very different to where we are now with 26, and it's very different to what we're setting up now for that 50 to 100 person organisation. So, I think that what's worked well for us and has kind of been, as I said, that self-awareness and that constant challenging to say, sure, that works well now, or it's worked well historically, but what's the best way forward, and how do we take the business there on that journey? And that's a very hard thing to do, and it's something that I've definitely lent on, our shareholders, and I've lent on my advisors who have done this before, to try and get some more advice and help work through that.
Now, part of that way forward would involve, obviously, you've had a recent capital raise. You had the likes of Zip getting in, Wiser getting in, VC firms like Flying Fox Ventures. Tell us about that process.
Sure. So, we're obviously, our clients are high net worth investors. So dealing with investors and doing a transaction comes a bit more naturally to us, as it might other companies. But even still, it was such a journey. I think it's that the classic, the accountants, their own books are never in the great shape. You go to a builder's house and there's always work to be done. I think someone like us, it's easier for us to advise other companies than get out of your own head. And so what we did is we brought one of our shareholders in who's in the space a bit, and really helped lent on them and empowered them to not lead, but help direct us and keep us on that path and be the person to, test us and prod us and those sorts of things. And I think that was a really useful process that we went through, and that allowed us to have a much better structured information. It allowed us to, talk about what Fresh does in a much simpler way, and find the right investors for our journey. And, you've mentioned two there, but we're blessed that 5 of our shareholders are MDs of ASX listed companies. So their insights in what we do is really valuable. And as part of that raise as well, Anthony Nance, who you said came in from Wiser, so he's the CEO there. He's joined as an advisor to the business as well. So he's someone that I catch up with very regularly to help work on, the internals of the business. And I think that, getting people like that involved has been very useful for us, and helps equally as much as the capital that they bring.
So Ben, that sounds like a perfect point to jump to what you guys do, which is, you connect small caps with sort of the institutional investors when they are looking to capital raise. Tell us about what you're seeing in the market at the moment. What are some of the trends that you're noticing?
Yeah, sure. So we, I guess if you look at why does Fresh exist, Fresh exists to help all investors who want to participate get into these transactions. We are sort of legally obligated to work with high net worth investors, sophisticated investors, family offices and institutions. Holistically, our goal is how do we get everyone in, and how do we get everyone to participate. I think that definitely what we're seeing, and this is a global phenomenon, is the rise of the retail investor. And whilst the institutions still have a predominant impact on capital raising and the like, the retail investor is having a much larger impact on valuations and market caps. So we're definitely seeing this come through in the small cap and the mid cap range. It is happening at the larger end as well, where smaller investors are more active in the market than larger investors, and therefore their impact on the share price is very different, right? It's disproportionate to their shareholding. And so now what we're seeing is that starting to hit home quite a lot. And we're starting to work with companies more and more to actually engage with those shareholders. What does that journey look like? How do you have those relationships with 2,000-3,000 people? How do you have that, that same conversation as you would have with your top shareholders? And how do we, how do we lean in to that empowerment of the retail investor? And I think that's a really important thing. I think that's a really important thing for fintech. You're able to do that so much better with product than service, just because of the time constraints around service. And so, that's a big focus for us of how do we empower companies and investors to get closer together? How do we remove those friction points? And I think that's going to be a really interesting space over the next few years.
Absolutely. I think the retail investor is only going to continue rising. Now, Ben, the Finnies are next Wednesday. How will you guys be celebrating? Obviously down in Melbourne, so maybe a bit more diluted, but you got some champagne set aside?
Yeah, so I'm wondering if I can actually put it on some form of delay. I'm going to try and set that up. So I juggle work life with home life. I've got 3 young girls, and the Finnies are on at around 6 to 7, 6 to 8, around there. And that's, that's dinner, bath, bedtime. And if I try and watch the Finnies during that, I'm going to do it a bit of a disservice. So I'm going to try and put it on a delay, and then watch it afterwards. Definitely crack a drink, probably a red, or if I get the nod, I'll crack out some scotch, I think.
Well, Ben, good luck. Good luck with the delay. Good luck with the awards, and we'll speak to you in the future.
Cheers. Thanks for having me.
Hello, everybody. Welcome from Austrade here in Brisbane. My name's David Camalingo. I head up our advanced technology and advanced manufacturing team here at the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. Hope you're having a great Singapore FinTech Festival. I just wanted to maybe provide a little bit of an update of what's happening here in Australia in the FinTech sector. So Australia, a lot has been happening. Australia is currently ranked 8th in the world in terms of the 2020 Global FinTech Index. And the reason for that is we've had huge growth in terms of the FinTech sector. It's experienced about a 5-fold increase in the number of companies that are operating here, FinTechs, since 2015. It's estimated to be about $3.1 billion industry, US dollar industry. And there's about 733 active FinTechs here in Australia, which is about 17% growth rate compared to 2019 numbers. This is in spite of COVID-19. So lots happening. And nearly, on the demand side, nearly 60% of digitally active adults here in Australia are fintech adopters, which is great. Right? So in addition to what's happening domestically in terms of domestic companies that are being developed, there is about 200 foreign or globally headquartered fintechs that are now operating here in Australia. So it's become quite a destination for foreign fintechs to come and operate, to, I guess, develop solutions for customers, to bring in existing solutions and co-develop them with customers here in Australia, and deploy them, get market adoption, and then even potentially scale those elsewhere. So while the interesting thing we've also seen is that of those 200 foreign headquartered fintechs, many of them now are using Australia's strong talent base to undertake product development activity here in Australia and develop solutions, co-develop them with customers, and actually starting to take that around the world in other parts of the world, which is great. Right? And we're seeing about a third of those foreign fintechs are operating in the wealth and investment space. So why have we seen such growth in the fintech sector in Australia? Well, Australia offers some stable things, such as a stable business environment. We're open to investment, and we continue to be a preferred destination for international expansion for companies to be able to test their solutions. And also we have great ease of doing business here. We're one of the few countries in the world where we have 100% banking penetration. We also have a $3 trillion superannuation industry that's mandated, that is set to undergo some transformation to meet some new regulatory environment and perhaps leverage emerging technologies. So that's an area that hopefully is going to be right for fintechs to be involved with in the future. Some of the other factors in terms of Australia's attractiveness is the level of education that we have here and the level of skills to help support companies to be able to execute on their needs, essentially on their solutions and on their products. We also have a very efficient legal and regulatory system. There's also a couple of pathways for fintechs to enter Australia and also maybe use Australia as a bit of a launching pad. So that includes the UK-Australia FinTech Bridge, which has been in existence for some time now, and the recently developed Singapore-Australia FinTech Bridge. So that doesn't just help UK companies coming into Australia and Australian companies go to the UK, but it's actually a bridge, so it supports other companies from other markets, the US, elsewhere, coming into Australia, developing products, but also being able to take them into these markets where we have a bridge. Similarly with the Singapore-Australia FinTech Bridge. So they deepen cross-border collaboration between governments, regulators, and industry bodies. And it gives a bigger reach for fintechs that are operating in Australia to be able to access these global markets. What's happening in the banking sector? So it's been a big sector that has kind of been the driver or the impetus for the growth of our fintech ecosystem. So I would say that earlier on, fintech businesses in Australia actually sought to disrupt the traditional models of financial institutions and financial services organizations. However, that's changed where the banking sector and the industry has really become far more collaborative. And we're seeing lots of collaboration between fintechs and traditional financial institutions. In fact, we have 4 big banks here in Australia, and all of them have developed fintech accelerator programs. And a number of them have created investment vehicles that support their investment into fintechs to help them scale and to help them deliver solutions for their customers. Examples include Westpac's Reinventure, CBA's X15 Ventures, and National Australia Bank NAB Ventures. There's also been recent instances where banks have taken equity positions in fintechs, including earlier in 2021 in the neobank and in the buy now, pay later space, which Australia is a world leader in, companies like Afterpay and Zip. While there have been collaborations between fintechs and the big 4 banks, that's actually starting to advance further to include some of the smaller banks and the tier 2 banks as well, that tend to have a less reliance on larger legacy infrastructure and systems. Some of the partnerships So what are some of the examples of partnerships? Tier 1 banks, we have CBA has partnered with Klarna, Westpac, and partnered with 10X. ANZ has partnered with Worldline. Some of the Tier 2 banks, Bendigo Bank and TikTok, as a home loan funding solution. Volt and Rails Bank. We have Wise and Upbank, and then a couple of banks have collaborated, Bendigo and Adelaide banks, to create Neobank Up. So lots of activities. City Australia has partnered with Netwealth, Suncorp and have partnered with Trov. So there's lots of examples of these collaborations. So I think that's been a real driver for companies that are interested coming here. There is an ability to genuinely partner with the traditional financial services and financial institutions and develop solutions for them, and being able to perhaps take those to other markets as well. Australia's regulatory landscape has also helped. So we've got a government here in Australia that is very supportive of the fintech sector and is keen to see the sector help support solutions that drive innovation, that create alternatives for consumers, and ultimately provide options for Australians. The regulatory framework is relatively similar to the UK, to the US and Singapore, so it's less of a risky investment decision from a regulatory and legal perspective. And it's because of the fact that Australia has fewer regulatory bodies, it can often be seen as an easier entry point for fintechs. Right? And in addition, we have pretty strong legal, political and regulatory stability here in Australia, which provides a nice predictable environment, even things like IP protection, which is critical for fintechs that are operating here.
that, I'd like to thank you, and let me hand it over to Ben, because he's going to show you how Zataris, with a demo, can start to help with some of these types of capabilities so that you can take advantage of data mesh.
Alright, so we're here to talk and show and give some ideas that how Zataris and data mesh work together. Right, so fundamentally Zataris connects to all your data where it lives. Zataris provides the optionality for the real-time data access and connectivity, which for any query will be run over our lightning-fast query optimizer, designed for analytical workloads from single to multi-data source operations. The single point of data access will effortlessly also become your metadata hub and the data governance portal. This is hugely convenient for both your data teams and end-user data consumers. But these functions also enable us to control and keep cloud costs from blowing out. Let's take a look to see how this is all put together to give our data mesh environment the most value. So first things first, it'd be, as you guys, take, some thoughts away from today and start getting used to data mesh, please get involved with our trial environment. You have 60 days there to try out our platform, see it in your data sources and to see how the data mesh can work for you. Book a demo with us, right? So we can walk through your use cases, how Zataris can effectively work in your scenarios, and importantly, get certified, right? Make sure that you're getting data mesh certified and Zataris certified. It's a very, hot demanding, hot qualification in demand at the moment. So let's have a look at the platform, right, to show how Zataris is enabling data mesh. So you can see in our platform, it's all operated via the browser, that our data environment at the moment consists of a number of different data sources, right? And so how we connect the data sources and what we connect to is important, right? And we essentially can connect to any data sources that that data source provides access to. So in here we see APIs, data lakes, RDBMS systems, cloud applications, and streaming data sources, right? And so we have the option to connect in real time or in batch to any of these data sources at any time and provision it to end users via that same cycle. So for example, we have in here S3 and we're looking at system telemetry data. At any point I can come in here and query that system telemetry data and say, hey, how many records do I have? Right? And the great thing about the platform is it's quick, right? So, over 100 million rows of data, we can query that in just over a second, right? That stretches to different data sources too, right? And that data source can then be provisioned immediately to our end users, right, through our virtual data warehouses. In this case here, we got our virtual data warehouse. It's in a medium-sized container. We've got small, medium, and large, depending on different use cases and projects. And this one here, I've only provisioned a couple of data sources to a few users, right? And then that warehouse can be accessed really by any end user tool, BI tool, workflow tool, Tableau, Power BI, governance tools, whatever it is, right? We'll be able to connect into it so that your end users have a unified platform where they access all the data from, right? And then IT have a central location to provision that data from too, or the data governance teams, or the data provisioners themselves, right? So you can see here, this data warehouse has been kicked off. And if I were Tim to log in as Tim, this is what he would see, right? He sees two data sources and he can see that system telemetry data and he can query on it and achieve those same speeds as saw before. Tim also has access to this data hub table or this data hub repository, which has rich information on customers, orders, etc. And he can go in and query at any time. It's important to note as well, Zataris is a virtualization first platform, right? We don't actually physically store the data in our platform. We reference the data where it lives. So in this case here, we're pointing to the Azure Postgres database and querying on it directly, right? And we can see the underlying fields here. And importantly, I want to draw your attention to customer phone because we're actually showing it at the moment, which might not be a safe thing to be doing. We want to hide that information out, right? So governance is also a huge factor in making sure you got a successful data mesh, right? So then, obfuscating that data is very quick and simple to do. We can just go back into that original data source and configure Tim to obfuscate that data, right? And what we're essentially doing is just saying, hey, to customer phone, we want to mask it. What we're going to do here is actually hide out those last and only show those last 4 numbers. So let's refresh that. And let's have a look at customer again. And you can see there, our customer phone number is now hidden. Then no matter what tool Tim uses, be it in Zataris itself or end user tools, like I was saying before, that obfuscation is in play for them too. Right, this is quite a simple example of how you can provision data sources quickly and easily, right, through our simple wizards here to then pushing the data sources out to our end users like Tim. But Tim would probably want a bit more purposeful data sources, combined data sources from different platforms, rather than just these simple looks. So let's have a look to see how data mesh can further provide more value to Tim. Right, so let's have a look to see how we can combine data sources, right? So Tim may not want to always, build data sources from scratch himself and combine himself. So we can actually aggregate within the platform itself. And this is going to show 2 things. One, how you can actually use GUIs throughout our platform, right, to provide and provision data. Actually 3 things. 2, the speed of the platform, how it performs over multiple data sources. So in here, we'll look at stuff like Redshift and Azure. Right, and 3rd, it's the ability for them to Tim reference these data sources easily and in a unified way later on, right, rather than having to do it from scratch all by himself. So in here, let's firstly reference our AWS Redshift table. And here we can grab stuff like account balance, whatever it is. Right, sum it up, bring it on market segment. Right, and query on that. Right, all within the tool. Right, secondly, what we can do is actually go across data sources. Right, so we actually want to have a look at something like our Postgres against Redshift. Whilst can we obviously fast against one data source, going across multiple data sources is where we're also quite powerful. So if we have a look at our Azure environment and our AWS environment, right, we do a query across our total price, right, for our customer segments, right, and we want to provision this as essentially a pre-built view for Tim to use later on. So here he's got total price by market segment. All right, let's execute that. Right, and that was quick. Right, and let's have a little bit of debrief into these data sources themselves. Right, so we've got Azure here, a Postgres system, and an AWS Redshift system. Right, 2 completely different infrastructures in different locations. Right, I'm going to save this so I can reference it as well. Right, and what you also see from these tables is that Postgres table was actually over 10 million rows of data being queried from across systems. Right, so not only can we provision data sources quickly and easily, but when Tim ultimately uses it, he can be pragmatic how he uses those sources. Right, he's going to get an analytically performant platform to do it off, and that view can then provision inside a data mart. Right, and these data marts, if I just load one up already, it's just pulling together logical data sources for end users to then reference either from one system or multiple. In this example here, we're looking at AWS Redshift and Azure Postgres. Right, I can bring in that view for Tim, customer sales. So now he would essentially have 3 data sources in this one data mart. Right, I'm going to save those changes. Right, so it's customer sales, orders full, and customer. Right, 2 different or 1 combined. Right, so I'm going to go to the virtual warehouse and then provision that data mart in there as well for him. Right, so finance team, data mart, provision, customer mart. Let's have a look at Tim. Right, you'll see there he has 0. I refresh that. All of a sudden, data mart shows, and he can see orders full, customer sales. Now, I mean, these tables here come from different data sources, but he doesn't care, right? This is a logical name customer mart with all the data he needs. And if he was accessing this file, like I said before, any end user tool, Tableau, Power BI, whatever it is, it's that same view. He has his one login and username, and he gets the obfuscation. He gets the data provision to him in a logical manner and an easy manner, right? And he can obviously go in and query those data sources at any point, right? But what's going to happen later down the track when these data sources start changing, as they inevitably do, either from the structural point of view or the actual source themselves, right? Through data mesh, the end user and Zataris itself, the end user doesn't have to be impacted by those dramatic changes, which typically would impact them quite dramatically. Right, so let's have a look at that data mart again, right, where we've got our customer and our orders full. And let's say, for instance, you know, our customer table, something's been flagged in customers and it needs to be adapted and changed. Right, what we can do is actually, we can do that adaptation or those new columns all through the platform itself, right, through our virtual pipeline. So our virtual pipeline is just it's a real-time way to transform your data into a structure or a view that makes sense for you, right? In this case here, all we want to do is actually adapt our customer table so that the account balance is corrected, right? We got flagged that account balance has actually been allocating $500 extra dollars per account, and we need to reduce that value. So all we need to essentially do is go into Zataris and create that virtual column, right? We say, hey, account balance, we want to deduct that by 500, and we'll call our new column account balance new. And then when we run that, right, it's there immediately, right? That account balance is shown. You know, at this point in time, we haven't persisted anywhere. You know, it's not being pushed into a new system, it's not being pushed back into Redshift. That information is just being held virtually, right? So, I mean, that can be good because you don't need to go through a rigmarole of, you know, landing, staging, and, you know, producing data. And it can also be quick and easy to then feed back into data marts. If you wanted to, you actually could migrate this data across using our DB Sync operator, where you can actually migrate data from one platform to another. We'll just stick with this projection now, okay? So we've got this new column added where we've got account balance new, right? We want to adapt that into our virtual data mart that we had before, right? And then ultimately give it to Tim. Right, so let's go back to our data mart and let's just swap out that table that we had before, right, for customer. And we'll replace that with my data mart table, with my pipeline table for customers, right, which has that added column, right? We'll call it customer, keep it consistent for Tim, and we'll save those changes. Right, so now in Tim, if I go back to the Tim again, so Tim Smith in that virtual data warehouse with his few data sources, right? That customer table doesn't have that column yet, but now if I update it, I query on it again, right, that new column is there, right? And here's the way he operates doesn't change at all. It's the same table he's referencing, even on the background it's a slightly different table, but his experience is exactly the same. The second thing that might be happening in the background, which always happens, is the data sources change from where they live. They might be moving across the system through a migration process. Their storage location changes, just, you know, from operational reasons. So let's have a look at this table here, right? So Azure Postgres Data Hub. Now this is our legacy database or our data hub that we're migrating from, right? We're actually moving slowly and surely from our legacy into our new modern databases, you know, stuff like Snowflake and Redshift, and, you know, scaling platforms that give, you know, faster access and, you know, the migration that a lot of companies are doing right now. Right, so this table all of a sudden changes in the background, right? So all of a sudden we've got maybe even gone through our pipeline and we've migrated that table from Azure into Redshift, okay? So let's bring out our Redshift table for orders, right? And we'll call it the same, so orders full, and save those changes. Right, so Tim no longer is reading, you know, those 10.5 million rows from Postgres They're now from Redshift, but he doesn't need to know that, really. He just needs to, have access to his data and have it available to him. He then goes back in to that same data mart, orders full, refreshes it, and for him, nothing changes. It's the same table, it's the same access. Behind the scenes, lots is changing, but he doesn't need to be impacted by it. So from an end user, they have huge convenience in the fact that their one user login gets them access to all the data sources wherever it is. If it's changing, it doesn't matter. And from IT's perspective, they can provision data sources easily, effectively through one platform, and govern it all in one location as well. Right, all whilst as well, we're trying to control some costs in the background as well. Like if you're constantly querying across Redshift, the more times you hit it, you're going to be, you'll have the ability from our platform to enable our caching mechanisms as well. Right, so if you constantly keep pinging that customer table, in the background, what you see happening is actually our adaptive cache kicking in, right? So it'll kick in and say, hey, we don't need to hit that table all the time, right? So ultimately reducing those potentially expensive cloud costs, right? And utilizing our fast cache when need be, right? So we give you the option to connect in real time, connect via cache, and even persist data into a database, right? So Zataris enables your data mesh. We have a philosophy around a hybrid data access approach where real-time persistence and caching data is necessary. But Zataris, along with virtualization, is very much about building a data mesh in your environment, which is becoming a more and more important component of any data strategy moving forward. So let's just do a quick recap of what we've gone through. All right, so we connected to our data sources, right? This is quick and easy. We don't pull in data sources, and because we don't pull all the data in, capturing metadata is quick and easy, right? That metadata capture is comprehensive. Well, we capture stuff like the number of rows, the tags, descriptions, the metadata history, how it changes, right? So alongside all the data queries that you get, the end user has incredible insight into the data itself. There's of course the optionality, right, to how the data is going to be accessed, right? To our virtual data warehouse, there's going to be live caching or storage abilities, right, depending on end user and IT preferences. The central user policies and governance is hugely important too, right? So again, for end user benefits and IT benefits. The analytical query optimizer gives a lot of practicality to using a platform like this. So it's not only just an operational thing you can work in, it's very much a platform which you can plug into any BI tool or reporting tool of choice, right? And remain performant over the top of it. And in many cases, gain further performance, right? Through cross-database analysis. The rapid and dynamic data provisioning is important, for when data changes inevitably happen or when data structural changes happen too. You don't need to impact the end user so dramatically as you traditionally need to. Right, the ability to go in and modify data sources and move data around is very easy to do. And then is the huge added benefit of just controlling what you're actually spending. Right, our platform, we are trying to alleviate a lot of stresses that are around that whole cloud cost, which is becoming more and more problem, especially as people start branching out to many different cloud source vendors. So I hope that's a bit of insight into our data mesh. We've done a lot of other webinars around different aspects of stuff like data quality, how we're an analytical virtualization first approach data source. Lots of series on Talk Data to Me. So if you're interested in more, please go to our webpage, the Zataris, which you saw at the first couple of minutes, and register as well where you can. And please reach out. So yeah, thanks for listening in. Hope we'll be in touch. Thank you.
I'm Rebecca Hall, Commissioner for the State of Victoria to Southeast Asia. The State Government of Victoria is once again proud to partner with Austrade and our Australian counterparts to showcase our world-leading fintech capabilities at the Singapore Fintech Festival 2021. Victoria has a strong $460 billion economy and is consistently one of the best performing state economies in Australia, with high values of total industry output. In fact, whilst our state represents just 3% of Australia's total area by landmass, we account for 22% of national GDP, competing with the largest economies in Southeast Asia. Melbourne is the capital city of Victoria's state, and it's Australia's tech city. Melbourne offers the necessary infrastructure, business environment, skilled workforce, and of course, famous lifestyle that makes it the preferred destination for global tech talent and companies to invest, and where to source the best tech products and services. Victoria is home to over 2,000 startups, employing close to 40,000 people. Prior to the pandemic, Victoria's startup ecosystem had grown in value to be worth $7 billion. That doubled from the previous year. Renowned high-tech growth global tech companies such as Alibaba, Cognizant, Slack, Dataminer, KnowBe4, Square, GoPro have all chosen to base themselves in Melbourne. And as Australia's tech city, Melbourne's also Australia's fintech hub. Victorian fintech companies accounted for almost 80% of venture capital raised by Australian startups in 2018-2019. Melbourne enjoys a diverse mix of established local players and global tech giants, plus has the vibrant grassroots tech startup scene and an extensive fintech network. Melbourne's strong fintech industry brings high levels of collaboration and a strong culture of knowledge sharing to support growth and development. Key industry associations include Fintech Australia, the Melbourne Fintech Meetup Group, and the Melbourne Blockchain Meetup Group. Recent changes in the banking sector are driving change. These include greater regulatory intervention, increased competitive pressure, industry mergers and consolidation, and increased investment in technology, all helping to drive the adoption of fintech. Two of Australia's largest and most globally connected banks, ANZ and NAB, are headquartered in Melbourne. So too is Judo Bank, which is amongst one of the world's top 100 fintech innovators. These and other Australian banks are actively expanding into digital banking. Established fintechs servicing the banking sector in the local market include names like Moneyplace, an online marketplace that connects investors with borrowers, Moola, Australia's online lender to small business, and Pepperstone, one of the largest foreign exchange brokers in the world. And there are a number of key areas of opportunity in the banking sector for fintechs, including KYC, blockchain, digital identity cloud, AI, cybersecurity, and many, many more. Australia is the 5th largest pension market in the world, with US $2.5 trillion in assets. It's grown at an average of 12% per annum over the past 20 years and is valued at 175% of GDP. So due to our role in funds management capital, Melbourne is the dominant city for Australia's industry pension fund sector. The largest Melbourne-based funds managers in terms of assets under management include the Future Fund, Australia's sovereign wealth fund, totalling $246 billion. Australian Super, Australia's largest superannuation and pension fund, $233 billion. IFM, a leading global provider of investment services, $172 billion. UniSuper, a fund providing services to over 450 employees in Australia's higher education and research sector at $101 billion. And Cbus, Australia's first industry fund, at $65 billion. Demand for automated investments and robo-advice is growing, and there's recently been the success of startups setting a scene for a strong Australian wealth tech sector. Established fintechs in the local market servicing the superannuation segment include Clover, which is a robo-advisory service helping Australians invest, CXI, a software developer for global fund management industry, and many more. The key areas of opportunity in the superannuation sector for fintechs include blockchain, robo-advice, regtech, and wealth tech. Victoria's $49.5 billion financial services and insurance sector represents more than 11% of Victoria's gross added value and 27% of the national total. The insurance sector in particular is said to become one of the most disrupted as insurance firms seek technology solutions to reduce rising costs and increase compliance requirements. Two of Australia's largest health insurance funds, Medibank and Bupa, are both headquartered in Melbourne and together represent over 50% of Australia's national health insurance market. AIA Australia, the world's largest life insurer, offering insurance and financial services, including life insurance for individuals and businesses, accident and health insurance, retirement planning, and wealth management, is also headquartered in Melbourne. Insurance tech companies are already established in the local market. Some of these include Ubind, an online insurance quote, sell and service solution, Arnie, automotive repair management system, and InsureClick, provider of software solutions for insurers of all sizes. And there are many more that hopefully you will explore during this festival. There are a number of key areas of opportunity in the insurance sector for fintechs. This includes InsureTech, RegTech, telematics, and AI. Victoria is also home to Australia's most highly educated workforce and is supported by 10 universities. We produce the largest number of tech graduates in Australia and are home to a number of world-class institutions, including the University of Melbourne, Australia's #1 ranked university. Our universities are among the best in the world, with 2 in the world's top 100 and 1 in the world's top 50. Swinburne University was the first Australian university to offer a Master of Financial Technologies to best prepare Victorian graduates for the emerging world of financial innovations. RMIT University is home to the Blockchain Centre and the Australian Centre for Financial Studies is based at Monash University. Melbourne's also home to 2 fintech innovation hubs, one at the York Butter Factory and one at Stone at Chalk, which itself is located in the Victorian Innovation Hub building. Australia's fintech peak industry body, Fintech Australia, also based in Melbourne. And Melbourne proudly hosts renowned fintech events, including the National Fintech Awards and Australia's leading fintech conference, Intersect. A number of industry-led and research-led accelerator programs are available in Victoria, and they seek to support Victorian-based fintech startups. This includes the Melbourne Accelerator Program, Startup Bootcamp, and NAB Ventures. Victoria's tertiary sector offers world-class research disciplines, including, and of course not limited to, applied mathematics, distributed computing, statistics, information systems, AI, econometrics, computer software, and banking, finance, and investment. The Victorian Government understands the great significance of the global fintech sector. We've remained focused on building vital business connections between Victoria and international markets, tapping into global value chains, and developing new and innovative ways to bring business together. And this has been more important than ever during COVID. So whether you're looking to do business with world-leading Victorian fintech companies and solution providers, or looking to expand your international business operations into Australia, we're here to help. Please reach out to our trade and investment specialists to help connect you to the best of Australia's fintech ecosystem. I wish you all the best for this Singapore Fintech Festival and look forward to working with you.
Let's touch on the uncertainty of crypto regulation, the regulatory sandbox, self-regulation across BNPLs, and what other ways there are of allowing innovation to continue without constraining the startups trying to bring it to the sector. And let's kick off with Betsy Westcott from FUPE. Betsy, welcome to the Startup Daily Show. Great to have you back on. Now, let's get your perspective first up on regulation. You are an innovator, you're working in this space in a range of imaginative ways. What are the roadblocks and what are the opportunities?
Well, we at FUPE think regulation is really important, and it's important particularly around buy now, pay later, because, you know, despite some of the narratives that are out there, we really do see it as credit. You're effectively lending some money to someone for them to pay back later. And with that comes responsibility to take care for the person that you're lending money to, and making sure that when you do lend them money, they can actually afford to pay it back, and that you're not putting them in the way or, you know, creating financial harm for them by lending them money that they can't afford. And right now there's self-regulation of the buy now, pay later industry, which, you know, nice start. But I think we saw out of the Banking Royal Commission that self-regulation doesn't always play out so well, particularly when it comes to protecting consumers and doing the right thing by consumers. So, you know, we really welcome the idea of a little bit more regulation in this space, and particularly with a focus on ensuring that when you are lending money under these transactions, you're doing so responsibly.
Well, Betsy, I'm intrigued because, of course, one person's irresponsibility is another person's opportunity, and you guys have led the way. You want to be responsible lenders. There are others who argue they are, but they don't want the regulation in place. So is it a case of, you know, the Wild West versus the heavy hand of government, or is there a middle ground for the industry to be able to operate in an ethical and sustainable way?
Yeah, well, look, this is the beauty of technology, and with the introduction of open banking, we've got some really, you know, well-progressed data aggregation tools available to us now. So it's not as onerous as it once was to be responsible, to really know and understand a customer's financial position, to make an assessment around what is a suitable amount of money to lend to them. So, you know, whilst you don't want to stifle business, you also don't want to create financial hardship for you know, potentially hundreds, thousands of customers. And we are seeing that, you know, 1 in 5 buy now, pay later users do incur late fees, and do, you know, ultimately those late fees can lead to financial hardship if they can't get on top of their payments, can't get back on track. So, you know, it really is up to the lender, the provider, to make that assessment, and it applies to banks. Why shouldn't it apply to the buy now, pay later industry? And like I said, technology allows us to be able to connect to their banking and transactional data and make an assessment on what they can borrow. I know that there's a view that, oh, if it's over 2,000, then, you know, maybe do a bureau inquiry. But we're talking about short-term credit, money lent over an 8-week period. A bureau inquiry is usually 180 days old. It tells you what's happened yesterday. It doesn't tell you what a customer's current financial position is, what's happening in terms of their employment. And we know that can change pretty quickly with things like the global pandemic have definitely shown us that. So, you know, introducing affordability checks and looking at the behavioural elements of a customer's current financial position, in our opinion, is the appropriate measure to introduce to appropriately assess what can someone borrow, and then ensure that we're responsibly lending. So that's what we would encourage from a regulation perspective.
Betsy, I'm kind of really interested around this space because I must admit I got some mail from my bank just today. It was all about my credit card, and I was reading the fine print on it, and I'm not the sort of person who would ever take out a cash loan on my credit card. You know, I'm not going to pay 20% interest on the money. But one of the things I noticed in the fine print is they're changing it from a $2.50 or 2% charge to $150 or 3% of the money you take out, which to me kind of makes them look very much like a payday lender. Is this a case of the banks shooting themselves in the foot and creating even more opportunity for the BNPLs? Because at that point, I just thought, you know what, I'm going to chop this card up. I don't need this. I pay it off every month, so I'm not paying any interest anyway, but it just sounds wrong.
Yeah, it does. Look, I think everyone's trying to scramble to how do we participate in this new economy? We've seen, particularly in the younger generation, we've seen the drop off in people taking up credit cards because it is really expensive. And also, I would argue credit cards aren't that responsible either in terms of the lending assessment, because you just when you apply for a credit card, someone's assessing your financial position at a given point in time. And then you might have that card for 10 years and your financial position changes a lot in 10 years, but you've still got access to that credit. And is that appropriate? But what I think a lot of the banks are struggling to do is figure out, how do we engage the younger generation, and also how do we participate in this buy now pay later revolution? And access to credit's not a bad thing. Buy now pay later as a method of buying something and paying it off in installments is not necessarily a risky thing. And a lot of younger generations really quite like it because it is for the specific purchase that they're making. It's got a fixed timeline, typically 8 weeks, although some of the bigger loan amounts are longer. And you typically have fixed fees, so you know what it's going to cost you, unlike with credit cards where you've got for as long as you want to pay it back, basically, and how much it costs you really depends on how long it takes you to pay it back. So I think a lot of the banks will probably see them adopting what CBA has done, and now we've seen Suncorp announce is they want to get in on this buy now pay later thing. What we'll be curious to see is whether they keep it pure in that 4 transactions and within fixed timeframes with fixed fees, or if they somehow kind of dress it up and take it over to that more long-term credit, because it's that long-term credit that really costs people a lot of money, and what really creates those debt spirals for them.
Yeah, I did look at the other part of my credit card, which was if I paid the minimum payment, it would take 6 years to pay off, and I think cost 5 times more than the current balance outstanding. Betsy, yes. We've talked a lot about the BNPL space in terms of that particular aspect, but I want to ask, are there other areas from a regulatory point of view that you're dealing with? I mean, we're thinking about sandboxes for innovation at the moment. There's a bunch of other options, and I think with BNPLs, the RBA are looking about whether merchants pass on the charges they're charged by the BNPLs to the customers. What's going to happen there? The RBA still believes there's more competition that needs to happen in the market before they'd make a move on that front. What do you see on the horizon that is potentially a threat for you guys, but also where are the opportunities?
Yeah, well, look, like I said, we're pretty big fans of regulation. What we are kind of looking to is what's happening in the UK. So the FCA in the UK sort of flagged that they're introducing responsible lending requirements for both the provider and the merchant. So we kind of take the view that that'll probably come over to Australia in about 2 years' time, as is often the case. But beyond that, we just see the opportunity of being able to kind of provide this service and technology to, banks and fintechs through our platform as a service. That's that kind of, how do you enable other people to do what FoodPay does and do it responsibly? That's really the main focus for us at the moment. Because we've built our platform to be responsible, we kind of feel just excited because we're so well primed for regulation. So we say bring it on.
Well, Betsy, just before I let you go, I do want to ask, where is the business sitting at this point in time? How are you tracking?
Yeah, it's really great. We've now just hit 150,000 users on the FoodPay app, which is the app that's sort of, customer facing and everyone kind of knows and loves. But we've recently just mobilized our ability to offer buy now, pay later as a service to both large scale merchants and financial institutions. And we have some really exciting brands that we are bringing on board and will be launching very shortly. So excited to announce those partnerships. But it's all about enabling people to offer this new modern form of credit, but do so responsibly, so that they're enabling their customers to smooth out their everyday lifestyle costs as they wish to, but doing so in a way that doesn't create financial harm.
All right, well, Betsy Westcott from FoodPay, great to have you on Startup Daily in this special edition in partnership with FinTech Australia. Thanks for joining us.
Great to chat to you, Simon. Thanks so much.
From paper to pixel, rapid bank guarantees with Ligon Arc. Bank guarantees are an important part of Australia's financial system, with thousands issued every year. But for decades, businesses and banks have relied on non-standardised paper-based processes that are time-consuming to complete, difficult to track, and prone to human error or the risk of fraud. It's time for change. Meet Aria. Aria is Head of Finance at Belmont Group, a successful chain of restaurants across the country. Her company is looking to expand and wants to sign a lease on a new venue. As normal practice when leasing a commercial property, Aria needs to request a guarantee from her bank to secure the commercial lease contract signed between Belmont Group and the landlord. Aria wants to get business up and running quickly, but the traditional way of securing a guarantee is time-consuming. It's an inefficient process stacked with paperwork and too much back and forth between parties. Aria needs a faster and simpler solution. Ligon Arc is a cloud-based distributed ledger platform that digitises the guarantee process end-to-end with a secure and traceable workflow. It connects all parties to a guarantee in a single place, speeding up the process of applying for, approving, and transacting with digitised guarantee records. So, how does it work? Let's start from the beginning. Aria is completing a lease contract for the new premises and needs to provide a bank guarantee. With Ligon Arc, requesting a guarantee is easy. She simply identifies the parties to the guarantee, provides the required standardised information fields, confirms the expiry date and the guarantee value, and she's done. The landlord, beneficiary to the guarantee, is notified in real time that a transaction is ready for their approval. All they need to do is validate the information submitted and approve the transaction in the Ligon Arc platform, and they're done. Next, the bank is notified. Their operations team will complete the normal due diligence and compliance checks, validate the information approved between Aria and the landlord, and provide their approval. Done. Now, the guarantee is an active digital record on the Ligon Arc platform, available anytime to amend, make a demand or return, or even transfer the guarantee to a new beneficiary. Not only that, all parties can search for records or run and export detailed reports, all online, all in one place. The Ligon Arc platform connects all parties to a guarantee in one digital platform to facilitate communication and make applying, approving, and transacting easier and faster than ever before. Digital records completely remove the need for paper and provide real-time visibility to everyone involved. Going paperless reduces risk and enables a digital bank guarantee to be requested, approved, and even amended in as little as a day. The highest level of security keeps your information safe and enables a transparent yet secure audit trail, holding everyone accountable and reducing complexity. Organisations can also customise Ligon Arc to suit their needs. From setting permissions to allow multi-level approvals to selecting notification channels, Ligon Arc works how you want it to. The best part? Getting started on the Ligon Arc platform is simple and streamlined. Our comprehensive support resources and friendly team will be with you all the way. The old days of signing paper documents are over. Ligon Arc secures and standardises the guarantee process so applicants, beneficiaries and banks can reduce the risk of errors or fraud and provide great customer experiences. And it means Aria can escape the paperwork and admin and focus on seizing every opportunity quickly. Say goodbye to paper and process. Say hello to Ligon Arc.
ASX-listed company MoneyMe is gearing up to diversify its funding structure, and M&A activity is on the table. So how do you do that? How important is collaboration for growth? For his thoughts is the head of marketing from MoneyMe, Richard Bray. Richard, welcome to the show. Great to have you on. You guys are growing quickly. You've got plenty of ambition. So tell us a little bit about how you think about collaboration at MoneyMe.
Collaboration we do from sort of two sides of the fence. So definitely from a tech sort of collaboration as well as product and marketing. So from the way we sort of build our products as well, we've had like that whole new sort of approach to when we build products to get to market super quick. So we're super relevant and super on point. We are leaning a lot more into industry experts. So really working with ambassadors or people that are really doing something special in that space that have either reached out or we've seen something where we can pull someone in to get their sort of advice and just like talk through some nuances so that when we launch the product, there's less iterations and we know that it'll hit the ground running and go big very quickly, which is probably exactly what's happened with a recent product, AutoPay, which is secured vehicle asset finance for where we're actually doing the whole process of funding the deal within 60 minutes, which is a massive win for both obviously the dealer and the consumer as well. So we sort of tackled that problem front on and tick the boxes on both sides, which is really cool.
It is pretty amazing. That was a recent announcement, and I remember on the day it was announced that the market absolutely loved it. Your share price popped, so that's always good for investors. But I do want to ask you about that collaboration process. Is it about identifying problems and then finding someone who you can collaborate with for that solution? Take us through the thinking at MoneyMe as you look to build these different product offerings.
Yeah, okay. So probably from a marketing point of view is obviously my focus and how we can really open as many channels as we can through partnerships. So what I'm looking for is other companies with other audiences that are like-minded to our products. So if they're digitally savvy, around 30, if they really place importance on speed, convenience, competitive pricing, and amazing customer experience, that already ticks all the boxes for me to then engage or approach. So my marketing team is very much a sort of a silent sales team as well. We're not here just to make pretty pictures and write cool words and do ads. We're out there also to, we lean into businesses. So we will pitch to businesses with those like-minded type audience. A recent example would be, say, Surf Stitch, one of Australia's biggest online sort of fashion lifestyle kind of brands, like the Iconic. We engage them to say, look, we've got a great virtual credit card here, and maybe your audience would be the perfect type of demographic for this product, and here's why. So we lean into companies, we sort of get them engaged, and then we work on sort of a promotion that would really resonate with their audience, as well as how we can sort of flex our product to them. So I suppose the cost of acquisition, we're very watching on every channel all the time. So rather than me paying, say, Google or a Facebook or another channel, I'd rather spend that money more wisely and have something really deeply integrated with another partner like Surf Stitch, where we can provide an amazing offer to their customers that in turn benefits Surf Stitch, benefits them revenue-wise, as well as rewards their customers, and as well as we acquire a customer. So everybody wins, and they're the best type of partnerships, I think, where all three can walk away, the consumer and both businesses.
Now, Richard, I know your CEO, Clayton Howes, is a massive fan of the Horizon technology platform that MoneyMe has. What advice would you give to fintechs as they build? Because to me, it seems that having that capability within that platform gives you those opportunities over a range of areas, because of course it brings the automation and a bunch of other benefits that make it possible to have these partnerships. How should fintechs think about their core offering that enables the other collaborations?
With like Horizon and obviously fintechs, it's all about the data and how you use the data to then replay that back out to acquire more customers. So an example of how we've used Horizons from a marketing point of view is obviously we capture a lot of data on that online application system, where I suppose other paper type providers, people are filling in these application forms to apply for a product. But then what's done with that data? Is it stored, and how's it used, and how's that regurgitated back to marketing? So an example would be when COVID sort of hit, we're obviously looking at the loan reasons why people are actually borrowing. One thing that we noticed that more people were starting to borrow for things like home improvements or home renovations. So when that comes back across sort of marketing, the marketing lens, we can then kind of go, right, what opportunities exist in market for us to leverage like some type of renovation promotion or integration? And that led us to a recent partnership that we just launched to market last week, which was with Divine Living. So this is a renovation show on Channel 7 twice a week, and it's about an ex-star from the block, where he's literally showing people how to renovate bathrooms or kitchens or put a new deck, and he's talking through the costs. And we've got like that native partnership with the program, where it's actually he's actually talking to camera saying, rather than paying for this money up front, it may make more sense to finance the money with a provider like MoneyMe that can put money in your bank account in 60 minutes. And getting that new deck at 20 grand, don't think of it as 20 grand, think of it as the monthly installment of a few $100s over a few years. So it's kind of like your reno now, pay later type term. But that's working really well for us as well. So it's using that data from our technology, but then putting it back into marketing play so we can go and win more.
I like the idea of RNPLs, Reno now, pay later. I do want to ask Richard a little bit about your international bank funding deal, because I know MoneyMe is working on that at the moment. Can you tell us a bit more?
I'm probably not the best person to go into detail around the international bank funding. I suppose from a marketing point of view, we're just looking at, is international on the cards and what products would go and suit those markets. But I'm probably not in the best place to talk about that funding deal just yet.
Oh, fair enough. I don't want to get you into too much trouble. Well, from a marketing perspective, I do want to ask what's exciting you in the next 12 months? What are you looking forward to really getting the word out about?
What's really exciting, probably one of our big products is the Freestyle Virtual MasterCard. And that now, it started off as a very a simple product that was a no frills, very easy to apply and get funded and get money. But more features are going into that card, and we've done a partnership with Cash Rewards, which is obviously the instant credit back when people shop at over 1,600 different stores in store or online. And really, I think bringing that sort of value feature of that product out to market, because obviously everybody wants things today, and they want it in seconds now. It was today, then it went down to hours, then it went down to minutes, and now it's seconds. So that product now, through our partnership, we've linked the card back to sort of Cash Rewards. So we know now when someone pays for an item using Freestyle and they redeem something that one of the Cash Rewards offers, they get the credit instantly applied back to their Freestyle MasterCard as a credit. And we're seeing that obviously resonate really well with Gen now, because they don't want frequent flyer points. They don't want points where they can log into an online store and say, buy an overpriced toaster. They want to walk into Apple, they want to walk into Rebel Sport, buy those runners, and literally as they leave the store, they can see their app light up, and they know that they've just had $5 or $10, $15 go straight back on the card. So it's bringing those instantaneous moments back to the consumer, which is what we're all about.
Well, here at Startup Daily, and I'm sure many of you too, we've all been watching the Senate Committee's investigation into cryptocurrencies and digital payments very closely as Andrew Bragg hears submissions from around the fintech community. The committee is seeking to find ways to better regulate the industry to the benefit of all the players, and one of those is Monochrome, and CEO Jeff Yu joins us now. Jeff, welcome to the show. I'm going to ask you, what have you thought of the committee and the submissions, and what you've heard so far as everyone sat before them putting their point of view across?
Thanks for having me here again. So Monochrome, we pay very close attention to the shifts in infrastructure sort of planning and against what will potentially become policies and regulation around the digital asset space. The Senate hearing by Senator Andrew Braggs is definitely a very important piece in the conversation that we're having. It is the right time because we are seeing an influx of demand for digital asset investments, and that has definitely put some extra pressure on Australia's regulatory infrastructure, which is kind of needed in this in this space, because I think the space is getting bigger, it's growing, it's definitely right for more regulatory oversight. And at Monochrome, we're really glad that ASIC is taking a proactive approach in engaging this industry with demonstration of the recent consultation paper CP343. Monochrome is actively involved in assisting in the ongoing consultation processes of Australian regulators as they seek to understand the nature of digital assets, their potential value to the Australian economy, and also the various risks they pose to investors.
So, Jeff, paint a picture for people who are not quite across the digital asset sector. What is the state of play at this point?
The state of play at this point is heavily dependent on what's to come with the next 12 months. We potentially hear chatters about whether we will see a Bitcoin ETF here in Australia. I think an ETF is a very important trajectory in terms of the progression of the access points into digital assets, because it shifts the custody risk and the sort of operational risk from under-regulated providers to experienced and regulated platforms and operators. There's definitely a lot of education to go, and Monochrome is committed to be very active in every part of that moving forward in the next few months and throughout the year.
So we have been talking a little bit earlier about sort of some of the initiatives that we're seeing come into play overseas. My question is, can Australia keep pace with those global developments and embrace the opportunities that they present? And are regulators taking the right approach as they try and find their way through it too?
That's a really good question. To answer this question fully, we have to look at how the regulators see the space and their current stance on it. Looking first at ASIC, the initial guidance released on the classification of digital assets indicated that ASIC viewed them as risky, but almost entirely outside the mandate of ASIC. The option being those digital assets that could be constructed as financial products within the meaning of Corporations Act 2001. But on July 30 of this year, ASIC's consultation paper CP343 demonstrated they're actively engaging in a consultative process to derive an appropriate classification system for this asset class. Similarly, back a couple of years back, ASIC's info sheet 225 provides an helpful insight into how ASIC understands the digital asset universe and what they think the risk lies. Looking next to the ATO, Taxation Office, we can see that based on their most recent guidelines, digital assets are well integratable into Australians' taxation framework. Also, not to forget that transactions between digital assets like Bitcoin and fiat currencies like the Australian dollars are already subjected to anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing regulation by AUSTRAC for some years now. So in the long term, I'm confident that Australia will keep pace in the digital asset industry among our international peers. For example, like in the Monochrome over here in Australia, our flagship product, the Monochrome Bitcoin Fund, is an ASIC-regulated wholesale fund that serves the best possible level of duty of care for investors at this stage. Another one of our goals is to see through a Bitcoin ETF in Australia so that we keep the pace in the global race towards digital asset exchange traded products. I'm very confident to say that Monochrome has got the best mix of talents working on this in Australia. Like our team is working closely with peers and regulators in Australia and abroad to get a perfect balance in execution and investors' best interests.
Jeff, you touched on it then in terms of the concerns around cryptocurrencies, and I do want to ask about that perception that many have that it could become a virtual safe haven for for criminals and other terrorists and all sorts of things. Now, of course, we've seen the last few years that AUSTRAC and the regulators have red flagged the major banks, so they have problems sort of meeting Australia's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism laws on the financial front. Is there an opportunity there for the digital currency market to be even safer and offer an extra level of safeguard to prevent that sort of thing happening?
Yeah, first of all, digital currencies like Bitcoin really is more of a safe haven for cybercrime investigators than safe haven for financial cybercrime, just because of how transparent the transaction is on the public ledger. So I think the regulators have done a really good job on implementing the rails for the movement of money between digital assets and traditional fiat currencies, and I think that's a really important point to get it right, because we're looking at the mass, wouldn't say flight to digital assets, but people are looking to diversify their assets into this new asset class, and to protect consumers is really important, and really sort of sets the standards of where we are as an industry and what we stand for into the future. And speaking specifically on the risks that regulators are thinking in their mind, you can easily point to price volatility, the vulnerabilities in these digital protocols, and also the risk of fraud and the risk arising out of relying on unregulated intermediary parties, which at this stage is incredibly significant in Australia. Here at Monochrome, we do not take a directional view on the price of the asset. Instead, we focus on the facts and help capital allocators and regulators navigate and evaluate digital assets like Bitcoin and where it fits into an investment portfolio. For example, we have our investment committee that comes very frequently to observe a strict due diligence on product listing. Our team is experienced, conservative, and we operate under high standards of ethics. Lastly, we operate under an AFSL as a corporate authorized representative, and we have authorized reps in our organizations as well.
Now, Jeff, I know that you've just done a raise. I think it was a $2.4 million Series A for the company. Tell us a little bit about your plans over the next 12 to 24 months.
Thank you for that. First of all, we are very proud to have the supporters of very prominent local and international investors, coming into this journey with Monochrome. Monochrome is obviously currently the leader in terms of investment management firms in Australia that specializes in knowledge on digital assets and regulated entry points into these asset classes. But in the next 12 months, what we really want to nurture and see is, what would the new regulatory obligations look like, and maybe where can we sort of sit in that framework? Can we help work with the regulators to shape good and sustainable regulation, and potentially see through a Bitcoin ETF after that? That is something that our team is heavily geared and trained and experienced to carry out with.
Now, Jeff, I do want to ask, using your vast experience in this space, a lot of people who look at the cryptocurrency area see the volatility and it makes them a little bit nervous. Do you think that as cryptocurrencies start to get more deeply embedded in a financial system, it will sort of dampen down some of that volatility and they'll become more of a reliable investment, I suppose, over the long term, rather than sort of worrying whether you've lost all your money one day and doubled it the next?
Yes, Bitcoin is a volatile asset after all, and this is something that most investors have to understand, and most investors do already. And that is where you see investors taking longer term positions when looking at the price of Bitcoin. Most long-term allocators in this asset class understands the volatility of the nature of Bitcoin's price, and rather than seeing that as a risk, most of them embrace it as a friend. Like, volatility is their friend, and we've seen big corporate players like Square, like Tesla, like ARK Invest constructed investment cases and position sizing around the fact accordingly. At Monochrome, our ethos is to build on passive exposure over a long-term period. So events like short-term price dip or short-term price surges might impact those trying to sort of trade the market in the short term, but to us, it's just a blip on the radar for us and our clients.
Yeah, very good advice. Always think long-term. Jeff Yu, CEO of Monochrome Asset Management. Thanks for joining us on this special edition of Startup Daily in partnership with FinTech Australia. We wish you all the best and enjoy the the benefits of your Series A as you continue to grow. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Well, the small business sector has been hit hard by the COVID pandemic, but it's also a resilient sector that has been able to innovate during this period. MYOB is there to support businesses as they do that. And to tell us more about that is the head of go-to-market, Steve Price. Steve, welcome to the show. Great to have you on. Now, MYOB has been an excellent example in terms of partnerships and collaborations because you work with a whole bunch of companies in terms of helping small business. What have you been seeing in terms of collaboration over the last 12 months?
Yes, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate being here. Look, we've seen a lot of trends going on in small business. Obviously, the last 12, 18 months has been a challenging time for a lot of small businesses with the economic downturn. And what we see from our customers, at least in the first instance, is a whole bunch of challenges around, firstly, the impact of the economic crisis we're in, but more importantly for us is the cash flow challenges that come from running their business. And those typically manifest in things like how do we pay our bills, how do we manage our payroll, how do we get paid by our customers, and also how do we access finance that we need to smooth out cash flow and also invest in our businesses. And that's where we think the opportunity for collaboration really comes from, to actually work with an ecosystem of partners to actually bring some of those best-in-class fintech services to our customer base.
Now, you mentioned a little bit earlier that cash flow has been one of the key issues over the time. There's a constantly changing smorgasbord of government decisions to try and help small business. We saw the New South Wales government announce a new one today. Hopefully it'll help because I'm hearing a few businesses are struggling right now. But in terms of financial trends from small Australian businesses, what is MYOB seeing? What is the data telling you?
Look, the data is telling us, we saw the data in our business monitor report that we released in June just recently. And even there, the data was highlighting these key challenges as I spoke about before around cash flow being a critical part of that. Now that data was from June and that was pre-lockdown. So we can only assume that the impact is being more extreme now. That's why we're doing everything we can to think about how we can help smooth that cash flow through the cycle, through these processes, in combination and to complement the actions that the local governments are taking.
So, Steve, tell us a little bit more about MYOB's strategy in the financial services space. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, so we recognise that cash flow, as I say, is critical for business. 90% of small business failures are due to poor cash flow. And so MYOB's business platforms are working to integrate financial services into our software in order to sort of address those cash flow pinch points that our customers have. We think it's important to help shorten payment times, helping people to get paid, enabling people to make payments more efficiently and effectively, as well as giving them access to finance options should they need them. So, the admin of running a business takes up a huge amount of time for any small business. And where we think MYOB can help is around saving time, take out that wasted effort, streamline the workflow, give time back into the business owner's hands so they can spend on more worthwhile activities to grow their business.
So what role does... Sorry, Steve, continue, please.
I was just going to say, so for example, some of the solutions that we've been putting in place recently have been things like enabling online invoice payments, having payment services directly within the invoices that are getting sent out from our software. And we've also launched invoice financing now to help access that money earlier for customers. And we're continuing to integrate a range of different payment options and other services within the software to, as I say, help remove the time and effort spent on admin.
Now, MYOB has, for a couple of decades now, been one of the pioneers in terms of financial innovation in the fintech space. But what do you look for when it comes to collaboration and partnerships at the company? Because I know you're going through a real growth spurt at the moment as you reimagine how MYOB operates.
Yeah, and in fact, it's our 30-year anniversary this year. So we're one of the first big tech companies in Australia, and it's amazing how far the industry has come over that time. We look for a few things in a successful partnership. The most important considerations for us are really, number one, about what is the customer need that we're really trying to solve? Like, what problem do we need to go after, and that's going to help, as I say, solve that agenda around saving time and effort. Secondly, where can we differentiate? What capability is important for us to own as an IP within our business versus where do we need to partner for the best in breed and the best capability that we can put in the hands of our customers? Thirdly, I'd say it's how quickly it's going to take for us to do that solution. Time to market is important. How complex a solution, how complex it's going to be for us and also for our customers is really important. And then also making sure that when you enter a partnership that you have shared goals, shared ambitions. The commercials make sense for both parties. You're in it for the same reasons, and you get the best outcomes together.
So what's exciting you most at MYOB right now in terms of rolling out these collaborations?
Yeah, so we've been really pleased to announce 3 partnerships over the course of 2021. The first of those was a partnership with Flair, who provide HR services, but also embedded financial services as part of that. And we use that now as part of our employee onboarding flows within software, within the MYOB software. That makes it a very effective and efficient way for our customers to onboard new staff. And most importantly, it's a really great way to be compliant with some of the new legislation around Your Future, Your Super. And it's already built into the software from day one. So that's a fantastic partnership we're really proud of. Secondly, we've taken a strategic investment with Button. Button, a fintech, doing some great invoice financing services. That feature is now available and integrated again within the workflow of our software. And we're seeing some really great take-up of that. It's only been launched really in the last few weeks. And we're seeing some really great early engagement with that. And we've also got a partnership with Pavilion, who provide a great service whereby access to panels of lenders that, more than 80 lenders that provide all sorts of different financing options. It enables us to provide choice to our customers in a really seamless way for small businesses to access a range of providers for a range of problems they're looking to solve without having to spend a huge amount of time sourcing quotes and so on. We hear from small business that 40% of them have cash flow challenges, but 80% of them really don't like spending the time and the effort in actually sourcing financing options. It's a lot of paperwork, a lot of disappointment often. And what we're trying to do is really streamline that process by embedding that in the workflow within our software.
Yeah, there is a sense for small business when it comes to accessing cash. It's a little bit like trying to get your first novel published. Steve, I do want to ask, in terms of tips for small businesses, and startups are generally small businesses, what advice can you offer in terms of managing cash flow or the types of lending for different needs? The idea of growth versus recovery.
Yeah, great question. Look, it's really easy for me to sit here and sort of preach to small business, but I don't really want to do that. I mean, I think there's some basic things that all businesses go through when cash flow is tight. The first of those is obviously reviewing your outgoings, your expenses. What can you stop? What can you delay? Or what can you renegotiate as well? So that would be number one. Number two would obviously be looking at your income sources as well. How has COVID and how has the economic cycle affected your income? What products are selling? What products aren't selling? How can you double down on the things that are working and actually move on from the things that aren't? So that's really important. Thirdly, as a part of that as well, is to take a longer term view of that picture. Do a forecast over 6 months rather than looking at the here and now. Think about over a period of time, if things flow on from an income and a cost point of view the way they are, what's that 6 month picture going to look like? And be realistic about that. A forecast based on the things that you can actually guarantee and you can be certain they're going to happen, and don't try and control the uncontrollables, particularly in the current environment. Next up, I'd say look at how you can get paid faster. Think about the options for how you can reduce your debtor days and actually get money into your account off of your customers faster. And that's where things like online invoice payments and also invoice financing solutions really help, because they get the money into the small business's bank account as fast as possible. And then where you need it, if you have to, look at financing options to smooth through your cash flow cycle. And again, that's why it's important to take that 6 month view, use finance to smooth the cash flow, look at what options are available to invest and grow the business as well. And look, lastly, the last thing I'd say is, if anything we've learned in the last 12, 18 months, now is the time to digitize your business. Now is the time to be thinking about how to really leverage the power of digital and fintechs to drive your business forward.
Great advice all around, Steve. Now, before I let you go, you've got a pretty dynamic CEO there in Greg Ellis. You mentioned a little bit earlier, he loves a bit of speed in terms of getting to market. He loves innovation. So can I just ask if you've got any exciting projects on the horizon you can at least hint at?
Look, we've always got exciting projects on the go. What we're really proud about at the moment is that we now have a really great small business platform, a cloud-based small business platform that we can be loud and proud about. You know, we've been developing that over a number of years now, and that's a real at top of its game now, and we're going to be loud and proud about that coming up in the future. I think the other thing as well, that we have a sort of a bit of a hidden secret in that our mid-market solution, our ERP capability is just absolutely second to none. And so we're really excited about the sort of the take up and interest we're getting in those capabilities, particularly as businesses start to grow and gain legs. Probably nothing too exciting to share here and now with you, Simon, other than that, but just watch the space in terms of some really exciting traction we're getting with particularly our cloud-based solutions these days.
Welcome to the 6th EY FinTech Australia Census launch. My name is Rebecca Shotguppy and I'm pleased to welcome everyone here today. This is my 4th census that I've been involved in and I was blown away by the responses this year, with 2021 representing a new record for the number of participants involved. I can honestly say that the 2021 data illustrates that we have moved from an ecosystem to a full-blown sector. It is clear that FinTech is powering our recovery from the pandemic and leading our digital economy. Thank you for joining us today, and I hope you enjoyed learning about the insights from the census as much as I did. Our agenda for today is we will have a short keynote presentation from Minister Hume, followed by a short presentation from May Lamb on the census data, and then we'll welcome a panel discussion on the key themes and data from the census. Before we begin, a few housekeeping items. At the bottom of your screen are multiple application engagement tools, which are all resizable and movable. Feel free to move them around to get the most of your desktop space. You can also expand your slide area or maximize it to a full screen by clicking on the arrows in the top right corner. If you have any questions during the webcast, you can submit them through the Q&A engagement tool. We will try and answer your questions during the webcast, but if we run out of time, it will be answered later in an email. You will also receive a link to the recording of the webcast, including a copy of the slides. So you don't need to make note of anything and just enjoy. Please note that the webcast is being streamed through your computer. There is no dial-in number. Some networks may cause slight delays with slides, so it has been suggested to log off your VPN. If your slides are behind, pushing F5 in your keyboard will refresh the page. Well, that's enough of the housekeeping items on today's webcast. I would now like to welcome the keynote from the Honourable Minister, Senator Hume.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you today, which marks the launch of the 6th EY FinTech Australia Census. Australia has one of the world's most sophisticated financial technology industries, which now ranks 6th in the world and 2nd in the Asia-Pacific region. FinTech Australia estimates that the industry has grown from a $250 million industry in 2015 to a $4 billion industry in 2021. The government is a strong supporter of FinTech and is taking action to ensure that Australia has an internationally competitive environment to support innovative new businesses in the financial sector. Measures introduced to support the growth of FinTech have already seen material benefit. For example, the enhanced regulatory sandbox gives businesses the opportunity to evaluate their product through initial market testing prior to seeking the appropriate licence from ASIC. So far, 6 firms have been accepted into the program. The restricted licensing regime is working to reduce barriers to entry in the banking sector by allowing APRA to grant new entrants to the industry a concessional, time-limited licence. Vault Bank and 86400 previously received restricted licences before progressing to full banking licences. The UK-Australia FinTech Bridge facilitates the entry of Australian and UK fintechs into each jurisdiction, in addition to providing closer policy and regulatory cooperation. 36 UK fintech companies are now doing business in Australia, and 35 Australian fintech companies are doing business in the UK as a result. We're also engaging with Singapore on discussions on an Australia-Singapore FinTech Bridge, which will build on the digital economy agreement between our countries. Last year, the government committed a further $9.6 million over 4 years, administered by Austrade, to support the global expansion of Australia's fintech sector. Now, this is all about delivering practical support to Australian fintechs that want to grow internationally and bring in new inbound investment into the Australian fintech ecosystem. I was pleased to see FinTech Australia form a partnership with Austrade for the delivery of this work. By bringing industry together with government, we can ensure that we better reach fintechs and help them expand into new markets. In May of this year, I was proud to launch the Australian government's $1.2 billion digital economy strategy, our roadmap to ensure that Australia is a leading digital economy by 2030. The strategy has 3 pillars. First, it's to ensure that we have the right foundations in place to enable the digital economy. So, through the right infrastructure, regulatory setting and agreements to pave the way for innovation and growth. The second is to build research and industry capability in emerging technologies such as quantum computing, AI, Internet of Things and advanced analytics. And the third is to ensure that we have the right digital growth priorities to ensure that we are ambitious and drive growth and jobs and strategic investment across the economy. The strategy builds on significant previous investments, including the $1 billion Job Trainer Fund, the $1.67 billion cybersecurity strategy, and the $4.5 billion upgrade to the national broadband network. And it builds on research and industry collaboration that is already underway. The strategy also indicates areas under further consideration and areas of future focus. A review of the investment incentive schemes is currently underway, including early-stage venture capital limited partnership schemes and the Australian Fund of Funds. Since 2002, around $20 billion has been raised in committed capital and around 1,900 businesses have been assisted through the VCLP and ESVCLP programs. We want to ensure that the current arrangements remain fit for purpose and support genuine early-stage Australian startups. A report is due to be delivered to the Treasurer by the end of 2021. Business investment and research and development, R&D, is central to the development of new products, processes and services that will help make Australia more competitive and create more jobs in the long term. The R&D tax incentive is an important component of the government's support for business R&D. The government announced an additional $2 billion for the R&D tax incentive in the 2020-21 budget and commenced on the 1st of July 2021. Further, the government is making employee share schemes more attractive for companies and their employees by making regulatory and tax improvements to the regime. And recognising that the Consumer Data Right, or the CDR, is a fundamental pillar of the digital economy strategy, the government is committed to strengthening and expanding it to boost the opportunities for fintechs and beyond. You may have seen that the government recently amended the CDR rules to support greater participation in the CDR, including by removing barriers to participation and enabling consumers greater flexibility to share their data with trusted advisors such as lawyers, accountants, financial counsellors and mortgage brokers, just to name a few. We are committed to expanding the CDR to further sectors. And the CDR is being implemented in the energy sector and the telecommunications sector is currently being assessed for designation. We've been consulting on future sectors as part of a strategic assessment process. My thanks go to all the fintechs involved in these recent consultations. I commend EY and FinTech Australia for putting together the FinTech Census, which will help us keep on track our progress and adjust our course as need be. This is just the beginning. Together, we must be ambitious for Australia's future in order to achieve the vision of Australia being a leading digital economy and society by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hume. I'd now like to introduce May Lam, partner at EY, to present on the findings of the census.
Thank you, Rebecca. I am delighted to be your moderator for today's session. Today, we have a panel of experts speaking, and we have over 300 registered participants. We would like to make this as interactive as possible, and we'll be welcoming your participation and questions. So remember to use the Q&A engagement tool to raise your questions. So before we get to the panel, I would like to share with you the findings. Australia's fintech ecosystem has been a standout hero throughout the pandemic. As a sector, we are not just a startup or scale-up, we are now a grown-up. According to this year's fintech census, Australian fintechs are raising more capital than ever, creating new jobs, and now are preparing for the international expansion. So it's not just a very exciting time for the fintech ecosystem, but also vital to support the economic recovery, foster digital economy, and also sustain a world-class financial services ecosystem for Australia's future. Let's look at some of the highlights. Payments, wallets, and supply chain types of fintech is the lead type of fintech company this year, representing 43% compared to 30% in 2020, followed by lending fintech, which represents 30%. It's also interesting to note that the wealth and investment type was the leading fintech in 2019 and now has fallen to 17% this year. New South Wales and Victoria states remain the popular home for fintechs at a combined total of 82%. The age of company also demonstrates maturity. 83% have been in existence for 2 years or more. The industry employment also continues to increase, with a median of 21 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees. Next slide, please. Fintech sector has certainly demonstrated resilience through the pandemic. 88% of the companies that are 3 years or older are post-revenue. Number of paying customers, which are new high amongst post-revenue fintechs, with 41% reporting over 500 customers. There has been an indicative increase in fintech post-profits this year, 29% versus 20% in 2020. 40% business revenue are generated outside Australia, and 18% of fintech generate more than 50% revenue from overseas. As a result of generating revenue from overseas in the last 12 months, 88% of businesses have created new jobs. The census also shows us that 72% of the fintechs plan to entering or expanding into an overseas market within 3 years, and 60% plan to do so in the next 12 months. There has been a significant shift in the competitor type since 2020, with overseas and domestic fintechs overtaking incumbents. This may be another sign of the market is maturing, with heightened competitiveness within the sector and less focus on competition with incumbents. As a result, we are expecting to see more collaboration and partnership between domestic fintechs and incumbents in the next 12 months. High amounts of capital raised to date, with 44% of companies raising over $10 million to date. New bracket sizes were also added this year, with 14% of companies have raised over $100 million today, and 10% raised between $25 to $100 million. Since 2020, the negative impact of COVID-19 pandemic on capital raise efforts has lessened, with a significant smaller proportion of companies reporting a negative impact at 49% compared to 72% in 2020. What's also interesting to note is that the payment, wallets, and supply chains fintechs have had much success in raising capital, with 18% raising over $100 million in their last round of capital funding. Fintechs in lending also had a successful run, with 1 in 5 raising between $50 to $100 million. Fintech are now less reliant on funder funding this year, with higher proportion of fintechs being funded exclusively via commercial sources, 37% versus 29% in 2020. The top 3 success factors in raising capitals are the uniqueness and clear benefits of the product and services, also demonstrating the revenue trajectory and projection. Conversely, in the barrier of facing the capital raise, almost 6 in 10 reports finding the right investor remain challenging, especially for the early stage startups. Government support continues to be critical for the growth of fintech industry. The focus on tax incentives and reductions like of R&D incentive, reduced employment tax, and capital gain tax relief are reported to be very effective. The industry also welcomed the implementation of open banking. 89% of the fintech who are interested to become accredited data recipients seeing improving the product and services offering as a key benefit, which aligns to the success factor of capital raise as discussed earlier. As highlighted in the previous slide, that it is still challenging for the early stage fintech finding the right investor. Hence, they welcome more enhancement in the policy and government support to have more assets, networking, and education opportunities with like-minded angel investors, as well as incentives for venture capital to invest in early stage fintechs. Consistent with the broader industry, 52% of the fintechs agree that there is a lack of experienced talent in Australia. There's no surprise, the top 3 talent shortages are being software engineering, product management, and data scientist. Female presence continues to increase, with 35% of fintech employees now are female, which is quite an uplift from 29% reported in 2020. Female representation in leadership and board roles is about a quarter. As a sector, we should continue the momentum to amplify a supportive ecosystem for women-led and employed tech startups. Last but not least, we've seen steady increase of the culturally and increasingly diverse workforce in fintech ecosystem. As a sector, we have sights set on the overseas market. We will see this trend to keep moving up. Now, let's go on to the highlights of the event. I would like to introduce you our impressive lineup of the panelists. Andrew Barnes, Assistant General Manager, High Growth Exports at Australia. Jill Berry, CEO and co-founder at Editree. She's also this year's Finney winner of the Emerging FinTech Leader of the Year. Malia Fauna, EY Partner. She's also the EY Private Oceania Startup and Entrepreneurship Leader. Lee Hatton, Executive Vice President at Afterpay. I would like to congratulate Afterpay brought home the Hall of Fame from Finney's Award. Last but not least, Simone Joyce, CEO of Paperplane, Chair of FinTech Australia, also the Finney winner of the Outstanding FinTech Leader of the Year. So let's warm up the panel. The first question, as a general question, what insights did you take from this year's census? Can I please start by Andrew?
Sure thing. Thank you, May. And also just starting by congratulating EY and also FinTech Australia on another fantastic census this year. I think I'd bring out 2 insights, one a really broad comment and one a lot more specific. The broad comment I make is, I think across a number of areas, there's really a theme of increasing maturity of the businesses within the sector that's really come through the census. So we all know anecdotally from the people that we're working with every day that there's a lot of fantastic businesses out there, but it's now interesting to see that really coming through at a statistical level as well through the census. So, for example, we've mentioned the number of post-revenue fintechs that are more than 3 years old having increased. The 1 in 5 fintechs now earning more than half their revenue from overseas. But I think really importantly also the proportion of the fintechs that are saying that Australian fintechs can compete internationally, which has jumped. It's always been in the 60s and this year was up around 80%. So I think this edition of the census really marks a point in time where we can say that Australian fintech isn't just a high growth and a high potential sector, but also the success is actually now. It's happening. And the opportunity we have is not just to support a sector that has potential, but also one that's a proven success. So that's fantastic. The second insight I draw out is much more micro, much more detail. It's around grant funding. So we know that grant funding is a really important area of support nominated by fintechs every year, the most important source of government support overseas. And within that, the R&D tax incentive is really critical and well utilised. But actually this year in the census, there was also a question about the export market development grant. And compared with 53% of respondents having considered the R&D tax incentive, only 15% had considered the export market development grant. Now that's a scheme that shifted from a rebate scheme. It is now a grant scheme in the last 12 months. So potentially some financial support left on the table, which is always interesting to see, and also a job for us to do around education and outreach to the sector. So I might pause there. Thanks, May.
Thanks, Andrew. Jill, what's your highlight?
Yeah, I would also say two highlights for me. One of them is the competitive landscape and fintechs looking at international, domestic, and incumbents as competition, and it's actually gone down. So fintechs view incumbents less so as competition. So I think that really shows so many bigger companies, whether it's insurers or banks, instead of competing with fintechs, it's really looking at a partnership approach to it. We're definitely seeing that ourselves. I think that's really good, looking at 1 + 1 = 3 instead of competition. But it's often been theoretical and talked about on panels about, are fintechs a threat to incumbents, or are they really complementary? So it looks like it is working in a complementary way. And then, of course, looking at open banking, it's very exciting for me to see that 89% of fintechs want to access the CDR. There's so many different ideas, use cases to bring services and products to life through the CDR. Especially, it's perfect timing this month with the new access models being inked in legislation. So I think that's the perfect storm of so much demand and new pathways for all these fintechs to access. So overall, really positive.
Thank you, Jill. We'll unpack more in the later questions. Malia, what are your takes?
Oh, so many highlights, but certainly at a macro level, with the sector demonstrating record investor capital over the past year, creating more jobs, even during the pandemic. Really interesting was they've, more having their sights set on overseas expansion. It's certainly an exciting and really important time to be part of the fintech ecosystem. And it was also really pleasing to see not only the most census participants that we've ever had, but also a really big uptick in the new younger fintech startups entering the market. I certainly see that as a really positive sign. And through both our quantitative and qualitative research that we undertook during the census, it's clear that local entrepreneur and investor confidence really does hinge on some aspects that Andrew spoke to. So maintaining stable and globally competitive regulatory tax and incentive frameworks is going to be critical so that the whole sector has greater certainty to continue that expansion. Interestingly, 80% of the survey respondents this year said making the R&D tax incentive even more accessible is going to help improve sustainability and growth. And so interestingly, while we've had some improved certainty around the R&D tax incentive that Senator Hume spoke to through new legislation, some landmark court cases and some new guidance, there's still more than 2/3 of fintech census participants this year still perceive that there's more that can be done. And there's particularly in comparison to other jurisdictions may. So some great insights there.
Thank you. We'll unpack further, and it is a great news that we can catch the momentum moving forward. Lee.
Yeah, thanks, May. And great. Yeah, great to be here. So awesome, isn't it, to just see the growth in the fintech industry? I was kind of just reflecting before, sadly, and please, no judgment, I had to go into a bank branch earlier today, and it took a very long time, and all I could think was, this is still very ripe for disruption. So I think it's only just beginning, but I think what the survey shows us is just the confidence around fintech now, and the growth is really remarkable. I also think there's a lot to go around payments and the wallet space. Like, it's really great to see how it's growing. But I also think, it's absolutely critical to the customer experience. So I think there's lots of differentiation that can come true in that space for the future. I think probably the final thing is, as a number of the other panelists have said, this focus on revenue is so important, like building viable businesses. And that's really what FinTech is really cracking into now. So viable businesses for the future. So yeah, all in all, very impressive. So yeah, congratulations to those that participated.
Thanks, Liz. I couldn't agree more when it comes to payments, and it is really a high growth area, and would like to unpack further. Yeah. Simone, what are your takes?
Thanks, May. Okay, I have a few takes. First of all, I agree with Jill. It's the competitive landscape has shifted in a really interesting way, which I think speaks to the maturity of our sector. The fact that we're now looking at global companies coming into Australia as a fintech hub, I think really does say that we are on the uplift as far as the quality and maturity of our fintechs. The payments landscape, so coming back to Lee's points just now, I really like the uptick that we've seen in how many companies are participating in that space. A couple of years ago, payments actually dropped down a little bit as far as the most activity from our fintechs go. And then potentially that's got to do with the overseas companies coming in, the possibility of payment initiation on CDR in the future, the MPP's updated infrastructure, and some of the shifting regulatory guidelines. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out over the next couple of years. I also think it's really interesting to see the female component, the uplift in females participating in fintechs. And I'm hoping that in years to come, that will translate into more females actually becoming founders of fintechs as well. So starting to see that whole segment starting to lift up across the board. And finally, fintechs thinking about going global. Absolutely. I think that that COVID has forced us all to work from home so that we can very conversely think about going global as a more achievable short-term goal because we can do that from our living rooms increasingly. So they're my fly around highlights. I'm looking forward to getting into the questions.
Thank you so much. You all given me very good pointers to unpack further now. So next question I have is, we've seen a significant increase in overseas funding, though there's a number of early stage funds are coming into the markets to support the pre and seed rounds. So do fintechs really need to look overseas more and more for the capital they need to raise? Lee, probably can I start by you first?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think with this one, we're seeing so much more local money being available. So I think as a fintech, the most important thing is to think about, again, who is your customer and what are you going after? And so therefore, what is the relevance to the capital that you actually want to bring on board? I think one of the wonderful things is that Australia and New Zealand have really got some fantastic fintech success stories. And so they come from a position of strength in terms of being able to have those conversations. But there is certainly a lot of funds here in Australia that can, and New Zealand, that can support them. But I think it's always, we have to make sure we always have an eye on the globe. And so with that in mind, it can be very strategic in the way that you approach it.
Thank you. Jill, would you have anything to add on that?
Oh, sorry. No, I'm just really excited for so many aspects of the census to really come together, whether it's like partnerships, working together for action initiation, payments, CDR, and so many new entrants really to come to market. I think that there's going to be some excellent things coming, and we're being set up so nicely now.
Thanks, Jill. Anyone on the panelists would like to add on this topic before we move to the next question?
Andrew here, I could actually make a couple of comments. I wouldn't position myself with any particular expertise on the domestic investment environment, but we have had some discussions, some structured research with those who invest into fintech from overseas. So perhaps sharing some of what they say about what they like and don't like when they're thinking about putting capital into Australian fintech. I guess the top things that really does attract foreign investors, and this goes to the strategic discussion. One is the nature of both the B2B and the B2C customer base here. That's not a quantity story, that's a quality story. So the nature of our finance sector institutions, how our consumers behave, that's really attractive. That really nice sweet spot combination of the big enough domestic market, but also the conditions are there that support us scaling into international markets as well. So that bit of a Goldilocks zone. And really interestingly, we'll probably talk a bit more about talent later, but actually Australia's perceived quite positively in terms of talent, and some of our competitors where these investors might put their capital are facing even tighter talent conditions than us. So really, really strong positive views. On the negative side, where they're cautious, real questions about our ability to support fast enough innovation. That links to our regulatory settings. It also links to our market structure. And of course, it's not a globally scaled market here, so that's a fundamental limitation that many see. But if we're thinking about domestic versus international investment, interesting to get those views from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's actually a question coming through from the audience that hopefully I can answer it right now. So the question is, with 40% of revenue coming from overseas, which overseas country have the greatest portion of revenue? So according to our fintech census, that's the top 10 markets with the potential expansion. The first one is New Zealand at 47%, followed by US, which is 34%, and then the UK, 33%, Singapore, 25%, and others are including Canada, Indonesia, South America, China, India, and Hong Kong. Probably it's a good segue for the next question. So 72% of the domestic fintechs are looking to expand overseas in the next 3 years, as mentioned before, and especially using the initiatives such as the Austrade landing pad. In parallel, there's been a strong influx of overseas fintechs in Australia as their launchpad in the region. What does the inbound and the outbound flow of the fintech means to the domestic industry? So I'll probably continue with you, Andrew, on that front.
Sure thing. Thanks, mate. I guess there's a couple of sides to that question. The first would be about the fintechs looking to go overseas. And we've talked about there's clear growth in the proportion of fintechs that are looking international. So more of our fintechs are facing a global marketplace rather than Australian marketplace as a proportion. So that's really exciting to see. For me, the very most exciting statistic in the whole census actually was that also that 88% of the firms that have been growing international revenue have been adding jobs as a result. So that's a really strong view on the economic impact that comes back out of this work. And I'd say that statistical view, that's mirrored in our experience as well. So we currently have 10 firms working in New York at a program I think Simone was on recently. We should throw it to Simone. Also to the UK, a dozen going there. We've just had 50 sign up in principle for the Singapore FinTech Festival. So it's an increasingly busy space, which is really exciting to see. I think what it speaks to both on the outbound and the inbound side is very much as a sector sitting within a global market for many of these firms. I think that's a more competitive space to be in, even if you're here within Australia. But conversely, there's a larger growth potential there. So I think that's a choice the sector's made, that all the fintechs have made collectively, and I think it's a really strong choice.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great observation. Simone.
Thanks, May. Look,
what would be your perspective
right
on this? Yeah.
Andrew's right. We did participate in a really great mission, virtual mission to New York this year to explore the US market. And I think that 2 ways. First of all, over the past 12 months, there's certainly been a shift in mindset for fintechs expansion more immediately achievable. And that's got to do with the maturity of the fintechs that we're seeing, but also all of those other underlying factors. How does this line up with our funding strategy as far as ongoing investment goes, as well as how does this line up with the fact that we need to really think about breaking geographical constraints on our company early so that we can have that continual growth footprint. So I think it's really encouraging to see that. Flipping that around to fintechs coming in, I think that's a very positive sign for the industry, even though the concern for our domestic fintechs has grown to be more about competition from global fintechs coming into Australia. It actually speaks very highly of the environment that we're building here. And I think that the healthy competitive environment that will create will actually be the tide that lifts all boats, so to speak. I do think that as we move forward, we'll see more fintechs come in as that launch pad or that experimental zone for the region. And companies have been doing that for a long time. We were the first country in the world to have McCafe, and I think now that's a good thing globally. So I think it's interesting, and I think it speaks well for the future of the sector.
Thank you, Simone. The next question I have is that the census actually shows us that 52% of fintech provide some sort of payment capability. With the merge of the domestic payment rails under the guise of Australia Payment Plus, what do you think that's the impact to the fintech community, and how do you think that it's best that the community can be presented to ensure there's a fair and open access to the innovation and the capability that it's going to provide? I'll probably turn to Simone. Would you mind to continue? And then we can turn to Lee. Yeah.
Of course. I think the merger of EFTPOS, MPP and BPay is a really interesting milestone in our Australian payments landscape, but that in itself won't actually be the catalyst that increases access for fintechs to payment rails. That really relies on the outcomes of the ongoing payments regulation review. And there's some very encouraging recommendations in there around a payment initiation license versus a payment settlement, if you like that word better, license in the middle ground, right up to becoming an ADI. And I think that that construct will start to lead the way towards accessing more payments. The merger of those three companies, I think, will be more interesting in the way of after we get through the 2 years of roadmaps, which have been protected as part of that merger. I think it will be interesting once we see fintechs with that secure regulatory granted access to the payment infrastructure, how it will actually streamline costs and thinking about strategically offering those different types of payments. It might be a less complex thing to do for them because there'll be less parties to talk to, essentially. So I think it's encouraging long term. I think in the short term, though, the regulation will have more effect on increasing access for fintechs to payment rails.
Thank you, Simone. Lee.
Yeah, I actually don't have much more. I don't have much more to add than what Simone said. I think the important thing is really around the collaboration, right, and making sure there's real simplicity and understanding. I mean, the regulation point is something that comes up so frequently, and I think what we're always really looking for there is what is fit for purpose, right? And so I really hope that encourages, with a few less voices, but one really committed voice that will be able to have, I guess, more traction in getting this space more easily accessible and movable for the future.
Yeah, thank you. It's also related to that on the, as mentioned, that's the survey results say that it's welcome about the open banking implementation. So 1 in 4 fintech surveys are hoping that to become an ADR in the near future to support their strategy. With new access models that as the next iteration in the open banking finance journey, and also version 3 of the CDR rules recently announced, what excites you about the next phase of open banking and CDR in Australia? And what type of innovation do you see coming to the market? Jill, I'll probably start with you first.
say, yeah, I think it's really exciting with the new access models, because with the CDR, it really opens up so many different products and services that companies can ultimately bring to their consumers, their customer base. So hopefully, having real-time ethical data access will enable so many propositions to be built that weren't able to before. With the access models, ultimately fintechs, they care about the data. They care about their services, not necessarily all the technical standards and barriers and everything in place to actually get there. So I think having those access models enables fintechs to work with intermediaries to have access in a really secure way. So keeping privacy safeguards, consumer controls, and information security at the heart of it, but still accelerating their journey. So we'll be going live with the CDR representative model very soon. So instead of taking about maybe 4 months to get accredited, you'd be able to access the CDR in just a few weeks. So I think that's a huge regulatory change, and seeing that go live with intermediaries will be a game changer for fintechs to, instead of just going from theory and planning for a strategy for the CDR, you can actually start testing and bring things live to market. And often the use cases are account aggregation, faster lending, and switching. But hopefully we'll start to see some non-financial services use cases, especially if it once insurers and superannuation companies start to have access to the CDR too.
Yeah, thank you. I can hear so much passion from you, and I really like the way that you mentioned about ethical data sharing and consumer control. Yeah, thanks for that one. Simone, can I turn to you on this one as well, please?
Yes, of course. So I think that Jill is certainly the expert in this field, but I do think that creating the pathways that the legislation and the regulation around CDR has is going to form the bedrock of a lot of companies that we'll see building on that in the future. Payment initiation or action initiation is the extension of that. And I think it's really appropriate that we're thinking about that at the same time that we're thinking about payment regulation more broadly, because it all has to fit together neatly in order to work, and not for friction or gaps in the regulation to be seen. I think it's as well important to keep that in the global perspective that we've been talking about. So how can we make it easier for more companies to participate globally with minimum, I guess, localization of data protection and sharing rules. And that's something that I think we'll continue to think about as the CDR beds down. We get more activity on it before we start thinking about what happens next from a global perspective. So I do think it's one of the most impactful things to happen to the fintech landscape in quite some time, and I'm excited to see what happens next fintech census, and we see the progress that's been made in the interim 12 months with the new third version of the rules coming through.
Yeah, thank you, Simone. So there's a lot of initiative opportunity in the market. And I think everyone will agree with me, the biggest asset is our talent. So the census actually highlighted the talent market has been challenging since the border closure, with 2 in 3 fintechs indicating there are challenges in finding and retaining the talent, often losing out to the incumbents or even big tech, who can afford more attractive packages and stability in the times of uncertainty. With borders now, we're hoping that we're going to reopen soon, and initiatives such as Tech Council of Australia. What strategies can fintechs adopt, get to the front of the queue when it comes to talent? Malia, can I start with you first?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, May. Look, clearly border challenges have really significantly impacted our skilled migration into Australia. I think we all know that. And it's creating some challenges for the entire tech ecosystem. So I guess, you know, it's really clear that what the government's looking at, and we're supporting various aspects of government with some legislation around skilled visa programs. You know, we've seen that come in quite quickly, even for our own organisation with audit practitioners getting skilled visa programs, and there's other programs in the works to bring that tech talent more quickly into Australia. I mean, clearly the census has shown us that the real skill gap for the fintech sector is that engineering software talent, but also product management and that data engineering, data science. So part of it is also how can we all collectively help build that skill set right from earlier stages even, so through high school into university, and then training within our own organisations, in addition to government-related levers like skilled visa programs or other employee retention type schemes like wage subsidies. That I know some people are even, you know, retention policies for employees. Some of the companies on our panel are implementing as well to help grow and attract the skilled talent. We've all got a role to play to address this.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really great point. Andrew, what do you think about that too?
Yeah, sure. I think a couple of comments. First, I'd actually like to commend the Tech Council's work in this area and the report that was released under Kate Pounder, looking at the tech sector more broadly, so including fintech, but also more broadly. I mean, I think it also demonstrated, like the census has, the challenge around talent, but I think also showed that despite that, it's still really important to be driving growth in the sector, that in the medium term, it's actually growing that critical mass of employment, of jobs that people can go to, which is part of how we're going to be able to, in an ongoing sustainable way, generate new talent. So coming out of the workforce, coming out of the universities, and Leah said, but also attracting from overseas. That's a medium-term answer. Really acknowledge in the short term, it's really tough. Cost availability. I can only offer something really practical there. So from the government side, there's an initiative called the Global Business and Talent Attraction Task Force. They're out overseas promoting to people, top talent, to come into Australia. They do have a focus on fintech. They're working places like Singapore, the United States, and then also working on streamlining their experience to get actually here with placed here with work rights. So if you're a fintech, if there's top talent you're targeting, connecting in with that initiative, I think, is a really practical thing to do. But acknowledge huge problems, and I think it's also important to hear from employers on this one. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Andrew. Anyone on the panel would like to add on this point?
Yeah,
I'm happy to talk to that.
I'll just go before someone.
Go, Jill.
I think that as an employer, it's more and more important to have like the flexible culture or flexible like workplace, but also have a really important culture. If they're software engineers, then they might be looking at some really big companies like Atlassian or Canva. It's like, how can you compete as a startup against them? And it's never just salary, but so much of a purpose-driven organization. What are you doing that's really pioneering? What are you doing to help people and promote better social outcomes? What's your stance on sustainability and remote working? So I think that having really clear values, principles, and practices in place is also important for retaining and attracting talent. That's definitely what we're seeing. Segue over to Simone. You're just talking about your new flexible workplace practices that you're trialing out, which is really cool.
Thanks, Jill. Yes, we are. We're going to trial 9-day fortnights from November through to January and see how that goes. But more broadly, I think that you made some really good points there. It's when we think about competition, we think about competing for customers, but increasingly it's about competing for talent. And competing against global fintechs obviously is more concerning than potentially competing against an incumbent bank for talent. some of the things that I think that that Malia touched on around actually growing the pipeline of kids who are coming through and participating in STEM skills, I think is increasingly important. And I think that our education departments are aware of that as well. So hopefully in years to come, we'll be seeing an influx of people who are coming out equipped and ready to participate in these industries. The grow your own concept is a really interesting one as well. Upskilling your current employees to fill gaps in the organisation not only speaks towards, filling the gaps that you have, but also a desire for career progression and learning as well, which is really important. And finally, Jill's right again, we're innately flexible as early stage and startup companies. We should really play to that and really use that to our strength to make sure that we are clearly differentiating ourselves between incumbents and larger companies.
Yeah, thank you. Lee, would you have anything to add on since Afterpay is now a big brand?
Yeah, well, there was a piece of commentary that came through and said, like, why do we have to focus too much about local talent when actually we're in a big kind of virtual world now? And, I think there's a lot to be said about that. The key piece, like I think the government are doing a great job. Like, we're working really well all together to try and create better kind of policies and reasons for talent to be attracted to this beautiful country. I mean, some would say we've dealt with COVID well, others might debate that, but, we're an attractive place to be. And I think for FinTech, the criticality of having people around you is actually about the momentum that it builds sometimes. So I think there's a big thing to play in your value proposition as a founder, to make sure that you can attract the best and brightest by giving them awesome and exciting work to work on. But I think also too, you have to be willing to, the thing that I've loved watching is that we see kind of Gen Z and millennials, they're taking more risk in their careers now, right? And so they're willing to jump into startups, whereas, years ago, like the path was safe and secure. So I think there's a piece for founders too to really think through, REM and equity and all those kind of really challenging but interesting things to make the decisions easier for people to take the leap.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point. So probably we should move on to some of the questions that raised in the Q&A. So continue with the theme of the talents. So the question is, compared with other sectors, it seems a very interesting thing that female plays more and more important role in the Australian fintech. The recent release, Finnies Award 2021, proves that. So how panelists comment on this one? So we do have a few Finnies winners here, so it would be great to hear from you. Lee, would you like to continue? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I'm happy to start. I think that a lot of what we just touched on in creating a positive work environment that works with the employees that we have actually speaks well to the studies that have shown, females need a more secure and stable working environment. Increasingly, I think that's less so, and I always feel uncomfortable speaking on behalf of a whole half of our population. But I think that the positive moves that we're making towards supporting flexible work environments actually will encourage more females to participate, and also the sector actually growing and embedding into public knowledge and mainstream actually makes it a more legitimate career path for people to feel secure jumping into as well. I just hope we see more activity in the founder segment in future surveys.
Yeah, I completely agree about this. The founder piece in particular, we do need more female founders, full stop. That would be, great to kind of see come through. I think my kind of reflection on more females going to fintech is, and it could be seen as a bit of a generalization, but there's, speaking on my own behalf, actually from personal experience, getting stuff done right? When you come out of years in an incumbent and you move into the fintech space and you see how quickly you can make a difference to customers, that it completely ignites your soul, right, in terms of making things happen. And so I think with that in mind, it's just an affiliation with kind of movement and momentum. So I think that is a real draw card in terms of values. So I think it won't just be fintech in particular. I think we're seeing it also too for small businesses and businesses in general being created.
Yeah, thanks, Lee.
Yeah, I think I was just gonna add on a little bit to that. It's interesting because, well, I guess I'd be part of the sad of being a female founder. I didn't plan on being a female founder at all. So it's like, how did I even come into this? I think it's just having that inspiration and just seeing like other women, other females actually do it and be like, you know what? Like, it's scary. You have to be brave, but there's other people that I know that I can rely on and chat to for advice. So just having those other leaders to really look up to, I think that that's really important for welcoming other, more diversity and inclusion into the fintech ecosystem as well.
Thank you, everyone. I think that it is the topic itself that can have another webcast. So just in interest of time, that we probably have to stop the panel discussion and the Q&A now. As mentioned before, that for all the unanswered questions, we will be respond to you by email. So I would like to hand over to Beck.
Thank you, May. I think you would all conclude that this year's census data shows the growth of the sector, including jobs and revenue. It also highlights the growth of the diversity amongst our fintech, but the census also highlights the challenges and barriers that are facing the industry. As an industry body, we will continue to focus on CDR, access to payment rails and capital, and we will have an increased focus on access to talent. I would again like to thank Minister Hume, May Lamb, and all our panellists for their contributions to today's launch. I'd also like to take the time to thank EY Sweeney, Austrade, and the team at FinTech Australia for making this happen. I'd also like to encourage you to go to the link to the census article, which will be emailed to everyone after the event. I would now like to hand over to Malia Fauna, partner at EY.
Thanks, Beck. Again, thank you all to all of our panellists for what I hope has, and I think has certainly been a really informative discussion. On behalf of EY, we've loved supporting FinTech Australia since their founding days, and we also thank Austrade and FinTech Australia for all the work that's being done to help the ecosystem become the powerhouse sector that it is today. And also our own Meredith Angwin, who I know is listening in today, former EY partner, for leading the EY FinTech Census for the first 5 years. And of course, we can't close this session without acknowledging Rebecca. Rebecca is shortly going to be passing over the reins as CEO of FinTech Australia. And so, Beck, on behalf of EY, I wanted to thank you for your amazing support over your entire tenure at FinTech Australia. To EY and the fintech industry. Beck, congratulations. You're leaving an incredible legacy. Your achievements and FTA's strong foundation absolutely speak for themselves. So we wish you much success in your bright future in venture capital and beyond, Beck. So finally, I would like to just thank each of you for taking the time to listen in today. You're going to find further information. You can find further information by reaching out to us at any time. As May said, for any questions that haven't been answered, we will follow up directly. We just would love you to just take a couple seconds to complete the short questionnaire, clicking on the feedback form that is coming up right now on your screen. This will assist us in greatly improving our future webcasts. Thank you for listening today, and goodbye.
Hello everybody, and thank you for joining us at the Australia Pavilion. Today I'm very pleased to be speaking with Steve Vallis, the CEO of Blockchain Australia. Today we'll be talking about the exciting topics of blockchain, digital assets and decentralization. My name is Gaurav Jory from the Australian Trade and Investment Commission. I'll be asking Steve a few questions on the key themes for this topic. Welcome, Steve.
Gaurav, always great to talk to you, and always happy to support our Austrade family, who I've come to know very well over the last few years.
Thanks, Steve. So I guess firstly, just to start off, I think for our audience, it might be good just to give a bit of an overview. What is the state of the blockchain and digital asset ecosystem in Australia? Who are the key players? What's been happening? Where has it come from, and where are we now?
I'll start with the ending, Gaurav. It's in a great place. It's in a place it's never been before, and that's not just hyperbole. The truth is, it's been built on a lot of small steps over a long period of time. So we go back to where Australia was early. There were a lot of businesses in particular that embraced this technology early. They really didn't find their voice, and they didn't find a voice within government and across industry as a whole. But they were early. They were in the space in, I think, 2014, 2015. There was a lot of attention around the space in Australia, as there was around the world in 2017 and 2018. There was a rush to ICOs, lots of investments, lots of projects that didn't eventuate, I should say, didn't ultimately bear the fruit of what the visions were. And then there was a lull again. In that lull, in 2019-ish, the federal government, particularly through the Department of Industry, put some flags in the sand, and they released the National Blockchain Roadmap in early 2020. And it spoke to certain subject matters which were easier for people to get their head around: supply chains, credentials, reg tech, and ultimately cybersecurity. So it just created familiarity within government. I view that as a critical turning point for Australia, because once government signalled that this was a subject matter that we're interested in, or they were interested in, it gave confidence to other segments of the sector. So since 2020, those conversations have built out considerably. Traditional industry, has started to look at the space. And if we flash forward to 2021, particularly because of the work of a Senate committee chaired by Senator Andrew Bragg, a very clear focus on digital assets was placed on the outcomes of that committee. What should we do? Where are our strengths? Where are our weaknesses? What's happening around the world? So over the last 9 or so months, we've been delivering material into that committee, and a lot of industry participants, hundreds and hundreds that I've spoken to, have also fed information just to pretty much give government a sense of what the lay of the land is. And that lay of the land is, we're really well placed here, but we haven't moved as quickly as we should. That committee handed down some recommendations not long ago, only a week or so ago. And those recommendations, I think, were clever in that they addressed some of the concerns around the ecosystem that have historically been consumer protections, regulation and the like. So fairly and squarely dealt with today's issues. But they also made recommendations with respect to innovative structures such as DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, which is technology that is being developed and is largely where we think, as an industry, and many people think, this technology will go. So it's a nice balance of current state and future state. But it's fair to say that the conversations I'm having at the moment exhibit enormous interest in all sectors.
Okay, so thanks for that overview. I guess I'd be quite curious to get your perspective as the head of the peak industry body in Australia. Where are you seeing significant opportunities? You already touched on a few of the areas in terms of supply chain and reg tech and now moving forward, but where are you seeing opportunities and where companies are really getting traction? And I guess equally, I'd be interested to know is, are there any roadblocks? What are some challenges or I guess areas that maybe might take time to get?
There are lots of areas of interest as far as momentum and fully formed segments. The ones that I mentioned in the roadmap are more obviously fully formed because people have had time to give consideration to the subject matter. So when you're talking about supply chains, for example, which is a subject matter that Australians are terrific at building on, the international reputation and the like, those businesses are formed. You'll find supply chain businesses that are looking to solve problems that are exportable businesses to the world. So that's an obvious segment that exists at the moment. The education sector are doing a tremendous job in now starting to bring attention and talent into this ecosystem, particularly tertiary institutions. They've recognised that this is part of core syllabus, and they are working very hard to produce material. Not much of it is surfaced yet, but I can tell you that many of the universities now recognise the horizontal nature of this technology. So I think there's strengths that we traditionally have that we're building on. The segments that are being really looked at closely at the moment are the ones that are being mirrored globally. Financial services, fintechs. We're talking about innovative solutions, which are software as a service solutions that impact payments. That's where an enormous amount of interest is growing. And we are the beneficiary of that because people recognise that in Australia, we have a safe and steady regulatory framework. We have financial institutions that are well regarded globally. So we are definitely getting an overshare of interest where people are saying what is happening in Australia. And I think in the short to medium term, particularly given the weight of investments in venture capital funds globally, people are looking for deals. And this is the great opportunity for us that geography is not the determinant of the deal. So people are looking into our jurisdiction to see whether there are deals and businesses and opportunities here, because they're not worried quite so much as they used to be about the resourcing that has to be people placed in your country in order to deploy these things. So that's a difficult thing, I think, one for industry and for government to get their head around, because normally they think that the people being in the country is the great determinant of success or otherwise in building the ecosystem. I've been saying to people pretty consistently, if you can deliver some resources into a company, you might have one key resource, 5 key resources, 20. That's what we should be worried about. We shouldn't be worried about, are there 100 employees? Do we have 100 of them onshore? So it's about puzzle piecing together resources and building global businesses.
Steve, I'd also like to ask you about where you see some of the upcoming themes and trends of interest, where they sit in Australia. Specifically, I think decentralized finance and non-fungible tokens, definitely on the tip of everyone's tongue globally. So I know Blockchain Australia was involved very recently in an event focusing on NFTs. Would be keen to get your view of, are there some interesting projects in Australia? What is the level of interest, engagement, and potentially adoption? Two key themes.
There's one, I'll add one into the mix here, Gaurav, because often I see these in a straight line, in a sense that people adopt them in a particular way. Some will start at the most conservative end, and then others will begin at the least conservative end. But there is, for me, a clear path connecting these things. When we talk about RegTech and broadly defined RegTech solutions, that's where a lot of Australian business is starting their conversation, because the reality is you're looking to build a better mousetrap. You're talking about things that are compliance focused. You're not talking necessarily about innovation and dislocation, which is the kind of language that scares people. We're talking about building better processes. So that's part of the ecosystem. It's fair to say a lot of Australian attention, particularly from industry, lives in that space. And it should, because there are enormous opportunities there to make processes better. The NFTs that you mentioned are generating enormous attention. Locally, significant attention, but internationally, extraordinary attention. The amount of interest in the space and funding that has followed that interest is something that I've never seen before. People are talking about 100 million, 500 million dollar investments as if, it's rolling off the tongue as if they're talking about $1 and $2 million investments. And there is absolutely a tidal wave there. One of the main reasons that's been the case is it's a very digestible part of this ecosystem. For the longest time, we've had advocates around the space. They talk about some technology which is bamboozling. You use language which sounds like it's looking to exclude you. The truth is it's just new language that people are developing in real time. With NFTs, at its simplest level, as it's been observed by lots of people, is JPEGs on the internet, images on the internet, art on the internet. And you can understand that you like the look of this NFT, you like what this potentially represents, you like what this community behind it represents. So that's a gateway now into lots of conversations. It means there's a rush on, there's an enormous rush on. And when it comes to investments, locally and internationally, we've had a number of local investments where international interest has come and people are investing heavily in protocols, particularly those that are creating marketplaces or places for marketplaces to live. So that's what's happening in Australia. People are looking in saying, can we run these projects from Australia? And the absolute answer, tied to what I was talking about earlier, which relates to resources. If there are resources here, it can happen here. So the fundamental building block is, are there resources? Then you can do it. As opposed to, do we go to Australia to do it. But NFTs for me, I think, are going to be the great awakening for most people, because you don't have to worry about things that are, too far removed from that. You can just enjoy what NFTs are and the properties. Then you move into the third conversation, which is decentralized finance. The thing about decentralized finance that's often misunderstood is people are building these products, they're building these protocols, and largely, almost exclusively, they're open sourced. You don't have to own a relationship to become part of a decentralized finance protocol. If you're a business, it's not the usual siloed approach. We own this technology, we seek to exclude people. It's being built. So what that does is it allows other communities to say, well, we like what that looks like, we're also going to use it, or we're going to build on top of it. So it creates an enormous acceleration opportunity when it comes to these businesses. The thing, again, that is the opportunity that ties to the things that have come before is these protocols that are being built out in decentralized finance. You can put your face on the front of it. You can put your user experience on the front of it. You don't have to build this tech stack. So you don't have to own the tech stack in order to build it. So you think of it as a shop front. These protocols are built so that you can put your own shop front on and then benefit from what the technology looks like underneath. That's where, again, people are struggling a little bit, because that's not the way things have worked historically. You've had to own the tech. You've had to exclude other people. This is, what can you build? How quickly can you build it? So that's, again, the law and some of the promise of decentralized finance is the processes that are being built as the protocols are more efficient. So if you're a traditional financial institution, for argument's sake, you're now looking at a protocol that automates many of the things that you've had to do yourself. Is that a better way to do business? Well, it's a more efficient way to do business. So the answer over time will be, how do we shift towards more efficient business models? So that's how I see a little bit of a pathway from the most conservative to probably some of the most interesting tech in the world.
You mentioned just now in your response the importance of resourcing, and the sector with some of the greatest pool of resources is obviously the financial sector. I'm very keen to hear from you. What has been the engagement of the traditional financial sector around some of these key themes and technologies, whether it's the fund sector, banks, insurers? You've already briefly mentioned payments as well. How closely are they engaging? What are you seeing, both international organisations and the domestic Australian financial sector?
I could say, again, the latter point first, internationally, more engagement. I think there's probably been more impetus for jurisdictions that aren't as well formed as our own to look at this. So it's kind of commercially, it's been more of an imperative overseas. So there are more conversations in more organisation and a greater willingness to talk about this subject matter publicly. So that's the international sort of view. The challenge here locally is the subject matter, Gaurav, as you and I have spoken about many times, is dense. You have to commit time to it. So it's not really a briefing kind of subject matter. So in a world where you rarely have time to do anything other than be briefed when you are a senior executive in financial services, when someone says, I can't brief you on this because I'm going to talk about language you've never heard before, in a context you've never heard before, in a jurisdiction you probably don't care for, very hard to move to the top of that the queue. So the primary problem has been organisations have not invested time in understanding this subject matter. So that's issue number one. The issue number two for financial services as a whole is, of course, they have legacy systems. They've invested long periods of time, enormous resources, human resources and capital resourcing, to creating processes. So again, when something looks to, not right now potentially, but in the medium term, dislocate that or create a better mousetrap, that is a very difficult process for organisations to address internally. So those two things combined, internal legacy systems and business as usual, and a failure to commit resources to understand, it means that when you go to the world, when you go to your peers, when you sit in rooms, you have a tendency to not speak about the subject matter openly enough, because one thing says we're not internally equipped and the other thing says we're not personally equipped. Very hard for people to sit in rooms and acknowledge those things, which is why many of the conversations I have are behind closed doors, because once people feel comfortable about the fact that it's not their issue, it's everybody's issue, then they come to the next step, which is the resources question. It's extraordinary how under-resourced this segment is, but not surprising given what I've talked about with the domain experience. I'm finding very senior executives who will speak to me often now who will start wondering where they should go in this space. So they're now starting to see this medium-term horizon. So I'm seeing an exec conversation where they're saying, is this something I should be paying attention to? At the other end of that spectrum, developer communities, people building things, it's already the case that it's very difficult to find those resources in most jurisdictions and in Australia. you're now talking about the incentivization models for a lot of these protocols, for a lot of these businesses, is they reward people beyond just your wage. If you believe in these projects, they're often rewarding people in incentives through the projects themselves, the equivalent of share placements and equity positions. So that's moving talent quickly. So then you've got this race that is, how much resourcing do we have? How much money do we have to chase that limited pool of talent? So it's creating enormous pressure in wages and payments, because you're not just saying that people are going to pay you fairly. You're saying to people, come and do something that is purposeful and you will be rewarded. And by the way, there might be the bonus that if this thing works, it becomes a very lucrative place for you to spend your time. Very difficult for traditional businesses then to compete on all three of those considerations. So I think that pressure will get very, very quickly much worse.
For our international audience that will be tuning in, one of the things that they'll be curious about is regulation and the role of government in this space. You touched on a couple of themes earlier, but I guess if I was someone, looking at Australia maybe as a place to invest or interested in solutions from Australia, what are the key takeaways from, the things you mentioned, such as the National Blockchain Roadmap, the Senate committee that you touched on, also the Australian Central Bank, the RBA, is conducting some trials of wholesale central bank digital currencies as well. So I guess what are the key points in terms of regulation and government support in Australia?
Yeah, the good news is, as people consider their own jurisdictions, and the bad news is the same. No one's really happy about the way these things are being approached jurisdictionally. Everyone looks over their own fence, I should say, to someone else's backyard and has a view that someone's doing it better. All jurisdictions are challenged from the perspective of regulation at the moment. So that's just a given. There's no room, internationally that doesn't have that conversation front and centre, and locally. It's just a perpetual subject matter. The thing that is critically important around jurisdictions is the signalling of the jurisdictions at first instance. If governments aren't willing to talk about this subject matter, then you're an afterthought. So it's looking for jurisdictions that are signalling that they're going to do that. And what's happened over a period of time is early 2017, 2018, a number of jurisdictions very quickly said, this is for us. And they've retreated somewhat from that because, again, unintended consequences as well, they've sort of ebbed and flowed in relation to that. Australia's position was not that. Australia's position as a safe and well respected jurisdiction when it comes to regulation, we've been steady as she goes. And that suits a lot of businesses, and there are some businesses it doesn't suit. But increasingly, in the last 2 years and in recent times, we've sent stronger signals that we are starting to grasp the complexity of this, and we're looking to have a considered view about what the implications of this technology will be. So that strengthening of the signal means we know we'll get more attention. So no one can keep up, Gaurav. The reality here is, I speak to so many regulators across so many jurisdictions and so many industry bodies, and the nature of the tech is it's moving faster than regulation, which is not an uncommon statement. But the regulators understand key choke points. So the reality is at some point in time, the approach might be blunter, but it will be dealing with the things that really matter, and you'll carve away the desirability to chase things that really didn't matter in the first place, largely because historical approaches might have meant you can cover off 10 things that bother you or may bother you. Ultimately, this technology is deploying so quickly globally, and these things are deploying globally first. And that's the reverse of what we're used to. We're used to saying someone has started a business in Australia, we watch it grow here, and then it goes to the world. These businesses deploy today and can be anywhere in the world tomorrow. So that's creating a need for lots of jurisdictions to speak. So everyone is puzzle piecing that conversation together as well. So when we retreat to Australia and say, where are we at with respect to that, we've been reliable, is what I'd say. He said, sometimes people like to want to be the first to move into market, and the reality for us is we're not first to move into market. But when you move into this conversation with an Australian mindset, Australian context, it's something where you're likely to be able to establish deep roots and then grow quickly. So that's where I'd characterise where we are.
Steve, how closely linked is the Australian ecosystem to international markets? I think we at Austrade, we've seen some international companies come into Australia, and equally we've worked with Australian companies who are taking their products and solutions to the world. How linked is the Australian ecosystem more broadly to what's happening globally?
It's like a two-tier economy. We often talk in Australia about two-tier economy. The two-tier economy here is the people who are building things, the people who are project focused. They don't care where you are. They're not meeting in rooms to converge on this subject matter. Wherever you are as a resource, as an individual. So the projects themselves are connected, and those people are looking for people who will aid them there. They don't care about that geography. So that side, yes, lots of connectivity in every direction around the world. And if you happen to start a project in a jurisdiction like Australia, the truth is you only leave if there's a reason for you to leave. You're starting these things where you work. As far as signalling in, it depends on the nature of the lens. So when it comes to financial services, for example, large financial services businesses in the United States do not generally, in this space, turn their attention to Australia. It's a smallish market for them. It's, in that instance, easier for us here to get the attention and go to the US than it is to get the US's attention to come here. Regionally, when we're talking about Australia and the Asia Pacific, a different conversation there as well. More bilateral approaches, more resource flow between the jurisdictions, and because of time zones as well, a lot easier for businesses to be more closely connected. So we're seeing different strengths of connections, largely at this stage still tied to the way more traditional businesses have operated as well. So time zones and capital requirements aside, the strengthening relationships for me will continue to be into the Asia Pacific region because the resourcing there and the willingness for other jurisdictional countries, Singapore and the like, who have a good reputation for moving quickly, that it creates some nice competitive tension within jurisdictions and allows countries to benefit from some who move a little bit faster, some who move a little bit more slowly, and a different sort of resource mix.
I know one news item that excited quite a few people in our region was the recent signing of an MOU between a number of blockchain associations in Southeast Asia, and Blockchain Australia was among those. I was interested in your thoughts on, what do you see as the possibilities of this grouping, and what do you hope may come out of it in a few years' time? Because as you mentioned, this sector is one that's inherently international; it's cross-border. I'm very interested in how you think this could lead to better linkages between the region.
I was very excited about it, Gaurav, which I think I communicated to you. Australia, happily, we're the plus one. We're a little bit late to the party, and then when I saw what was happening, I said to Hock Lai, who's taken it upon himself to pull this together, and he's done some tremendous work in Singapore and the Asia Pacific region in financial services and now in blockchain. I just said we'd love to be a part of it. And the main thing that I see within that conversation, and this is where the opportunity lies, I see in other conversations as well, the sharing of information, the sharing of resources, and that's human resources, has been absent, is absent. Now that's happening on government as well. Talking about siloed conversations within governments and siloed conversations within industry participants. As a group of representatives related to associations, we have the lens of our own jurisdictions, a lot of businesses within our own jurisdictions. So when we go into the conversations with the likes of Hock Lai, we get the benefit of his 500 conversations and my 500 conversations. So that's the strength of this group coming together, because we know now we can share that issue. And jurisdictionally, there are different issues. The reality here is the resourcing requirements, and in some respects, the development of the countries involved, greatly different stages, and their appetites to do it. So bringing that conversation together really does aid regulatory conversations. Again, the jurisdictional issue that everybody is having. We can say locally, here are the concerns. Are they your concerns? And we can share that information in a way that allows confidence to be built in the region. We're seeing geopolitical shifts here, Gaurav, and this is one of the things that makes the technology really interesting, and for some people probably very scary. We're seeing blocks emerge in the way people are positioning opportunities. The EU, very deliberately, because of the regulatory path they've gone, are giving consideration to the implications for all of the countries that are part of EU members. If they make rules for the EU, they snap together eventually, and lots of countries simultaneously are bound by those rules. It's an unusual situation. Here we have to do that by choice, as opposed to have it mandated because of the nature of the union that we're in. That's a little bit trickier, but that Asia Pacific attention here, particularly given lots of activity from China, lots of activity now from India, lots of activity in the Asia Pacific as a whole, that's built on lots of people who are willing and proactively seek out those conversations. The US, again, is a different beast. The truth there is there's so much resource in the US when it comes to financial services and financial capital. When they get sort of strategies together, they tend to win on that part of the race. So again, there's a race to try to share resources and build capability, because ultimately, regionally, we think there'll be stronger flows between regions, and that will ultimately sort of connect out to this global mesh of businesses that are coordinating, because the technology will be agnostic to where in the world you are. So it's an exciting thing to be observing firsthand.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you, Steve. Really appreciate your thoughts and your insights. Never dull, always interesting. So thank you very much. I guess just to close off for our audience, I think they would have found everything you've articulated today very interesting. If they want to continue to follow or engage with what Steve Vallis is doing, what Blockchain Australia is doing, where can they find you? How should they engage? How can they keep up with all of the exciting work that's happening?
Well, the good news, Gaurav, is we're on the internet a lot. So blockchainaustralia.org is the website. Blockchain Oz on Twitter, very active on Twitter, and personally I'm very active on Twitter. It's Steve Vallis at Twitter. LinkedIn, of course, for both the organisation and myself. And what we're trying to do here, Gaurav, importantly, and Austrade have been very important in assisting us to do this, is we're building the internet, not the intranet. What we're trying to do is draw in conversations that don't live in the core that is blockchain. Because when people think blockchain is the thing in the middle of the room, they miss all the opportunities that are building around it. So from our perspective, we encourage as many people as possible, irrespective of what domain they're in, to give consideration to what some of this technology at either end of the spectrum might mean for them and their business and for themselves personally. So thanks for the opportunity to share my thoughts today.
I'm Billy Welch, part of Mycelium, a core service provider to TracerDAO. Let's take a quick look at TracerDAO and how it intends to bridge the gap between crypto native and real world markets. Before jumping in, I'd like to spend some time on why I'm fascinated by blockchain infrastructure and the role it will play in changing how society interacts with financial markets. I spent the majority of my career developing new markets and supporting new technologies to help groups and communities better manage risk. This ranges from commodity markets like carbon credits and renewable energy to fixed income related products like mortgages and catastrophe bonds, also loan products, where under the direction of Dr. Richard Sandor, we created a transparent market-based interest rate benchmark after the fallout of the LIBOR manipulation scandal. With each of these markets, we were improving on existing infrastructure to increase transparency, reduce high friction costs, open access for new market participants to provide liquidity to help grow these markets. Blockchains and the infrastructure built on top of blockchains will make these past efforts of transparency, access, and fairness seem trivial in comparison to what's possible going forward. TracerDAO will be a major catalyst in this vision of the future by providing open source, secure, peer-to-peer financial infrastructure that drives innovation and opens the door for communities to participate in securing their financial future. Where TracerDAO is starting this journey is by developing and deploying a piece of derivative infrastructure that will allow people anywhere to manage risk. This ranges from digital communities, chain-link node operators managing Ethereum gas costs to provide continued service to the DeFi community, to local farmers being able to lock in the price for their crop, as well as input costs like water. How TracerDAO achieves this is through DAO structure, which at the protocol layer deploys a factory that allows permissionless deployment of markets, something that in traditional markets is not possible due to high barriers of entry, including high legal costs associated with negotiating ISTA agreements, which reduces access to only large market participants. Tracer's DAO structure opens governance typically closed in financial organizations by allowing community members to vote on the direction of the DAO. Anyone, whether that be individuals or organizations, are able to submit proposals to the DAO to change the protocol rules or even provide services like smart contract auditing provided by Sigma Prime, research and governance advisory from the likes of RMIT Blockchain Institute, the team at Bankless, or the organization I support, Mycelium, which provides software development, business development, community management, and other services to the DAO. We welcome anyone interested in contributing their efforts to come help us shape the future of TracerDAO. The factory setup within Tracer is fairly standard implementation within DeFi. It's literally what it sounds like. It's a financial factory that produces contracts. So if you imagine a standardized contract template, such as an option contract or a perpetual pool, a new type of financial contract developed by our team at Tracer, you can plug in contract inputs into a Tracer factory, and then anyone can deploy a new market. So if you have an Oracle price feed for that water market, let's say, you can plug that into the Tracer factory, press the create button, then a conveyor belt rolls out of the factory a new financial contract for anyone with an internet connection to access. I welcome people to go to our website and review our white papers to learn more. Something we're extremely excited about is a new primitive called the perpetual pool developed by our financial engineering team. This product is unique in that you can take a levered position and have no risk of liquidation and carry no margin debt. Holders of pool tokens can take long or short positions of a particular market and hedge price risk associated with that market without the fear that a large market move will liquidate your position or remove your hedge. These are fully fungible tokens that can be used across the crypto protocols like Balancer or SushiSwap or others, providing broad value across the crypto landscape. Since we launched this year on September 15th, total value locked is approaching $50 million and trading volume is well over $100 million. In this table, we compare Tracer's perpetual pools to other leveraged token designs. In version 1 of the perpetual pools products, traders can access 1 or 3 times power leverage exposure and do so in a low fee environment. For example, to hold perpetual pool exposure for 1 year would cost 1%, whereas on FTX it would cost nearly 11%, and on Binance, roughly 3.5% of total collateral. Additionally, through perpetual pools design, bankruptcy and liquidation is impossible. In V2 of our perpetual pools product, expected to launch before the end of this year, we're going to make even more improvements to leverage token designs. Volatility decay is a problem that exists across leverage products like ETFs and perpetual swaps, and makes it impractical to maintain positions for longer periods of time. V2 will mitigate the risk of volatility decay seen in leverage products to date, as well as create the ability for new markets to be deployed on a permissionless basis. The opportunity that these innovations open is tremendous. Blockchains and blockchain infrastructure will touch all global markets, and ultimately every financial transaction will settle on chain. This is an unimaginably large number, but I would argue that existing markets are only living up to a portion of their potential. By opening up low-cost infrastructure like Tracer, you create opportunities for people previously unable to access risk management infrastructure due to these high costs, and allow any market to be formed as long as you have a price oracle or data feed. For example, you're in the real world gig economy and you're looking to lock in fuel prices. We envision a world where applications like Lyft build risk management tools using TracerDAO Perpetual Pools V2 to allow their drivers to hedge now, reduce exposure to adverse swings in fuel prices from supply shocks, and hold this hedge indefinitely to keep more income in their wallets to support their family. Or even in the digital world, suppose you're working in the metaverse like many people around the world who earn the majority of their income from play to earn games. A Hedge Now tool embedded into their in-app experience or as part of their participating in a yield guild has the potential to maintain their quality of life for them and their families despite market fluctuations in digital assets. One area I'm particularly excited for what Tracer can provide is around composability for underserved markets like water and environmental markets. In my experience, environmental and water markets are extremely localized. By allowing individual localized markets to be composable and swapped into larger composites, much like an ETF can be swapped out for the individual stocks that make up an index or vice versa, you can allow communities to hedge local price and supply risk with large entities looking to supply liquidity to a broad global market. Perpetual pools is where we started. We plan on launching the ability to create custom indices as well in the near future. Additionally, deploy other factory contracts for things like perpetual swaps, options, interest rate swaps, and many more innovative products to change the shape of financial markets. But we really can't do it alone. These are major problems. We welcome you to join the community by joining our Discord channel. If you're building an application where users can benefit from risk management tools or have an idea on a market or index, we want to hear from you. You can earn fees generated by these markets you help to create and be part of something that will truly change the world. We appreciate you giving our time today and look forward to answering your questions. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is William Kirkwood and I'm the head of business for Mycelium Reputation. Today I will be speaking on behalf of Reputation DAO. Reputation DAO is creating a programmable reputation platform. Our aim is to shift trust from closed institutions to open source code. We are creating an independent and transparent reputation system for DeFi. And we will be providing reputation as a service. We will be an independent third-party service provider of reputation. We can create a trusted reputation system because we will be a decentralized autonomous organization that is controlled by the community. People will be able to trust our reputation scores, knowing that we basically democratize reputation. This is how we will shift trust from closed institutions to our open source code. So, what are the first applications for reputation? Our initial focus has been Oracle networks, specifically the Chainlink Oracle network. Blockchains are limited in their access to real-world data. Oracle networks offer a solution to this problem and have unlocked hundreds of billions of dollars in value by allowing the creation of lending, trading, and gambling platforms that operate using Oracle data feeds. For anyone that's not familiar, an Oracle network is basically a decentralized network of Oracle node operators who aggregate real-world data and feed it onto the blockchain and into smart contracts. We are creating transparency for users interacting with Oracle data feeds by allowing users to view the entire data supply chain that supports their smart contract data feeds. On our platform, users will be able to view any data feed and look at the entire data provenance and all of the different oracles that are supporting that data feed. We will also be applying reputation scores to Oracle performance. Our reputation score is a score between 1 and 100 that indicates how reliable and trustworthy an Oracle is. So, I'm just going to give a very quick overview of our current platform and all of our development up to this point. So this is our front end. Our front end is unique in that we support a variety of different blockchains. For this example, I'm just going to be focusing on the Ethereum network. So here, as you can see, we're ranking oracles by their lowest average deviation. And we can also rank them by their number of transactions submitted. We also support a variety of different data feeds and contracts. So if I just click in here and look at the ETH/USD data feed, I can see all of the oracles that are making up this data feed. I can also click and see all of the round results from this most recent round and any of the previous rounds. This enables users to verify any data feed and basically to ascertain an assurance that none of the oracles in the network are malfunctioning or operating in bad faith and significantly affecting the round result. We're supporting a variety of different contracts right now, and if you click into the Tesla one, for instance, once again, you'll be able to look at all of the different oracles that are making up this feed. Clicking into any particular oracle, you'll be able to see a variety of statistics around how many transactions the oracle has submitted and the average deviation in its responses. When we release our reputation scores, users will have a single source of truth to evaluate how reliable and trustworthy an oracle is. Our protocol visualization environment feature is this little widget here. Right now, it is live on Trace's front end, and I'm going to just showcase how it works. So this feature is this innocuous little widget that sits in the bottom of a protocol's front end. Users can interact with it, and when they click it, it will take them to our website to an overview of the protocol's page. Users will be able to see a variety of different statistics specific to that protocol, and they will also be able to look into the protocol security of any of the data feeds, specifically looking at all of the different oracles that are actually supporting that data feed. This will enable users to have peace of mind about the smart contracts they're interacting with, and users can be assured via our widget that the smart contracts they're entering into are trustworthy and legitimate. So, looking beyond oracles, we've identified that DeFi needs reputation to expand its offering. This applies to a variety of different use cases, from protocols offering, more effective airdrops to their user base, all the way through to individual users being able to access, different services on chain, particularly around lending and liquidity mining. Reputation, however, is subjective, difficult to ascertain, and challenging to apply. And this is why there is no reputation system that has already been developed for DeFi. Our solution to this is data-driven, transparent trust. To do this, we've created a very sophisticated and scalable data pipeline. Our backend feeds in enormous amounts of blockchain data and creates an enormous data set for us to aggregate and analyze. We've then developed over the last 12 months with our research team a relative performance ranking reputation model. This model analyzes the data that we feed in on the back end and creates a score between 1 and 100, indicating the reputation of a protocol. Our decentralized governance structure also enables the community to vote and make changes as they see fit to any aspect of reputation. Because of this, we can align incentives effectively, and we can ensure that reputation evolves as the community sees fit. You can think about it as a democratization of how the reputation system for DeFi should work. We can also financially incentivize all of the stakeholders in reputation against corruption. We've built an agnostic, data-driven and programmable reputation model, and the Chainlink network is the first application. But in creating this reputation model, we have made it data agnostic so that it can scale into a variety of different applications. Chainlink is only the first application. We've also decentralized the weightings of any of the metrics as part of the reputation model. This means that the DAO can vote and change any aspect of how the model works. We've also set up the reputation model as a relative performance ranking. So it ranks you against your previous performance, but also against the performance of your peers. And in doing this, we incentivize competition and we create the competitive demands of a free market. We also encourage specialization. So if an oracle has particularly accurate results, that is something that will be rewarded. We have also made our model extremely scalable so that it can scale with the Chainlink network into the future and into any other application in DeFi. Right now, we've focused on Oracle networks, and we'll be releasing our full suite of Oracle products in the next 6 months. We'll then be moving on to keeper reputation and developing products for keepers. Later next year, we'll then be moving into externally owned address reputation, creating reputation products for individual DeFi users. In summary, we are creating an open source, programmable reputation platform, and we think that we can become an open standard for transparency and trust in DeFi. We see reputation as a public good that is extremely important to a variety of different functions in a complex environment. We have released our relative performance ranking white paper to our website, and we'll also be sharing our Reputation DAO white paper early next year, which outlines the rationale for why we have become a decentralized autonomous organization. So, please visit our website, have a read of our relative performance ranking white paper, and join our Discord to keep abreast of any of our future developments moving forward. Thank you.
Investing platform Superhero is nominated for 3 awards at the Finnies, not even 12 months after launching. So to take us through the first year, we're joined by Wayne Baskin from the company. Wayne, thank you for joining me here on Startup Daily. Look, what an incredible year. Run us through it.
Yeah, it's been a mad year. We only launched just over a year ago.
and it was much bigger than we ever expected, hoping to get, around 10,000 customers in the first year. We've blown that out of the water. We're already well over 125,000 customers on our platform. We've launched Aussie share trading, we've launched US share trading, and more recently our superannuation product, allowing you to invest your super on the ASX without a self-managed super fund. So it's been a crazy year, and we're just continuing on and growing.
Now, Wayne, we've certainly been tracking your company very closely here at AusBiz. I think we had you on the first day. It has continued to grow. Tell us about the nominations and what Superhero is up for at the Finnies.
Yeah, so we're very excited about this. Last year, we didn't qualify because I don't think we were live yet when you had to nominate. So Emerging FinTech of the Year, I was just listening to the Aidatree story, and I think we're up against them. It's a great company there. Excellence in Wealth Management, which is a good one for us. Best Partnership of the Year, together with Zepto, who formerly known as Split, and that was a great partnership where we enabled our instant funding over a weekend. And FinTech Leader of the Year for my co-founder, John Winters, who has done an amazing job leading the team.
So run us through that partnership with Zepto, formerly of Split Payments. How did that come about, and what does that bring to Superhero?
It's actually an interesting one because we enabled instant funding. I think we're one of the first to, or if not the first to, enable instant funding of the smaller brokers. And the way we did it initially was, we gave a single pay ID to every customer, and then they had to put a reference number in, and that was obviously fraught with issues with people not putting their reference number in or reference numbers not working. But I think it was a Thursday night when we found out that our bank, who was supporting us, couldn't actually deal with the number of payments we were getting, which was leading to a poor customer experience. And at Superhero, the customer is at the center of every decision we made. So very quickly called the team at Split, who are now known as Zepto, and we worked together. And they said, yeah, it's about a 6-week implementation, and we said, well, give us your APIs, let's see what we can do. And by Monday morning we were ready to turn it on. They were coming in on Wednesday to start the kickoff, and instead they came in on the Wednesday to do a celebratory go live. So it's been a great partnership, and we're innovating with them, we're growing with them, and it just works for our customer really well.
Now, Wayne, run us through the product of Superhero. Of course, when you did start, it was very much that retail investor, which I've seen boom. We just spoke about it previously with fresh equities. What are you seeing on the platform? Is it just continuing to grow?
Yeah, great growth on the platform. We are seeing people, invest wisely. We are seeing people make, clever decisions. The whole premise behind Superhero is to be accessible and to make investing accessible. We're completely transparent. We have our $5 our brokerage fee and free buying on ETFs, and we really find people are making use of that free brokerage on ETFs and looking at long-term decisions and really investing in those ETFs, which are a great way to get started and a great way to invest. So there's definitely a range of customers on the platform. It's not just the millennials who are there. We've got a broad age range on the platform, and now that we've enabled the superannuation, it's really exciting to watch how people are now investing their super responsibly across our platform.
And what comes next then, Wayne? So you've got the Australian equities, you've got the US equities, you've got superannuation. Is crypto the next logical step?
Look, we're definitely looking at crypto. It's it needs to be looked at, and it's not something that we wouldn't. We're always looking to innovate. We're always looking to listen to what the customer wants. I think our immediate next steps are enabling trusts and companies to invest on the platform. Right now, it's individuals only. So watch out for that. That's coming soon. We're looking into overseas markets too. There's other markets out there that want to invest in the ASX, want to invest in the US, but also may want to invest in their own markets. And we can bring that $5 a trade to those markets and really make that accessibility something for these markets that have never had it before. But then, yeah, crypto's an exciting one. We want to look at it in a responsible way. We want to look at it, with all the regulations that are in place. So we're taking our time about it, but it's not that far away, I wouldn't think.
Now, Wayne, just on your first point there, you did talk about sort of expanding it so officers can sort of get involved with it. Obviously, you guys did start as the retail base. Is this to sort of just keep growing your addressable market?
Well, yeah, definitely. If you look at the market right now, I think, what's being invested in, about 20% is individuals and 80% are using vehicles like companies and trusts. So, definitely opening up the companies and trusts for us will open up the addressable market. And I think if we've grown 125,000 in the last year, opening up that much bigger pool is going to just see phenomenal growth, hopefully, for our business.
Absolutely. Now, Wayne, how is Superhero going to be watching the Finnies next Wednesday?
Yeah, look, it's a big decision. There's just been some more announcements made today, which is very exciting, which may change our plans. Yeah, we may come into the office. We're lucky to be in Sydney, or we may have a Slack huddle party. Who knows? I'm sure we'll do something fun. We'll get the team around, and we'll be responsible about it, definitely. But I think our whole office is double vaxxed, which is great to see. So it does open up a lot of opportunities for us to celebrate. Hopefully we win, or celebrate those who do win. It's an exciting time for fintech all around.
I was going to say, just celebrate the nominations and the process of the fintech. Well, we do appreciate, Wayne, you coming on today from Superhero. We love our chats with John on Mondays. Good luck next week at the Finnies.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Betty from Austrade. With me today is Sam Garland and Clementine Thompson from PwC Australia.
Thanks, Betty, and hello, everybody. My name's Sam Garland. I'm a partner at PwC and PwC Australia's banking and capital markets leader. So my work spans working with more traditional financial institutions, large banks, etc., and fintechs and startup institutions. And I'd probably describe my passion for this as being one of a pragmatic optimist, which is, for me, I always look for where's the real underlying value in fintech. So what's the problem they're really trying to solve, and what's the unique way that fintechs are trying to solve that problem? And my philosophy around that has always been, if you're going to understand it, you have to use it. So I have accounts with pretty much every fintech that starts in Australia to really understand and experience it myself, rather than trying to kind of judge it from the sidelines.
My name is Clementine Thompson. I'm a partner with PwC Australia's global tax practice. And I work with multinational companies on their global tax and transfer pricing arrangements. And as part of this, I have a real passion for Australia's fast-growing tech sector and the incredible potential in this industry, particularly within the fintech space. And this includes working with Australian companies growing offshore into Asia, US, UK, and other regions, and also working with international fintechs as they land and expand in the Australian market.
Sam, can you share with us what are the strengths that you see in Australia's fintech ecosystem?
It's a great place to be a fintech. In many respects, Australia, for many years, has punched above its weight in terms of fintechs and the success here. I think that's in terms of the technology infrastructure that we have here. So, from real-time payments platforms to open data regimes and open banking regimes here, the regulatory environment, which is quite accommodating to fintechs, and also the customer set in Australia and the amount of adoption and openness to adoption of new technology that customers in Australia have. It's also a very fertile capital and funding environment in Australia, from private wealth, private investment through to funds, investment bank kind of mandates, all the way through to listings. And so you'll see a number of fintechs that will choose to come to Australia for that feature of the ecosystem. In terms of the trends, Betty, look, it might sound obvious, but those that have been really successful to date have been those that are kind of offering something that is very close to the customer in terms of their interactions, their decisions, their moments of kind of important moments in their life, or have found an existing profit pool that they've just chosen a piece of to really attack hard within the existing market. And so that might be from the huge growth of buy now, pay later in Australia as a real kind of starter market for that product. And now that's expanding into other services that will be attached to that customer set that's been built through that product. The uptake of new FX and payments systems and offerings in Australia, particularly for cross-border, given the nature of our population and the number of immigrants that live in this country or aren't originally from Australia. Right the way through to the way that we're using technology, data, etc., to offer new business lending, integrated business lending opportunities to customers that use payment systems within Australia. The key thing that I would say about all of that to know is that Australian customers are very open-minded around the adoption of new technology. And so there's one way that you could look at Australia and say, well, it looks quite established. Lots of the financial institutions are quite small markets. They're oligopoly type structures. So in some respects, that's right. But actually, Australian customers are very open to new offerings. And I often use the example of contactless payments when that first started to come in to illustrate that. Now, Australia was one of the first big markets to adopt that en masse. We had one of the highest kind of threshold payment limits for using contactless. And as of even 2 years ago, over 80% of payments are now made contactless, and it'll be much higher than that today. Just to give you a sense of how open and quick things can be adopted in Australia, which is fantastic for a fintech that's trying to test a product, learn it, and potentially, export it to the world from Australia.
Clementine, Australia's fintech scene has been booming in recent years. Can you share with us some of the good examples? And what are the opportunities there for global and international fintechs to scale and succeed in Australia?
This is the area that I work in, and I love it. Across a wide range of industries, for a number of broad and economic and social reasons, Australia is really seen as an attractive destination to set up a regional hub. And there's a number of reasons for this, but sort of firstly, it's an economy where it's easy to do business. Secondly, there's good quality of life. And the third sort of main reason is around availability of top talent, which is highly qualified with broad skill sets and experience. And specifically for fintechs, our ecosystem is growing and growing. There was a recent sort of global survey done, and as part of that, Australia moved up to 6th in the world for global fintech ratings. And this survey looked at the quantity of fintechs, as in the number of them, the quality and success of them, and there was an ease of doing business metric. And for Australia to come in 6th behind some really much larger heavyweight countries such as the US, UK, Singapore, that's a real reflection of the opportunity in Australia. But from a cross-border context, I see two really sort of common trends, I would call it. Firstly, it's for either Australian fintechs or for international fintechs setting up a regional hub in Australia. And as part of that, it's around securing talent to sort of set up that base. And that talent is usually across technology and engineering capabilities, which is really critical in developing group IP. Also securing talent around sales and marketing, which is obviously a big priority for many businesses. And then lastly, around securing those resources that are really critical for setting up external strategic partnerships. And strategic partnerships are often a very critical part for a fintech to be able to scale and grow. And once these companies have set up that sort of critical base of leadership and personnel within Australia, it's much easier to expand into new countries, say across the Asia Pacific. And in that instance, you might need less people in the region and sort of more a team of sort of local sales and marketing and maybe regulatory personnel. The other really common cross-border trend, which is incredibly active at the moment, is M&A. So there's a lot of M&A activity with international fintechs, much larger, acquiring a much smaller Australian business. And usually they're either acquiring the Australian fintech for either their entire business, or in some instances, it's for the technology, for existing customer relationships, or maybe for its existing workforce.
Clementine, can you share with us, how does Australia compare to other global fintech hubs? What are the cross-border opportunities?
There's a lot of really amazing technologies that is making financial services easier, faster, simpler, more scalable, and just therefore more accessible. And it is really impressive new technology that's enabling that. I see a lot in my job around AI, artificial intelligence, particularly in the fintech space around managing a huge range of risks that exist in the sector, whether that's fraud, cyber, financial risk. And there's some really sophisticated and cool algorithms around identifying behaviours and patterns that are really powerful in that space. There's other areas that the Australian government is throwing a huge amount of infrastructure and investment into, such as blockchain, quantum computing, and data analytics. So there's a sort of a real ecosystem around developing emerging tech in Australia. And every time I meet a new fintech, one of the first questions I'll ask is what's the magic? What's the magic behind their product and their opportunity? And it's always differentiated. And that's what makes these first discussions so interesting. And in many cases, it is a unique technology that is special or differentiated. But in some cases, I'll be honest, it's something more simple where the fintech has found a gap in the market or supply chain that no one else has wanted to fill yet. And by being first to market and securing those key contracts is what's driving the success.
Thank you, Clementine. Lastly, what are Australia's emerging technology strengths that fintech ecosystem is leveraging?
The last decade in Australia in particular, there's just been huge opportunity. And the most obvious, really public story to talk to is Square's recent acquisition of Australian buy now, pay later success story, Afterpay, for US $30 billion. And this transaction really highlights the recognition of Australia's technology sector as homegrown Aussie innovation continues to be shared more broadly around the world. And while Afterpay's is probably the most high profile fintech, there are a number of other success stories, such as, just to name a few, like FX payments transfer provider Airwallex, there's the Challenger Bank, Judo Bank, and really recently crypto exchange Independent Reserve, which just secured a license to operate in Singapore. And these Aussie success stories highlight Australia's ability to breed unique and really good quality business. And more importantly, they have led the way around a much greater awareness of new technologies and products, both in the B2B space, but in the B2C context. And to complement this, Australian business and individuals have a really rapid adoption rates in respect of new tech. And these two things combined create an ideal system for growth. So Australia's, the technology sector is now the fastest growing on the Australian Stock Exchange, with some sizable valuations and a number of companies now that are valued greater than $1 billion. And in terms of sort of the competitive landscape, part of my job when I talk to new companies is to understand the competitive landscape. And what's really interesting in the tech sector is that competition is actually really a good thing because it increases awareness of the product offering, and as a result, all market players win. And typically, fintechs aren't operating in oversaturated markets, so the industry usually welcomes new players with open arms.
Simon, what are the regulators broadly doing to facilitate the adoption of fintech in Australia?
I think the environment here for regulation and the political landscape is a great one for fintechs in that it's stable, but it's accommodating. So it's adapting and adaptable to allow for like true innovation in fintech. So it's shown the ability to adapt. You know, politically, there's a lot of support for innovation and financial technology within Australia, and keeping regulatory settings right to maintain stability in a large economy, but also to accommodate and allow for investment and people trying things that are new. So even in the last 6 months, we've had here a complete review of payment system regulation carried out and some recommendations from that. We've had the next wave of review of open data as the third kind of stage of opening that up to the economy and to businesses to use as a whole. And we've just literally completed a parliamentary review of Australia as a technology and financial centre. And coming out of all of those, the themes that I think are really important for fintechs is recommendations that are really about adjusting regulation to make sure it's fit for the future of fintech. And so examples are simplifying processes for people that operate within payments to get licenses. So rather than applying for 4, you can get to 1 through the process, or creating the regulatory foundations for a kind of thriving crypto and DeFi market. So to bring that mainstream rather than kind of out here from a regulatory standpoint. And, you know, frankly, also looking at existing regulation to make sure that that's not holding back the participation in new products, new technology in the Australian market.
Lastly, Simon, what are the areas that international fintechs need to think and understand before they make the decision to enter into Australia?
Yeah, so look, I have lots of conversations with people that are thinking about entering Australia or are seeking advice as they do. And the first thing I'd say is this is a great country to build a fintech and to innovate. And the reason for that is we're big enough without being too big. And so with the size that we do have, we have the population, both in terms of scale and diversity. That means it's a truly kind of great test bed for product. It's got the scale, but it's also got the different demographics that you can explore with products. The second is the financial system has scale. We've got capital, we've got enough kind of system infrastructure and innovation that allows you to truly test and implement a product. The third is talent. You know, there's a depth of talent, highly trained, technology literate. You know, the people you need in your business to build stuff are here in Australia or can be accessed through Australia. And then the final is kind of the regulatory environment here. So it's reliable, so you can kind of, you know, plan as an organization here, but it's also innovative. So it's always seeking to see what it needs to change to be accommodating to technology investment, to new offerings, to new uses of financial infrastructure within this country. So what does that mean? It means you can grow, you can build high quality products, you can test them, and you can understand whether they're viable in a real kind of scale test bed. The second piece of advice that I will give people overall is do your research. So learn the lessons of people that have already been here, tried things, been part of this infrastructure and system here. There's a great network of fintechs through associations, etc., that are extremely open and always talking to each other about what they're doing. Look for the partners that you can leverage that may have already done what parts of what you're seeking to do, have done the legwork for you and aren't really operating where you feel you really add value, and so can shortcut that process for you. Read the regulations and the publications of the regulators. They're very open about their thinking, as are the kind of political parties around the direction of regulation, etc. And then finally, look for advisors that can help you. I mean, I say it tongue in cheek, but people like us love to talk about these ideas and give you advice and help you and consider your entry into this market. And then the final big message, I think, is just don't underestimate how much has already been done here. You know, it's by no means a saturated fintech market in Australia, but it is thriving and it's vibrant. So I think what you'll find if you start to explore here and get under the covers of it a little bit, is you'll probably be surprised at how much is already happening and how much innovation has already taken place. And there's huge lessons and opportunities to learn, but also to partner with organizations that are succeeding here already.
Well, let's go across the ditch as FinTech Open begins to lead a revolution in insurance. Already it operates across the Tasman and will soon spread to the UK. To take us through the global ambitions is Chief Customer Officer Nicole Buisson. Nicole, welcome back to the Startup Data Show. Great to see you. Tell people the Open Insurance story, please.
Yeah, so look, Open's an insurtech. We've got teams now across Australia and New Zealand, and soon we're going to have teams in the UK. So we're on a mission to offer the fastest insurance at the best price for the world. So we digitize the insurance process. We're offering car and home insurance, and we've got a consumer brand Huddle in Australia, as well as offering embedded insurance. So insurance that you can buy through our partners like Telstra, Energy Australia, and some tech brands like Plenty and Driver that embed our insurance into car financing flows.
Now, Open has been moving quickly and going global. Give us a few insights into how you've approached that enormous task.
Look, I think we've always had global ambition because what we do is quite different on a global scale. So accessing global markets has always been a crucial part of our growth. And, we started looking at international markets probably I think March last year, right when, COVID was starting to hit. So, I think that hampered our plans to get to Europe straight away. So we thought, hey, let's jump across the ditch to New Zealand. The markets are fairly similar. We saw there was a good opportunity. We could build up a team there. Trans-Tasman bubble was on the horizon. So decided to come into the market in New Zealand first. And New Zealand's very much been a test bed for how we go about international expansion and market entry, which is very focused around us finding an underwriter in the market, then putting some people on the ground, engaging with the fintech ecosystem to build brand awareness, and then actually getting going with partnerships and marketing.
Well, I think you in part answered my question there. New Zealand is a great testing ground for Australian fintechs thinking of going internationally because it's more of an iteration than it is a dramatic change in terms of other jurisdictions and their regulations. Is that a fair comment?
Look, I think that's absolutely a fair comment. Yeah, so great market to come into first.
All right, so how have you approached markets like the UK and sort of the planning that's gone into it? Give us a little bit of a time frame about how far ahead founders need to think as they do go global.
Yeah, look, so our plans are to launch in the UK by mid next year. So for our particular business, insurance is really heavily regulated. So we have a lot of licensing requirements to think about now. So that's very much on our agenda. But, a little while back, we focused on, the market attractiveness framework, understanding, what makes customers the same or different in the UK. Obviously, the UK is a fintech hub. So, there's lots of exciting fintech businesses out there and customers are quite used to fintech products. We looked at the digital environment, product fit and what we might need to do similarly or differently from in Australia and New Zealand. So that took quite a lot of time. And then the regulatory piece. And then we've got some people moving out there from January next year, and then we'll be launching in the UK.
Wow, it's almost like a military operation in terms of the levels. On that front, aside from sort of the compliance issues and the other planning that you do, how much do you think about whether it's faster and more effective to partnership as opposed to building from the ground up?
Yeah, so interestingly, in Australia and New Zealand, we do both. So we have a direct-to-consumer brand called Huddle, which we own, and that would be building up from scratch. But equally, partnerships are very, very important for us. So if you go in through a partner, then obviously you have a readily made base of customers. So that's been a really important way for us to grow our business. And absolutely, we will be doing that in the UK as well.
Now, we've had this conversation plenty of times on Startup Daily about how the insurance sector has been ripe for disruption. As you looked around globally, did you see even greater opportunity, or are we not doing too badly on that front when you kind of compare the different countries and where they are in their journey?
Yeah, look, I think the UK is really a fintech hub, so there's some really interesting insurtech businesses out there. But, we always keep track of the full landscape of competitors. And we're actually, when we look at what we're doing across Australia and New Zealand, we've done some really unique things that don't exist in other markets. For example, partnering with telcos that want to sell insurance is a pretty new concept and something that we can take out to the UK. So absolutely, we've identified what makes us unique in a bigger market context.
And what's the bit that gets you most excited about the next potential for Open?
I think absolutely it's global expansion. So getting our products out to more customers. And then I guess it comes back to our mission. So making insurance faster. So a great, fast customer experience that's not paper-based, at the best price. So once things are digital, you can offer a price advantage. And once you have, information about your customers that maybe you're pulling in from partners, you can price more effectively. And then finally, the final part of our mission is for the world. So we're a B Corp. So we have a lot of environmentally focused products such as pay-as-you-drive car insurance that encourages people to drive less.
Well, it sounds like a fascinating journey. I do, just before I go, want to ask the same question I asked of Dion earlier today. What advice would you give to other fintech founders as they think about taking on the world?
Look, I think it's think big and think about what makes you different on an international scale rather than just in an Australian and New Zealand context. So, there's so much opportunity out there, and I think through COVID, we've all been stuck at home, so maybe we forget. But think big and think about the rest of the world.
All right, Nicole Brisson, Chief Customer Officer at Open Insurance, thank you so much for your time and joining us on Startup Daily in this special episode with FinTech Australia.
Thank you.
Let's kick this off with a name that may be familiar to some viewers who watch Startup Daily on a regular basis, but it happens to be another Appel, Dion. Let's get the view of global opportunities from the C-suite. Dion Appel is the CEO of OpenPay. Dion, welcome to Startup Daily. Great to have you on the show. Tell us a little bit about OpenPay.
Yeah, good to be here. Thank you. Yeah, look, OpenPay, buy now, pay later, been around since 2013, started by a retail family in local Melbourne town of Australia, and has since been able to take the business to the world. We're a differentiated buy now, pay later business in that we do offer plans from 2 months, like equivalent to a pay in 4, up to 24 months, and we will go as high as $20,000. So we really play in verticals outside of just retail. We're in automotive, we're in home improvements, we're in healthcare, sports memberships, education. So as you can see, we're offering a much more wider remit for consumers to be able to spread their payments over time. In addition to that, we've also got a B2B play called OP Pro, and this is where we help merchants work with their with suppliers and ultimately enable an end-to-end digitized SaaS platform to enable transactions to take place in the business and trade environments.
Now, as you mentioned earlier, it has been a big journey for the company over the last 8 years. It started in retail in 2013. Now it's an ASX listed business. Your journey's been a big one as well. You've gone from sort of Chief Commercial Officer into Group CCO, and now you're CEO for ANZ. Tell us a little bit about the thinking as the business built out globally.
Absolutely, it's been an awesome journey, and as I think most people that have followed Buy Now Pay Later, it's been like a rocket ship, and our organisation has certainly been on that journey. So yeah, started in the business almost 4 years ago now, which is kind of a lifetime in Buy Now Pay Later. Ultimately, as the Chief Commercial Officer, we were just a one market business at the time. In the middle of 2019, we decided to enter into the UK market. Played a role in that as my remit expanded into the UK as well. And we entered into that market in retail. And this was about 6 months before we ended up listing on the ASX in December of 2019. And it was at that point that we really accelerated our expansion into the UK. And about halfway through last year, we decided to start to explore a further expansion into the US. Moving into the US has also been a very exciting journey. We took a lot of learnings from our business in Australia, our business in the UK, and have been able to successfully set up and get ready to switch on our US business, which is planned for this time next month in October. So really is an exciting time for us, and the learnings have been full of trials and tribulations is probably the best way to put it.
Well, we're going to talk tax a little later on, so prepared to get excited. But I do note that FinTech Australia today has launched a new regulatory roadmap for global FinTech companies who are looking to expand into Australia. The idea is it will explain all the various compliance and laws and legislation that FinTechs have to deal with in this market. Tell us a little bit about your experience and how OpenPay has thought about it as it deals with other markets in different jurisdictions and their different ways of doing things. How important is compliance and focusing on that as you build your business?
Yeah, it's super important and something that we take very seriously. At the end of the day, we are lending people money, and there's a responsibility with that. There's a responsibility in how we lend, and responsibility in how much we lend. So in Australia, we are a founding member of the AFIA Buy Now Pay Later Code. This was a journey that we went on for some time, providing all of our data to ASIC and really, being in a position where we were taking a front foot and a lead in all things when it comes to compliance. With that comes the opportunity for us to really, understand what is required from a compliance perspective in this market, and in all cases we do more than is required as a sort of like a base case. In the UK and in the US, also there are regulations and compliance measures that we need to take. We do have a group function that is based out of our head office in Australia that does address a lot of this, but with all businesses and where there is regulation in localities, we do have local representation as well. So we really operate our business as a think global, act local business, which is part of the reason why in July I became the CEO of the Australian New Zealand market, still with global CCO responsibilities, but ultimately this gives us the opportunity to really, create the playbooks locally here in Australia. I mean, Buy Now, Pay Later really did, was invented and started in Australia and has been shipped to the world. So, we're somewhat ahead when it comes to regulation and compliance here. So we're able to take those learnings and remain 1 or 2 steps ahead in the markets that we're entering.
Now, Dion, you mentioned the US rollout a little earlier. I do want to ask about OpenPay's ambitions both locally, see if you can give us the heads up on some thoughts that you've got in this sector, but also globally. Where do you want to be sort of a year or 2 down the track?
Yeah, look, we're very much committed to this industry, as you would expect, but we recently in the UK just announced an acquisition of a business called Payment Assist. This will see us enter into the automotive industry. So, making some acquisitions and partnering to be able to expand our offering as the lead Buy Now, Pay Later brand is very much a part of our strategy. Moving into the US as well, the largest Western world market when it comes to consumerism. So, we're talking about a $5 trillion plus business landscape there from a consumption perspective. So for us, the US is a really important market as well. We've announced some exciting partnerships with the likes of FIS, WorldPay, which will be a global deal that'll see us, really access merchants on at volume and at scale. And we're entering in through healthcare and really taking our verticalized approach where we do lend larger amounts to people over longer periods of time as a real core differentiator to the stock standard pay in full, which you kind of see all day, every day.
Now, Dion, before I let you go, what advice would you give to other founders as they look to expand overseas?
Yeah, look, I think do your research, do your homework, make sure you've got boots on the ground. One of the biggest challenges for us was actually launching a US business remotely. So, from this very office, we, this is the home office, spent a lot of times in the early hours of the morning and the late hours of the evening, really doing our homework, setting the ground rules in place, taking learnings from other markets and not rushing it, really going about our business in a very thorough way. Ultimately there are going to be challenges along the way. You've got to be able to learn from them quickly and adapt. And so fail fast is probably the starting point, but ultimately it's all about kicking goals and winning and making sure that you've done the right amount of pre-work to ensure that you're going to get that success you're looking for.
Absolutely, it's much more fun to succeed even faster. Dion Appel, the APAC CEO of OpenPay, really appreciate your time and insights on Startup Daily. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Now let's get company specific, and Reminder plays in the payment space, specifically sustainable repayments. As Australia looks into the dodgy practices by some of the nation's lenders, Reminder offers a different solution that helps disengaged customers meet their financial requirements. To tell us more is founder Sian Innocent. Sian, welcome to the show. Great to have you on. Now, tell us a little bit more about Reminder and how you're approaching financial responsibility.
Hi, firstly, thank you so much for having me. So yes, I'm Sienna Einstein. I'm the Managing Director of Reminder. And basically, our purpose is to grow sustainable partnerships for people and planet. And we do this by offering fast and friendly payment reminders and contributing 3% of our profits to help social and environmental initiatives. So we're really out there to prove that in the recovery space that you can get really strong results through a supportive and friendly approach to customers. So we do reminders from early right through to late stage recoveries, helping customers to reach sustainable payment agreements with their credit providers. So really trying to be as independent as possible and as you say, to engage customers where there's been a fallout. And that's whether it's lean digital, core campaigns, or a full blended model with phone chat support. We really cover the whole gamut, hardship, early arrears, like right through to as I said, late stage. And I think what we're proving is, because some of our clients are lots of other fintechs, but also some of the biggest and best known brands globally, is that if you do take that approach and that's supported with data and technology and you're using those as your allies, yeah, you really can get strong results there.
Okay, so let me ask you a little bit about your concerns around the regulatory space. We just heard from Betsy, and she sort of says, as a BNPL, she wants to see more regulation. She thinks that consumers and businesses need to take a little bit more responsibility and need a little bit more help. So what is your thinking around this area?
Yeah, absolutely agree with the previous speaker as well. Obviously, self-regulation can take you to one space, but I think a lot of the changes, particularly if we look in the short term, the ones becoming effective on the 1st of October, that, you know, the findings from the Banking Royal Commission was there was enormous scope for improvement, and just focusing on the ones that are the biggest priority. For us, we don't buy debt, so we do all our work on a contingent basis. Our role is to support clients in terms of meeting their obligations, where we're managing recoveries on their behalf. And the two ones that we're sort of really zeroing in on are the IDR changes, most notably like the shorter time frame, and then also on the changes to breach reporting, particularly obviously suspected now. It's a lot broader in terms of the scope of reporting, and also the timeframes. And the final one, obviously, that we're keeping in the back of our mind, because we also do hardship, is the one, the changes to CCR reporting, specifically around hardship, effective next year.
All right, so what have you been seeing? Have there been some trends as you've built Reminder that sort of have surprised you, or did you think you kind of had a pretty good handle on the space as you started to build your startup?
I guess the willingness for customers to engage with the positive mindset. We do work with large global financial institutions, and sometimes challenging the traditional way of doing things is something that you really need to crack through and to prove. But what we have been able to show, particularly with sort of a data-driven culture and mindset from the onset, is when you're setting up the testing and proving yourself, if you can back that up with results and the data sort of speaks for itself. So the willingness for customers to engage and how effective a blended model can be.
I think it's that piece of advice I used to get from my grandfather about how you catch more flies with honey. Not that the customers are flies, but certainly taking a slightly sweeter approach often works really well. Before we go, tell us a little bit more about your plans over the coming years.
Yeah, so we're really focused on that sustainability piece in terms of the why. I guess the biggest thing that's important to us right now is the environmental component. We do play a big role in financial literacy in terms of supporting programs and things, but our heart's really focused on obviously what's happening with the planet at the moment. There's over 4.7 million children in Australia alone, more than 2 billion globally. And as we've seen from the latest IPCC report, you know, what we do in the next 10 years is going to be really impactful in terms of what happens globally and what that means to people's futures. So, you know, in the last in the last couple of years, we haven't really focused on growth and promotion. We've sort of had the heads down, bums up approach, but we have significant reforestation areas that we're working on, and now focusing on that purpose and that why and the timeframes that we've got there in terms of being impactful. We're really doing everything we can to get the message out, build our client base, really get on that growth trajectory so that we can make the biggest impact that we can. So absolutely getting out there. We're finding in terms of getting the message out there in terms of sustainability and looking at the increased pervasiveness of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, that there is a niche for this kind of product where there's a social conscious element, but also that broader environmental piece. So really pushing that as much as we can, as I said, so we can make the biggest impact we can. We all need to sort of work together. So I think every time someone does something, it all really adds to the maximum impact.
So, Sian, if you were sitting next to a politician who had the power to change the world, what advice would you give to them, given we are talking about regulation today?
Yeah. I guess having a unified approach, and I guess it comes because everything needs to, the element of sustainability is that everything needs to make commercial sense all over. So if I was speaking to a business person or a politician, it would be, let's focus on the materializing risks that are happening right now and what that means to them in terms of their electability. You're certainly seeing that shifting conscious for voters in terms of what they're looking for, and climate is coming up and up and up, and also in terms of where people are willing to cast their votes and what's happening in that space. So selling it in a way that speaks to what they will act on.
Absolutely. Dr. Sian Innocent from Reminder, founder and managing director. Thanks for joining us on the show. I hope you get a chance to have that word with your local politicians sometime soon. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Welcome Rush Gold CEO Jody Stanton, who joins us now. Jody, thank you for joining us here on Startup Daily. Look, I won't steal your thunder. You tell us which awards you have been nominated for.
Thanks, Elliot. And thanks to Rebecca and the team and FinTech Australia for promoting the ecosystem here in Australia for so long. Their support's been so helpful to so many of us. So thank you for that. Pity we won't be in person for the awards again. I look forward to next year, and hopefully we'll be back to normal. We're up for 4 awards, I think. Two are around our new debit card. We became the first gold provider in the world, I believe, to launch on the 3 major mobile wallets. So you can actually send gold, buy gold, and spend it in real time through Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, and Google Pay. We worked with EML Payments on that, a local darling here in Australia, and we made news all over the world for that project. So 2 of the awards are around that. I think we're also up for Female FinTech of the Year, and as well as global presence and building our global presence, and that's really around our multi-channel distribution, which on one hand we have a retail app, on the other hand we have what we call a gold as a service, and with that we're plugging into wealth managers, banks, reward platforms, multifamily offices, and just wallets of any kind globally, and providing gold transactions into those services. So fingers crossed we'll get one of those. We'd be over the moon.
Now, Jody, of course, we will get to what Rush Gold has done, and of course, you've had a pretty big year, so we do want to dive into those as well. But one of those awards, the Establishing Market Presence Global, it's the 3rd year coming. Why do you think Rush Gold continues to sort of excel in this area to receive the nomination?
We're very much a global company, so we're live in 13 countries, and we were there almost immediately when we launched. Now, we don't promote in those countries just yet. We've recently raised money, which I'll mention in a moment, which will help us to finally do that. But I think it's very much, I guess, seamless transactions across borders. So you can buy gold in a lot of different ways. We've put our stake in the ground really around direct title to gold. So there's lots of ways to own gold, but gold is gold and funds are funds. And we sell gold, direct title, without a lot of systemic risk in between. So we solve for that. Gold is really all about capital preservation. And it has a relevant place in portfolios all around the world, from sovereigns all the way down to folks like me. So and everywhere in between. And for us, it's about creating an alternative to fiat. Now, the world is changing. There's lots of ways to have a bank account. There are lots of ways to make a payment within and between countries. We're not certainly competing with fiat in any way, but the world is changing, and people are coming up with different ways to make payments. And that's one thing that you can do with our gold is it's 24/7 tradable, and you can send it free anywhere in the world with instant settlement. So if I had an invoice to pay cross-border, I could do that instantly. So I think also that gold as a service channel for us. We have 5 projects going across 5 continents at the moment: Australia, Africa, Asia, Europe, and the US. And those are all inbound calls. We're unique in that we have no dependency or reliance on blockchain. But those companies, firms such as banks, such as wealth managers, when they really do need to make sure that something is fully AML compliant and fully compliant on a cross-border, that's where we're getting those phone calls, and we're struggling to keep up with those at the moment, which is a really high-class problem to have.
So Jodie, you've mentioned them there, the 5 projects around the world. Tell us a little bit more about these, particularly, I guess, for the Australian audience. I probably shouldn't go into too. That's probably something I'm going to probably go into too much right now. But it is, it's all about payments and wallets and different platforms. We have a Internet of Things company out of Asia that we're working on. We're becoming a core payment type within their app that they're launching. That's a new company. We have one out of Africa, which is a bill payment company. Which is quite massive already, so that we're very excited to hit the continent of Africa. In the US, we've got a gaming company putting real gold into their games. It's a mobile gaming company, and there are others. We're working on a bank as well, a private bank at the moment. We'll be telling you more about that when we're ready to actually announce those to the market. But it's suffice to say we're actually very busy. We're busy hiring 4 or 5 different folks to help us with that at the moment. So just trying to keep up. It's all positive. Now, part of that help, I guess, of course, is the recent capital raise you did. Tell us about that and what the immediate deployment of those funds is for.
So we've had several rounds of small raises as we go and hit milestones. We tend to kind of hit a milestone and go out to raise a little bit of funds. So we've raised about 8 to 9 million in the market to date. The recent raise was led by, or closed by, I should say, Dragon Tree Capital here in Australia. And that's really exciting because they bring, Dragon Tree brings not only funds, but a very strategic partnership there in terms of developing new channels. And in particular, we're using those funds to build out a family office product, a multi-family office product. We're opened up for retail, so self-managed super funds as well, trust, partnerships, companies. But we really hadn't focused, we really hadn't nailed the family office side of that in a VIP account, I suppose. So now working on that. I mean, we've seen our business has tripled over each of the last couple of years, and our average transaction size continues to do the same. And I think it's just more larger investors are coming in and looking for that instant liquidity and the direct title. And so they're helping us with all of that. What's interesting, a lot of people hold gold through ETFs, through derivatives, through pooled assets. And the holding costs are quite high compared. So For us, we're a premium gold product because you own direct title, and that is unique in the market. But we're insured by Lloyd's of London, audited by Bureau Veritas, held in vaults here in Sydney, in Australia with Brinks Global Services. With our family office product, you will be able to choose where you want to vault your gold, and a few other things. We're working on a lending product as well. So we have our product roadmap looks very much like a bank roadmap with all those things in it. And again, we're not here to replace a bank account, but it is an alternative. We're also working on youth accounts, parent-child accounts, because the generational wealth distribution is a huge opportunity for us. And we've had so many calls over the last few years. How do I send my child or my grandson on the other side of the world, a gift of gold? And so we're finally delivering that, which is great. I mean, that capital is just going to be really handy. And then we're gearing up for a new fundraise in March of 2022. And so we can do quite a bit of with the growth, with the funds that we've just got to grow our business, and then we'll go out again in March for a larger raise.
So Jodie, you're certainly touching upon a lot of different aspects of someone's financial journey. I guess you talked about intergenerational wealth, SMSFs, debit cards as well. Tell us about the opportunity that there is to be had in gold. Obviously, we're seeing today bullion prices are rising on the back of US Treasury sort of yielding a little bit. Where can this go?
Look, gold's been around a very long time. It's a bedrock asset in a portfolio of many forms. And I think cryptocurrencies often get compared to gold. I think they're very different things. I think gold's really about capital preservation. I own both. We started out very much trying to put an asset on blockchain. We have very strong views about that. But we all of us own some sort of crypto on our own. But gold is a very different place, and it's less about speculation, more about asset preservation. Governments have historically bought gold over time. You can pick up the newspaper any given day and read more about that. We get phone calls from all over for large entities to buy large amounts of gold, even on behalf of governments. So that's no secret. But at the lower end of town, it's been one of those assets that's had high minimums and a bit of paperwork, and it's just really unreachable. It's hard to store. It's just a bit cumbersome. So we've tried to make that really simple. I don't think the demand for gold is going away anytime soon. I mean, gold's interesting in its performance. It's uncorrelated to a lot of other assets. It's not meant to be 90% of your portfolio, but a lot of people believe that 10% is a nice number. Gold is gold. It really doesn't move in price. It reflects the price of currencies moving around it. So it depends upon a lot of things globally, and I just think that gold's not going away. It's multi-trillion-dollar asset class. Highly traded. Deep markets around the world, and the demand is certainly going up. We're very happy to be in the gold segment, and we have been for many years. And as the debt to GDP ratio increases around the world for so many countries, we're at 28% here in Australia. We're not doing so bad. The US is 130. Look at Japan; it's double that again. And I think people do need to think hard about the amount of debt that they have and look at what assets they can hold. But gold is absolutely about capital preservation. It's not going to triple over the next 3 months, that's for sure. But we believe that the demand for this is just going to continue to rise.
So obviously, as you said, demand for gold is going to continue to rise. It's got trillions of dollars. You'd be quite safe just playing in the gold space. Do you see a future where there might be more, say, precious metals added to rush gold?
We do get asked that for sure. We've looked at a lot of things to do as a next step, but I think we're going to stick with gold. I think you don't have to offer every ice cream flavor, I suppose. We just want to be the best at gold and really the best at what we do. We've certainly looked at silver. We've looked at a few others. But I think right now we have huge plans for what we're going to do with gold, and what we can do with that, and a lot of that we'll be talking a bit more in the next 24 months. But right now we're pretty focused on gold.
So Jody, we've got the 4 awards up that you're up for next week. Good luck with those. How will you be celebrating the Finny evening yourself?
Well, we will not be in lockdown, so we're pretty excited about that. So I'll tell you the day after, but right now it's all fresh what we can do and what we can get away with. So we'll certainly enjoy ourselves.
Well, good luck next week. Jody Stanton, Rushgold, thanks for joining us on Startup Daily.
Thanks, El.
Australia is a nation of trailblazers, where people with exceptional talent succeed.
There's a huge space to develop and lots of opportunities for talented, innovative and dynamic people.
Our bold blueprint for future growth makes us the place to kickstart your Australian success story, with access to multiple launchpads, grants and incentives.
The infrastructure, professional development opportunities and also the opportunity as an entrepreneur to grow your business here is really very clear and present.
Australia encourages people who have exceptional skills. It's very easy for you, for example, to change from industry to academia.
Bring your cutting-edge ideas, expertise and skills to Australia faster with our global talent visas.
One of the advantages of the programs that Australia is offering is that it enables you to move your family and have the confidence that you can settle here and get permanent residency.
We'll help you bring your key staff and their families with you to establish your company's footprint in Australia.
I think that lifestyle, that quality of life, that balance that you can build here is something that I wouldn't change for anything else.
Your entrepreneurial spirit will be part of our pioneering research and future-focused industries.
There's some really great opportunities at the intersection of industry and academics.
There's great work opportunities where you can be really fulfilled professionally. And then there's also a great community of people that are really smart and are really passionate about what they're doing and are just exciting to be around.
There has never been a better time for an Australian adventure. Why wait?
I think coming to Australia has been one of the best decisions that I've ever made. It's been such a growth opportunity for myself and for my career, and I've just loved every minute of it.
Hi, I'm Kendall Draper and I'm a Global Talent Officer, here to support talented individuals and top-tier businesses to relocate to Australia. Australia's economy is well and truly on the road to recovery, and we are open for business. If you've ever considered relocating internationally, now is the time to put Australia on your map. Competition for exceptional talent across the world is fierce. We know this. In response, we have introduced our Global Talent Visa. If you're exceptionally talented in your field or an entrepreneur, this visa is a direct pathway to Australian permanent residency for you and your immediate family. And if you relocate or expand your business to Australia, we have visas for you and your family, and your senior executives, and your critical staff and their families. There really has never been a better time to take the plunge and make Australia your home. We are a smart nation that works hard and plays hard. Our clean, green environment is perfect for all manner of recreational and social activities. We have sophisticated, fast-paced international cities and lots of relaxed, digitally connected regional cities and towns. Our first-class education system is making sure our children are future-ready. Australia is a safe country with multiculturalism and diversity at our cultural core. It really is a great place not only to live, but also work. So why am I here? Simple, because right now we're looking for highly skilled professionals in the fintech and financial services industries who can bring their exceptional skills and knowledge to Australia. We want entrepreneurs who can make an impact as innovators or by starting successful new businesses. And we want to attract businesses that will make a significant economic impact, generate employment, and commercialise ideas at scale. The Australian fintech space. It's boom time for Australia's fintech industry. Built on the strong foundations of our $9.5 trillion financial services industry, our fintech sector is leading the world with over 800 plus and 15 fintechs listed on the ASX. Our fintech ecosystem includes clusters of excellence, incubators and launchpads, venture capital firms, and industry associations. Australia's financial sector regulation is recognised as global best practice. So right now, we're looking for talented individuals in areas including but not limited to financial, data science and analysis, fintech, cyber and data security, blockchain engineering, regtech, cloud technologies, neobanking, digital wallets and cryptocurrencies. These are just a few examples and are a guide and not an exhaustive list, but we are looking for talented specialists and senior leaders in all aspects of financial technology to build on Australia's strong foundations. We have various temporary and permanent visa options available for talented professionals interested in relocating to Australia. The Global Talent Visa Program is the key visa program supporting permanent migration of talented individuals to Australia. Under this program, we are offering fast-track processing of the Global Talent Subclass 858 visa. So to be eligible for this program, individuals must demonstrate they are internationally recognised with evidence of outstanding and exceptional achievements, be prominent in their field of expertise, provide evidence that they be an asset to Australia in their field of expertise, and have no difficulty obtaining employment in Australia or becoming established in their chosen field. Candidates must meet a high standard and show an exceptional track record of professional and outstanding achievements. They must also earn or have the capacity to earn over the Fair Work income threshold, which is currently $158,500 Australian dollars. And finally, candidates must be nominated. Nominators must be an Australian citizen or permanent resident or an Australian organisation. Nominators must be nationally recognised in the candidate's target sector within Australia and be able to attest to the skills and experience of the candidate. Candidates who are assessed as meeting the required thresholds will be invited to apply for the Global Talent Visa. Invitations include codes which must be entered into the visa application form. At present, 90% of all visa applications are finalised within around 90 days. Immediate family members, including a partner and children under 23 years, can be included in the visa application. Visa applicants are required to complete health, character, and security checks. If you are successful, you and your family will be granted permanent residency to Australia. Holders of permanent residency to Australia are able to live, work, and study in Australia without restriction. The Australian Government has established the Global Business and Talent Attraction Task Force as a further measure to strengthen the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This task force goes above and beyond the Global Talent Visa Program to attract both talent and whole businesses, with the aim of relocating them in part or full to Australia. The task force is targeting the marquee end of the global marketplace, including high-value businesses with the potential to make an exceptional contribution to Australia. Relocating individuals and companies requires a coordinated approach across the Commonwealth and state and territory agencies to ensure you are offered a whole-of-nation approach, also that you are supported to succeed once you arrive in Australia, including being supported to create jobs and opportunities for Australians, and that this initiative complements rather than duplicates existing priorities and programs across government. So if you've got what we're looking for, we'd love to hear from you. Please visit our website, or to find out more, come visit us at our booth as part of the Australian Pavilion here at Singapore FinTech Festival.
And now, when it comes to regulation, our next guest says it would be a net positive for the industry and consumers. Jordan Michaelides from CoinJar says the company is already on board with the ACCC Scamwatch campaign and wants to see more regulation. So let's go through that checklist with him. He joins us now. Jordan, thanks for being on Startup Daily.
Thanks for having me.
Give me your wish list. What sort of regulation are we talking about here?
Well, I had a good conversation the other day with someone who operates in the FX space, being that I came from that industry, and really what I personally would like to see is an ASIC license. I think that will do a lot for this industry. It will stop a lot of, obviously we've got AUSTRAC, and so it's a lot harder to start a digital currency exchange today or a digital currency business today in comparison to, say, 3 years ago when I first got into the industry. However, we've seen some examples of things that have come out within the market that I just think if there was an ASIC license, there would be harder controls. I'm positive with what happened with the Senate inquiry that I guess politicians are paying attention, and maybe that will add some heat to ASIC. But, you know, just speaking to that friend in the FX space, I am wary it could be up to 3 to 5 years until we see any such licensing.
Do you think it's a matter of the regulators needing to get their head around it? Because, of course, if you are going to license, you need to understand what you're licensing. And to me, it would seem that everyone is still trying to figure out what is going on.
Well, this operator I spoke with, he was an individual, you may remember a few years ago, of this ABS insider trading event, and he was in the FX industry, and he basically tipped off the regulator, who at the time really didn't understand the industry he was in. And so ASIC was essentially doling out licenses to people in the FX space. He notified them of this insider trading event. It was well reported in the AFR, and it was quite a large case that came out of it. Now, his process of going through that with ASIC was actually educating them on what margin or leverage products look like. And we find that's quite similar for us in the crypto space. So I think you're right. I think the regulators need to understand it. There's got to be some sort of burning platform, I feel, maybe, that will really push them to understand this new product. And once that happens, I think we'll see licensing come through.
So have you been watching the Senate Select Committee as they've looked into the currencies, and Senator Andrew Bragg, who seems to be very keen on encouraging innovation, but also sort of just trying to keep a hand and keep everything in check? Do you feel like they do have a solid understanding and you'll get a pretty good roadmap when the report is handed down in October?
I mean, look, we won't know till we see the report. I think watching some of the material, it was enlightening. It's great that senators and people in the political sphere are very aware. I would say that we're probably a bit further ahead than other jurisdictions like the US. When you look at this infrastructure bill that they have pushed through in the US, or will likely get pushed through, plus commentary from the SEC boss, I think we're actually I think Australia by and large has always been pretty well ahead when it comes to fintech regulation. It's just sometimes maybe the sun down here makes us a little slower, but I'm pretty positive based on what I saw from the Senate Select Committee and what I hear from other people in the space as well.
So, Jordan, we mentioned at the top in your introduction that you're part of the ACCC Scam Watch. Of course, we've seen this massive growth in scams on so many fronts. And then, of course, I hear the stories about sort of hijacking and hacking and all sorts of things going on. Can you paint a little bit of a picture about your concerns on that front and how you're tackling them?
Yeah, well, when it comes to scams, unfortunately, like as you would see when you go to the supermarket, I don't know if your parents, but my grandparents have been ones that have been conned into, or at least initially were potential victims of these scams when people called them up and asked them to pay for XYZ from the ATO with iTunes vouchers. And it's a little bit like that. That's sort of what it's like in the crypto space. You get people who are approaching individuals who are experimenting with crypto and telling them mainly that they're going to get guaranteed returns. And so the biggest issue we have as an organization with scams is actually convincing the customers of ours that it's a scam, and having them be aware that they can't, or they should not just go send this money to this wallet address and they're going to get XYZ as a guarantee from that individual. So that's the biggest issue that we're fighting today, is education. Like I said, I think I mentioned to your producer, I see more issues with customers than I do with actual scams. And so it's something that we're always battling against. It means that the industry always has to have procedures that basically require an individual to do certain things, like 2FA. If they're sending to a wallet that's out of the ordinary, they get an immediate call from support teams. If they're operating with a known scam that's on a scam watch list or is on a list that we have, unfortunately, we end up blocking their account, so they can't send the money out, so we're not involved in that.
But my understanding is they get a little bit cranky with you at that point when all you're trying to do is save them from themselves.
Yeah, very cranky. And look, for our purpose from an operational point of view, it's good to do that because it means that we're not getting into issues with the ombudsman down the track. But it's the best we've got. So it's all we can really do. And so that's why we got on board with the Scam Watch campaign, because really we just need to get the word out there.
Do you feel that the regulators need to step up on that front and give you guys a little bit more support to tackle this? Because it's kind of like the old Nigerian princes have gone digital.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. And that's why, personally, I'd love to see this license, because I just think it would add legitimacy to this industry. and we would have less people arguing with us about the fact that, no, this isn't a scam, I'm going to get this thing, I'm going to get these guaranteed returns, how dare you, blah, blah, blah. I think if we've got the backing and licensing of organisations like ASIC, it makes our job a little bit easier and prevents people from getting involved in this stuff.
All right, well, Jordan Michaelides from CoinJar, great to have you on this special edition of the Startup Daily Show. Thanks for your insights, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that what you're looking for does actually come along in less than 5 years. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, mate.
Australia is a nation of trailblazers, where people with exceptional talent succeed.
There's a huge space to develop and lots of opportunities for talented, innovative and dynamic people.
Our bold blueprint for future growth makes us the place to kickstart your Australian success story, with access to multiple launchpads, grants and incentives.
The infrastructure, professional development opportunities, and also the opportunity as an entrepreneur to grow your business here is really very clear and present.
Australia encourage people who has exceptional skills. It's very easy for you, for example, to change from industry to academia.
Bring your cutting-edge ideas, expertise and skills to Australia faster with our global talent visas.
One of the advantages of the programs that Australia is offering is that it enables you to move your family and have the confidence that you can settle here and get permanent residency.
We'll help you bring your key staff and their families with you to establish your company's footprint in Australia.
I think that lifestyle, that quality of life, that balance that you can build here is something that I wouldn't change for anything else.
Your entrepreneurial spirit will be part of our pioneering research and future-focused industries.
There's some really great opportunities at the intersection of industry and academics.
There's great work opportunities where you can be really fulfilled professionally. And then there's also a great community of people that are really smart and are really passionate about what they're doing and are just exciting to be around.
There has never been a better time for an Australian adventure. Why wait?
I think coming to Australia has been one of the best decisions that I've ever made. It's been such a growth opportunity for myself and for my career, and I've just loved every minute of it.
Hi, I'm Kendall Draper and I'm a Global Talent Officer, here to support talented individuals and top-tier businesses to relocate to Australia. Australia's economy is well and truly on the road to recovery, and we are open for business. If you've ever considered relocating internationally, now is the time to put Australia on your map. Competition for exceptional talent across the world is fierce. We know this. In response, we have introduced our Global Talent Visa. If you're exceptionally talented in your field or an entrepreneur, this visa is a direct pathway to Australian permanent residency for you and your immediate family. And if you relocate or expand your business to Australia, we have visas for you and your family, and your senior executives, and your critical staff and their families. There really has never been a better time to take the plunge and make Australia your home. We are a smart nation that works hard and plays hard. Our clean, green environment is perfect for all manner of recreational and social activities. We have sophisticated, fast-paced international cities and lots of relaxed, digitally connected regional cities and towns. Our first-class education system is making sure our children are future-ready. Australia is a safe country with multiculturalism and diversity at our cultural core. It really is a great place not only to live, but also work. So why am I here? Simple, because right now we're looking for highly skilled professionals in the fintech and financial services industries who can bring their exceptional skills and knowledge to Australia. We want entrepreneurs who can make an impact as innovators or by starting successful new businesses. And we want to attract businesses that will make a significant economic impact, generate employment, and commercialise ideas at scale. The Australian fintech space. It's boom time for Australia's fintech industry. Built on the strong foundations of our $9.5 trillion financial services industry, our fintech sector is leading the world with over 800 plus and 15 fintechs listed on the ASX. Our fintech ecosystem includes clusters of excellence, incubators and launchpads, venture capital firms, and industry associations. Australia's financial sector regulation is recognised as global best practice. So right now, we're looking for talented individuals in areas including, but not limited to, financial, data science and analysis, fintech, cyber and data security, blockchain engineering, regtech, cloud technologies, neobanking, digital wallets and cryptocurrencies. These are just a few examples and are a guide and not an exhaustive list, but we are looking for talented specialists and senior leaders in all aspects of financial technology to build on Australia's strong foundations. We have various temporary and permanent visa options available for talented professionals interested in relocating to Australia. The Global Talent Visa Program is the key visa program supporting permanent migration of talented individuals to Australia. Under this program, we are offering fast-track processing of the Global Talent Subclass 858 visa. So to be eligible for this program, individuals must demonstrate they are internationally recognised with evidence of outstanding and exceptional achievements, be prominent in their field of expertise, provide evidence that they be an asset to Australia in their field of expertise, and have no difficulty obtaining employment in Australia or becoming established in their chosen field. Candidates must meet a high standard and show an exceptional track record of professional and outstanding achievements. They must also earn or have the capacity to earn over the Fair Work income threshold, which is currently $158,500 Australian dollars. And finally, candidates must be nominated. Nominators must be an Australian citizen or permanent resident or an Australian organisation. Nominators must be nationally recognised in the candidate's target sector within Australia and be able to attest to the skills and experience of the candidate. Candidates who are assessed as meeting the required thresholds will be invited to apply for the Global Talent Visa. Invitations include codes which must be entered into the visa application form. At present, 90% of all visa applications are finalised within around 90 days. Immediate family members, including a partner and children under 23 years, can be included in the visa application. Visa applicants are required to complete health, character, and security checks. If you are successful, you and your family will be granted permanent residency to Australia. Holders of permanent residency to Australia are able to live, work, and study in Australia without restriction. The Australian Government has established the Global Business and Talent Attraction Task Force as a further measure to strengthen the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This task force goes above and beyond the Global Talent Visa Program to attract both talent and whole businesses, with the aim of relocating them in part or full to Australia. The task force is targeting the marquee end of the global marketplace, including high-value businesses,
Finding an edge today is tough. I'm David Jordan, and I founded Interrupters to create that advantage for financial services. If you want to win, then learn from the high-stakes sport of motor racing. It's not just the driver, it's not just the car. Races are now won and lost on the pit wall. Performance comes from extracting the most from every aspect of the race. We're making the right decisions quickly, make the difference. And you have to do the same in digital banking. Your middle office is your pit wall. So the question you have to ask, is it doing that job? Top performing bankers recognize the front office creates the revenue, the back office manages it, and the middle office turns it into profit. The middle office has to be spot on with the risk, regulation, data governance, and margin modeling. And just as motor racing teams will never win races with spreadsheets and manual processes on the pit wall, neither will your bank succeed. So we created Perform in a Box in the cloud, a low-cost, low-risk solution to activate your middle office. We do more than powerful dashboards, and we do more than automating your regulatory returns. We do more than operational risk. We do more than treasury. We do more than reporting. and we do more than asset liability management. For the first time, banks can have one solution for all their middle office needs, an integrated suite of applications for risk, regulation, budgeting and margin growth. Where Reggie, our AI assistant, can do complex modeling in seconds, such as repricing or stress testing. So why should you implement Perform in a Box? Well, you can get a staggering 200% return on investment over 3 years, plus increased productivity, improve your trust in your reports, and solve problems around data governance, security, and compliance. Perform in a Box gives you the pit wall for your bank to drive margin and growth. Call us to find out how easy it is to get a competitive edge in the digital era. Visit our website, interrupters.com.
Hi, I am Betty from Australia. Today with me is Jack Deeb, the co-founder of Mycelium. Thank you for joining me today, Jack. Could you mind share with us a little bit more about Mycelium?
So Mycelium started in 2019 as a key data provider to a lot of the smart contract-based protocols within the blockchain environment. We've since grown to a company of 90 people, most of which based in Australia, who services a global market for data and finance applications within the blockchain space. Our key projects are Secure Data Links, which is a data provider to a lot of the financial applications which exist in the blockchain environment, and Tracer, which is currently building these financial smart contracts, which can be used to execute all kinds of different transactions. We really look forward to our next project, which is Reputation DAO, and sharing a little bit more with you about that throughout this festival.
What is the origin of decentralized autonomous organization people call DAOs?
So the idea of decentralized organizations is not a new one. Analogous kinds of member-managed organizations have existed in jurisdictions for many years. So you can look at the US and the member-managed LLCs that they've got over there, or even in Australia where we've got organizations like cooperatives or partnerships. The idea of a decentralized organization is just that the members or partners or shareholders ultimately control the decisions of the organization rather than the directors or managers. The autonomous part of decentralized autonomous organization, or DAO, is where it starts to get a little bit interesting. So DAO-like organizations began appearing on blockchains at least in the blockchain space in 2014, and then with Ethereum particularly in 2015. The idea with blockchains is that blockchains house smart contracts which can be deployed and then allow broad participations in governance that will scale in ways that were not possible with traditional decentralized organizations. Actually, Vitalik, the creator of Ethereum, wrote about DAOs in the original Ethereum white paper, and they've since become a massive part of the Ethereum ecosystem. When DAOs were first, at the time of their origination, DAOs were envisaged as entirely virtual entities with a potentially infinite set of members, where those members, according to certain already stipulated governance rules, could collectively decide how the entire organization could allocate its time and its funds. So comparing DAOs and smart contracts, a DAO is just one kind of smart contract. So we've seen template smart contracts form around typical DAOs. So smart contracts that allow people to receive tokens in a system that requires a 50% majority of the token holders in order for decisions to be made. That is packaged up in a standardized set of code, which is then a smart contract, which can be used by you, me, and everyone else around the world.
Sounds really good. Thank you. What prompts the recent interest in DAOs?
Yeah, so the use of blockchain technology itself has grown immensely in recent years, and so has the use of DAOs. We've seen the rise of what we call two-account blockchains, being blockchains like Ethereum that allow smart contracts to be deployed and used effectively. And those smart contracts are being used to automate previously manual activities. So when we've seen this rise in blockchain-based projects, we've also seen a rise in blockchain-based entities, otherwise known as DAOs. So when I say blockchain-based, I just mean something that's being built with smart contracts which are deployed on a blockchain. And what we've seen with most projects in the space is the performant blockchain projects are actually a combination of both a successful DAO and a successful project. So there are many teams around the world who are looking at using DAOs in different ways and trying to optimize for how a DAO can be used in the best possible way. At this stage, DAOs have been extremely effective in housing growing global organizations. And so we expect that the amount of DAOs and the technological advancement of DAOs both to increase rapidly in the years to come.
Thank you. On the technical basis, what is DAO?
So a DAO, again, meaning decentralized autonomous organization, is an entity whose governance is decentralized and encoded in a smart contract or one or more smart contracts. DAOs exist on blockchains and allow an infinite number of participants, including individuals, companies, or even other DAOs, to coordinate their thoughts and resources in a transparent way. So I think it's important to go back then to what a smart contract is. So blockchains are largely attributed to the Bitcoin blockchain, which is actually the incorrect way to think about blockchains. The Bitcoin blockchain is super effective one account blockchain. And the kind of account that's really useful on the Bitcoin blockchain is the externally owned account. So where myself and my best friend, we can both create accounts on the Bitcoin blockchain and then use those accounts to send and receive our assets or messages. What then happened with blockchains like Ethereum is they allowed for the creation of a second kind of account where I could write lines of code and then deploy it as its own account to exist on the blockchain. And this became known as a contract kind of account, which then became known as smart contracts, which is now something that a lot of people talk about. So going back to then what a DAO is just a piece of self-modifying code or a smart contract that will change if a certain percentage of its members agree on that change.
So what are some of the practical examples of DAOs?
So a simple kind of DAO can be thought of as follows. So you've got participants A, B, and C, and they'd each like to pool their funds for investment purposes. So they can deploy a DAO smart contract and each deposit $100 into the DAO smart contract and receive a token which represents 1/3 of the total voting rights in that system. So A can then put forward a proposal or submit a message to that smart contract for the DAO to invest all of its funds, so the total $300, into a company X, let's say. So then it's up to governance. And if B and C, being a 2 out of 3 majority of the DAO, vote in favor of A's proposal, then the DAO's treasury, or those $300, will instantly be sent to the proposed investee. So you can see that using DAO as a sort of venture capital firm is a way that A, B, and C can pool and use their capital together. At the moment, we're observing digital communities emerge and form DAOs around different expressions of beliefs or passion or resource coordination, and then directing their efforts and their money towards a certain outcome. We're seeing DAOs form around software developer communities, around venture capital businesses, around online gaming, art galleries, charities, research institutions, so on and so forth. Going back to what DAOs allow, they allow an infinite number of participants to coordinate their efforts transparently. They have bank accounts, which are usually called treasuries. They have formal governance, which is usually achieved by voting on proposals. They have stakeholders who usually hold tokens to participate in governance. And then they have the ability to engage third parties. So they really have everything that you need and everything that you're used to seeing in traditional companies. And because we've seen most of the leading DeFi and NFT protocols emerge with DAOs, we fully expect that future businesses will also use DAOs in a similar way, but in other industries. So to go and see an example of a DAO that's currently alive and doing well, I would encourage you to all go and look at TracerDAO. So Mycelium is currently a service provider to TracerDAO. You'll be able to see all of the financial activity. You'll also be able to see every decision that has been considered, made, and is currently being considered for the future. So it'll be a great way for you to understand sort of how DAOs can be used and what a DAO looks like right now. So with TracerDAO currently comprises of a number of different individuals and companies. Mycelium is one of those companies that's responsible for financial engineering and software development. We're working with academic advisors here in Australia from RMIT. We're working with a number of other security auditing firms and other companies. In the future, we fully expect financial institutions and financial services providers to interact directly with TracerDAO to be able to offer financial smart contract applications and more sophisticated transactions to their users. So we really, really look forward to bridging the gap as it sits at the moment between financial operations which exist outside of the blockchain environment and those financial operations which exist inside of the blockchain environment.
We learned that Mycelium has recently submitted recommendations on DAO regulations to the Senate Select Committee on Australia as a Technology and FinTech Center. Could you share with us a little bit more on the recommendations?
Yeah, sure. So Mycelium recommended that a new kind of business structure was introduced in Australia for DAOs. To achieve this, and more specifically, we recommended that the Australian government should ratify what's known in the space as Koala's DAO model law. Koala is the acronym for the Coalition of Automated Legal Applications, and is a group of industry members and scholars who've spent the last 2 years thinking about how DAOs could best exist within a global corporate law environment. And what they've come up with is this DAO model law, which is a transnational legal framework for DAOs. It aspires to become the foundational document for best practices for developers, administrators, members, and participants of DAOs. And the way that it's drafted is such that it is suitable for states to adopt into their own legislation. The reason why we're so excited for Australia to take the step and adopt either the DAO model law or something that is functionally similar is that it would mean that DAOs then become a new kind of company that can interact with other Australian companies, but more importantly, other companies around the world. And this new kind of business structure would become available to existing and new entrepreneurs and businesses to achieve their ends. So Wyoming recently, well, the Wyoming Senate actually recently passed the DAO bill, which allowed DAOs to register as LLCs in Wyoming. And we're really, really excited for Australia to be one of the first jurisdictions to follow Wyoming's lead in recognizing DAOs as legal entities.
It's really interesting that you mentioned about it's a whole new type of company structure. I'm just curious, why do we need a new type of company structure? And what problem does it solve?
It's a good question. We need a new business structure for DAOs to solve two key issues, really, that will continue to exist unless and until DAOs are recognized as their own kinds of legal entity. The first is liability. At the moment, DAO members, the liability of DAO members is really uncertain, as there is a lack of business structure around both their operations in their own jurisdiction and their operations of the DAO in other jurisdictions. The second issue is legal personality. So DAOs are currently operating and transacting very effectively with other organizations that exist in these blockchain environments. But if you were to then try to contract or resolve a dispute with an entity that didn't exist in the same environment, it would be quite difficult due to the legal personality issue. In terms of problems that DAOs actually solve, the ability to provide a framework for tens or hundreds of thousands of people around the world to collaborate effectively on a purpose really unlocks this idea of stakeholder primacy with respect to a business model. So the financial and operational decisions made by a DAO are open for both members and non-members to see, which means transparent share ownership and transparent decision-making. And in our experience, we've seen this result in three outcomes. The first is accountability. In a transparent environment where your financials and decision-making is available for everyone to see, businesses are being held to their goals and to their timelines in real time, which generally does encourage accountability. The second is engagement. When you do expose a lot of your operations to the world, it's a great way to find employees and contractors who will kind of sort of assess the environment before engaging more seriously with the environment. And the last is collaboration. I mean, allowing people to connect on things like vision, mission, and purpose across tens of thousands of people. It really does allow for new ideas to be introduced into the environment and the best ideas to rise to the top.
And lastly, what can DAO structure do to accelerate the global trade and scaling business?
Yeah, so DAOs are currently being used as truly global entities, and they have the opportunity to continue to be that in the future. And the really, really exciting thing about this is that DAOs as a legal entity will significantly decrease the barrier to entry for businesses to start as day one global projects. We've seen over the last 10 and 20 years the significant time and resource requirements which are faced by companies which are attempting to become global. And really at the moment, it's somewhat impossible for most businesses to actually expand or operate globally. Embracing DAO structures will allow for other industries outside of the blockchain industries to experience this same wave of innovation and growth that's been seen in the blockchain industry in the last couple of years. And it has been one of the fastest growing industries in the last couple of years. So we look forward to seeing that growth continue.
And now let's turn our attention to one of the multi-award winners from the FinTech Australia Finnies last night. Athena Home Loans picked up a few awards this year, including Organisation of the Year and one for its Chief Marketing Officer, Natalie Dinsdale. So to tell us more about that is CEO Nathan Walsh from Athena. Nathan, congratulations. Hope you're well. Not sure if you had a couple of beers while watching the YouTube live last night, but I hope you had a great evening. Great outcome for Athena. Tell us about your year.
Yeah, well, certainly it was a big celebration last night, and I think I wasn't alone amongst the Athena team in making sure that we were really enjoying that session. Sort of some big awards. 2021's been a big year for us. We've clearly had great traction across the business. We're on track to double our book. We're just about to cross over $3.5 billion of settled loans. We had a Series D capital raise earlier this year with very strong support from our existing investors, and then some really great innovations that we're delivering out to customers. So really lots happening across many dimensions of the business here.
I think we were incredibly lucky for that moment earlier this year where we all gathered for the FinTech Australia Intersect Festival, and then of course we went through 4 attempts to have the Finnies. I'm glad they went ahead. What does it mean for you guys to win these awards? Because it is recognition from your peers and a pretty distinguished judging panel about your success.
Yeah, look, I mean, just to be a finalist, to be honest, was a real honour. It's an incredible ecosystem we have in Australia. When you look to many of the players who are nominated, they're doing incredible innovation, great businesses. So to be selected amongst that group was a real magic milestone for Athena to be awarded the FinTech Organisation of the Year. This is a really broad set of different players in lenders like us, but clearly in terms of payments and wealth, and so it's covering off a very broad set of sort of innovators and startups in the industry. And so lots of celebrations amongst the Athenian team in terms of that announcement tonight. And I should say, in addition to that FinTech Organisation of the Year, to have our wonderful CMO, Natalie Dinsdale, to be recognised as Female FinTech Leader of the Year for 2021 as well. We couldn't be happier, and we're so lucky to have her as part of our leadership team.
That is so, and I do want to ask you about that and Athena's approach to diversity and women in tech and women in business in general, because of course it's one of those ongoing debates we have, and you guys are leading the way on that front. So tell us a little bit about how you approach it and think about it.
Well, I think we've been blessed to have a number of senior women in terms of our Natalie, our Chief Marketing Officer, Myra in terms of our Chief Product Officer, Liana in terms of people, like really right across a broad set of functions. But I think diversity here really comes back to the idea that as a fintech startup, you're trying to take fresh and new perspectives on a problem, not just replicate sort of the business model that legacy financial players have. And there's many elements to that, but certainly having an incredibly diverse workforce, leadership, really, whether that's gender, whether that's other dimensions of diversity, I think is critically important to be able to approach with a really broad set of eyes and bring new ideas and new concepts coming through. So I think we've been really fortunate to have the incredible talent that we had. It's certainly something that we continue to focus on and looking to build and bring in new talent in terms of new recruits coming through as well. as an industry and in finance, it is certainly an area where, as an industry, we need to do better. And so it's been a big focus for us.
Now, home loans are a competitive and busy market, and of course, much discussed, much debated, and it's been a big focus in Australia over the last 12 months. Can I get your take on how you see Australia's property market and lending in general in terms of helping people who do want to get into the housing market?
Yeah, so look, it's a huge market, as you said. So $1.9 trillion, enormous players, the Big Four and others in this space. But similarly, an opportunity to really help consumers do much, much better in this space. And so we really think there's two simple truths. Most Australians are paying too much for their home loan, and it's easier to switch than you think. And so how do we actually bring digital propositions to actually help give much better value, and much better value in terms of rate, but also helping people manage the loan smarter, pay down the home loan faster, but also make that switch process, much better. Clearly, that's then leading into, so that's the opportunities on the funding side, where so many consumers are paying a loyalty tax, that can add up to tens of thousands of dollars over the life of the loan. But clearly, with rates at historic lows, then that's also feeding through into, some clearly very buoyant property markets, despite, the fact that we're still just emerging out of COVID, despite the fact we haven't had sort of net migration or some of those other factors that are often very important in terms of property as well. So, that's wonderful for those who are already in the property market enjoying the benefits. Clearly a real challenge for those who are looking to enter, just given the prices that are being commanded, right across, major markets in Australia at the moment.
So tell us a little bit about your plans for the next 12 months. What is Athena looking to focus on as it helps its customers and, of course, attracts new ones?
Yeah, so I think the key point here is just continuing to listen to customers and innovate. So we've just this week launched Athena's fixed rate proposition. So we had, since our launch, been a variable rate only. We now brought that up. We've got over the next couple of months, a couple of other really exciting opportunities coming up for consumers. Launching of offset accounts, Athena app, real-time payments, and then actually really facing into and planning out a pretty exciting innovation agenda next year. So lots of opportunities to say, how do we actually help consumers manage their home loan much smarter? How do we give great rates that stay great? And how do we actually manage the overall business of running a mortgage company much, much smarter, so we can take those costs and pass on the benefits to consumers in terms of better rates?
Nathan, I want to ask you, what do you enjoy most about running a disruptive fintech brand and sort of carving your own unique path in this space?
Yeah, look, for me, it is team. It is quite remarkable when what can be achieved when you get a really passionate, smart group of people together with a real clear sense of mission about what can get done. And so, having spent a long time in my career in large corporates, in professional services, just being able to actually almost the return on every hour, return on every day, translating into, the making every customer connect count, making each sprint continue to deliver great innovation out to consumers. So personally, that's what I really enjoy. And maybe it sort of links back to, as a kid, being the proud, build the Lego and here's what you have to show for it, something really tangible. And I think being in a startup really gives that same sense of tangible accomplishment and actually things moving at real pace that can be a lot tougher to deliver in a large corporate environment or some of these other much more slow moving organizations. So having spent much of my career in that sort of world, it's refreshing to be in a world where just the pace things can move at and the disruption that you can bring to market.
Now, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. I remember it's nearly 12 months ago when the RBA cut the rates for the last time. And of course, Athena was the first company to move in terms of cutting their rates to meet it. When the time comes, and it will come, maybe not for another 2 or 3 years, will you be the last one to put them up?
Look, I think we're in the end just moving at speed here. So clearly there's a little bit more of a, consumer excitement at moving quickly on the rates, but I think we're simply at a point of saying, how do we provide great rates to consumers at every point in the cycle? And so, continuing to focus on building out our platform so that we can deliver, we've got our 1.99% owner-occupied principal and interest rate for those who are below a 60% LVR, really terrific rates, and looking to do that as we potentially are in a future rate increasing cycle, as you said, in a medium-term horizon.
1.99. My ears are pricked up, so I do have to ask you about that fixed rate as well. Tell us that.
Yeah, so we've in a sense got a point here where we're passing on, rather than a low rate on fixed rate that then converts to a very high standard variable rate. You sort of see for many players in market, they'll talk a lot about the fixed rate, but actually when you look to the comparison rate, which tells you the story, where's the hidden fees, what does it actually convert to at the end? For us, we've got a very simple 2.09 is our lead rate. It then converts back to that 1.99 for the consumers below the 60%. No fees. And so it ends up being a comparison rate for that owner-occupied P&I below 60% of 2%, which I believe is the lowest comparison rate for a fixed rate offer for that particular segment of the market.
Very impressive. Now, Nathan, before we let you go, I do want to get your picture of Australia's fintech sector in general. You, of course, have conversations with your other executives, with founders, all of those. What's your take on where Australian fintech is at this point in time?
I think what's exciting is we continue to see lots of new startups coming in with sort of fresh and exciting ideas. But what you also see is, those who are successfully building, really large sort of scale businesses. And so having, some of the big announcements around, the afterpay transactions and, really showing what success can look like at that end of the spectrum. But look, I remain incredibly excited. There's a very generous ecosystem of founders and executive teams out there. Lots of opportunities to sort of, to test and learn. And so I'm really loving when you sort of see, the Brights and many of these other really wonderful companies out there doing very innovative things in their categories as well. And so I think ultimately that's a story about how do we bring more innovation, more competition, more fairness into a financial services sector in Australia that desperately needs change.
Well, on that front, I do want to also ask, from a regulatory framework, do you think we've got the settings right? I'm sort of thinking for you as someone who is lending, we saw APRA intervene this week and sort of say then they ramped up by 75 basis points to 3%, the buffer that you have to have in terms of assessing lending. Have we got our settings overall pretty right now, or do we need to make some key changes?
Yeah, look, I think we do. I think the fact that we have a very mature regulatory framework in Australia, particularly in areas like home lending, is an incredible asset for us. I mean, you didn't in the GFC have the same kinds of issues with ninja style loans that you saw in markets like the US. And so I think what we saw when, for example, ASIC went through the consultation about responsible lending, RG209, was a very thoughtful consultation process, not just talking to the big end of town, but actually actively engaging, to Athena's and other sort of startup players as well. So we've actually been very impressed. It is clearly a complex regime. There's actually a lot of thought to embed those RegTech frameworks into platforms. So there's actually a lot of work and thought and talent required, really focused on those problems. But at the same time, I think the benefits coming back to consumers is very strong. I do think the one area, though, that there can be greater focus in finance is just the focus on, competition. The instincts can sometimes be to really favour the big end of town. I think we saw that example with the RBA's $200 billion TFF facility, so that sort of funding facility during COVID. That was giving this incredible free kick in terms of super cheap funding at enormous scale to the big banks, not available to players like ourselves. And so I think that's the area to sort of say, if you want to ultimately end up with a innovation, competition and fairness in the sector, I think it is just keeping an eye to make sure that the regulators aren't tilting the field unfairly towards the big end of town.
Nathan Walsh, really appreciate your time. It's always fascinating to talk about Australian property. Well done again for Athena winning FinTech Organisation of the Year at the Finnies. We'll catch up again soon, hopefully together in person.
Wonderful. So great to chat.
So there've always been cyber risks for data. There've always been cyber threat actors. I think it's getting more common that organisations, particularly the executive in organisations, understand, really internalise what those threat actors are and what they might be. We have had, I think, a bit of a model in the last, few years or decades where we've sort of thought that, hacking is kind of science fiction, like it won't really happen to us. But actually we've seen over and over again organisations be hacked by different kinds of threat actor for different kinds of purpose. So, banks obviously are at risk for ransomware, for spill of personal information. There are also threat actors in terms of organised crime. People are starting to realise that they have a particular interest in, airports and security because they run a lot of, drug trafficking through those kind of channels. So different organisations are now starting to realise that they actually have a threat actor that's targeting them that they might not have realised before. So what do you think are some of the ways that we can find the kind of information that different threat actors might be interested in, and then what can we do about protecting that information in the network?
Yeah, often we look at the different layers of security that we can put around our data, and that can be locational, like where is my data stored, and what's the sensitivity of that data, and how important is it to me? When we're at home, we go to a bank, we think we're going to put our goods or our money in somewhere safe. I'm going to put it here, it's going to be safe because I know where it is and I know what's there. And I know that there's enough security around it to make sure it's protected. But in the information world where we've got data stored in different places, sometimes that data can be used sort of inappropriately. Rather than putting our money in a bank, we're putting our money in a cardboard box. So that's one of the things where we need to know what's valuable to us and what is a safe place that I can put it so I can secure it properly.
And what's valuable to us is important because I think we've always thought about that a lot in organisations. We always have a records management team thinking about, hey, what's valuable, what needs to be preserved, how long do I need to keep this stuff? But that can conflict directly with the risk management team and cyber, who are looking at what is the threat surface of our data, what risk are we carrying that we maybe don't need to be carrying. So we've been able to do some cool stuff, finding things in the environment that are inherently risky, and maybe they don't have a secrecy provision under law, maybe they're not classified national security, but for that organisation with its kind of threat actor, they're high value not just to the client but to their threat actor as well. Yeah. If we can find that stuff that those threat actors are looking for in the environment, no matter where it is, then we can harden it, we can move it, we can lock it down.
And if we look at that sort of financial services vertical as well, we often find that the data they keep is of value to them. It's not just what is in the data, it's how they connect it and what value they draw out of that. Yeah. So that might be for selling a product or providing a better service to their customers. So we're combining much more data much more frequently and adding value to it. And the more value that you add to something, then the more precious it is. So that makes it more important that you're looking after your data, that it's secure, that it's safe, you manage it, and you know where it is.
Yeah, it has more value in aggregation, and it also has more risk.
Yeah, that's right.
So lots of organisations in Australia and overseas, all around the world, every single day are being affected by breaches. And traditionally what we've done is we've referred to breaches as one of three main types, right? CIA. So confidentiality breach, an integrity breach, or an availability breach. So confidentiality means someone has access to or uses the information and they're not allowed to, they're not authorised. Integrity means the information is modified without authority and damaged in some way because of that. And availability means it's just not accessible to the organisation anymore. So, there's obviously lots of cases of availability issues with financial services.
Yeah, so there's a number of different areas that they're affecting. We're seeing some of those big banks, losing their data or losing their financial information, and often not via an attack on themselves, but via their providers. Their external contractors or companies that they're engaging to provide them services also become part of that supply chain threat. So there's one area where it's not just your own ecosystem you're looking at, but also all the connected systems around you and what other people are doing with your data and with your customers' data. We're seeing a number of breaches as well that are more financial related. So we've got a lot of Ethereum miners and Bitcoin traders that are actually getting specifically hacked or ransomware almost out of existence and losing tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of their own money and their clients' money. So there's a huge operational risk, and a lot of those companies are basically folding overnight just through one successful attack on their systems.
And ransomware, another really common way to damage the availability of information and extract money in return for maybe giving the information back. But like you said, it can happen without malicious intent as well. Like the Dallas police just accidentally destroyed millions of records about police files. Thousands of current cases affected because somebody trying to migrate data didn't follow the prompts in the system properly and accidentally destroyed it, and it can no longer be recovered. So these kind of things can happen either maliciously or by accident. So that's availability. Integrity is a little bit trickier. Sometimes we see integrity damage maliciously. So for example, if I were, say, a foreign state actor and I, say, penetrated the security vetting system of a country, as happened in the US with the OPM, for example. One of the best things I could do, I think, in that instance would be to modify those records and add my own people in there as having a security clearance. So integrity can be malicious, but sometimes it's accidental. And those breaches more come down to quality and reliability of information. So, for example, we currently have royal commissions running in Australia and inquiries in the States. And when one of those is running, there's a freeze imposed on records. You're not allowed to modify or delete those records for the duration. And there are some royal commissions that have been running for years, and those records have been frozen for decades. And it's really important to know where they are in the environment because we need to protect them. The rights and entitlements of Indigenous people is one, child protection, superannuation. There's all sorts of freezes that apply that need to be managed too. So we have to find all the instances of that record in the environment so we can protect them from that integrity damage as well. And what about confidentiality? That's the kind of obvious one. Can you think of a recent case that's interesting?
Yeah, confidentiality-wise, we see a number of data breaches around people's privacy information. That's usually one of the big ticket items. They're looking at large collections of user data or their own customer data being lost, and that can have a really long effect. Those sort of breaches can affect confidence in the business for years to come.
Yeah.
It might affect investment, it might affect growth, it might affect any of their trade as well. So those ones can have, even for a very short time period, a very long period of impact on the organisation.
That's right. Yeah, the reputational harm is really where the damage comes these days.
Right.
Everyone has had a breach, almost. It seems inevitable, but the degree of harm comes down to, I think, how defensible you are. We had a client recently that had a significant malicious data breach. I think they called us on a Friday night last month and said that they had identified that this had happened, and we implemented our solution in their environment that night. We coded all their secrecy provisions under law, we coded their records authority and ran that across the data. So by the Saturday afternoon, we were able to show not just what data was spilled, but what the impact of that spill is. And that helps them be then defensible. They can show of the data that was spilled, how much of it did still need to be retained under law. They can show what of it was sensitive and which of it had content in it that would come afoul of these secrecy provisions in acts and regulations. So knowing what you have, where it is, again, is the way that you can protect your own reputation.
That's right. And that constant reporting and analysis of your own information is just vital. You need to know where your information is when you need it.
Yes.
So that means not waiting for weeks or months afterwards to be able to open every cupboard and find where the data is, but it's being able to put your finger on where your important data is as soon as you can and track it from the life of the data through to its use and destruction.
Okay, so the individual health identifier is emerging as a problem, right? This is a piece of data, an identifier for individuals in Australia that is as sensitive almost as a tax file number. With an IHI and someone's full name and date of birth, on the dark web you can get all their Medicare information, right? So there's actually a law around the Health Identifier, the Health Identifiers Act, and that makes it a criminal penalty if you use that information or disclose it without authorization. So this has been well known, it's long established, we have this rule. So what happens now that this IHI is appearing on everybody's COVID vaccination certificate?
Well, it's really a bit of a challenge. I mean, we've got that real sort of regulatory burden of having to manage that information. So we've got one side of government saying you have to cite it and you have to know that it's there, and the other side of the government saying but you can't have it because it's quite private. So there's a real challenge for organisations to be able to still meet their obligations as well as keep the data private at the same time.
And what I've seen is that governance people in organisations have the right instinct. They realise this is sensitive information and they're worried about it, but the procedure of the organisation is just to capture all that data. It becomes part of operation as process. Give us a copy of your vaccination certificate to prove that you're allowed to work. Well, the problem with that is now in our network we have someone's IHI, and if that is used without authorisation or it is spilled, we can be liable. So what are some of the ways that we can use AI these days to find stuff like that when it comes into the environment so that it can be properly protected?
Yeah, so there's almost sort of two parts to that. Like the first one's obviously identification and working out, well, what is the capture point? Where did this come in and where is it going to actually live? That's the first part, is just working out where is it coming in and how can I actually manage it from there. And the second part is that storage. We can store some things when we know that it's secured and it's known and there's a location or multiple locations where we can safely store it, keep it and manage it for its lifetime.
So we need to know what we have, we need to know where it is, and we need to know who's doing what to it.
Yeah, that's right.
But we also need to understand what rules apply to that data, and they might come from records retention rules, or they might come from the Healthcare Identifiers Act, they might come from secrecy provisions in law. And if we know what rules apply and we can apply them automatically to the data, then we know if they're being broken and we know if we need to take action. So what's unique about Castle Point and the way that we manage this kind of risk? There's a few things. So firstly, we're looking at all the information in enterprise. So every system, no matter whether it's cloud or on-prem, structured or unstructured, all of it can have risk, all of it can have value. So we're managing all that kind of information. We do that across the whole enterprise, across all time. So we manage all the information, old and new and emerging. But importantly, we need to do that without impacts on the source system. So we're agentless, we don't use connectors, and that's the way that we can really scale across the environment to understand all the data that's in those systems. So that's probably the first thing is the full scope and coverage. What do you think is the next kind of unique part of Castle Point?
I think being able to make it specific to the organisation. We're able to look at their data and understand what the information is, but also understand what their context is. And that context can be quite simple. Even a word or a phrase can be quite different depending on what your organisation is. If you're a bank and you're looking at loans, then you're expecting financial transactions and contracts and things related to that. But if you're a library, a loan means something completely different.
Yeah.
So the ability to be able to be agile to the customers' their language and their terms, and also historically what they've done. I think that's probably that benefit where you're combining a large set of regulation or a particular taxonomy to an environment, but also being able to make it really specific to the client.
Yeah, that is really key because everybody's a little bit different. So we all have regulations that are shared pretty much across government industry in Australia and overseas, but in terms of taxonomy and your business functions, they're all different for each environment.
Yep.
Another thing that we architected into the solution, which is quite unique, is we made it invisible to general users. We didn't want a model where users in the environment would have to add metadata to things or use a certain file plan or a naming convention. We wanted them to be able to use whatever system in whatever way they wanted to use it and still have all that data managed automatically and compliantly. So I think that's a key one. And probably another thing that's unique is that we're managing the whole life cycle of information from when it's born, created or captured, all the way through to when it's disposed of. But importantly, we're managing it against all kinds of regulation. So, security, risk, records management.
And things like audit as well, like that sort of long-term view over your data as well. And the ability to be agile. Organisations need to change and change quickly.
Yeah.
And that could be a result of regulation, or it could even be something that's happened overnight. The latest statement from Parliament, or have a look at the Glasgow conference as well. Things change really rapidly, and businesses need to be able to adapt themselves and their information to meet that as well.
Yeah, risks emerge, value emerges. Yeah, that's a really good point. Okay, and I think the last thing that's really unique is the kind of AI that we use. So, we decided not to go a route of supervised machine learning. We went rules as code instead. Do you want to explain a bit of the thinking behind that?
Yeah, I mean, the main difference is the way that we look at information. A lot of those machine learning ones, they're really focused on the data that you've got. You need reams of data and gigabytes or terabytes of information to make the machine work. Yeah. Whereas for us, we wanted to make the language agnostic. We don't mind whether your data is a document or a PDF file or it's a record in a transactional database. We can still look at that information and apply our rules on top of that. So rather than have the data teach us, we want to teach our machine to understand the data. That's probably been the biggest difference, and why we can adapt so quickly and also implement a good solution at a very short period of time.
Yeah, just in hours instead of weeks and months and even years of tuning.
These sort of things shouldn't be projects that run for years and years to get value. Like these days, you want a system that provides value immediately, and that's what CastOne's designed to do. From day one, as soon as you're in, we're looking at your information, you can start to extract value from the environment immediately.
Yeah, and that's why we architected it to be deployed so rapidly as well. As a containerized solution, we can literally deploy it in less than 3 minutes now, isn't it, scripted?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so we really can. We just need access to that environment and we can be running in production. And that's how we can help these organizations respond to emergencies, but also put in place the governance that they need to manage their information properly and accountably for their stakeholders.
Yeah, that's right.
And now we're speaking to someone that is up for 2 individual awards, and of course the company itself is up for a few as well. And Jill Berry from AdaTree joins us now to take us through the year in FinTech for her. Jill, thank you so much for joining me. Look, there's a bunch of awards to talk about. I'll let you do the honors.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. So we are up for Female FinTech Leader of the Year, Emerging, and then the company is up for Emerging FinTech, RegTech, Diversity, and Inclusion as well. So yeah, we're really excited about that, much more than last year.
So tell us about, I guess, your journey over the past 12 months to get to where you are at this point. Obviously, the award nominations, were announced back in May, but run us through, I guess, the entire year to this point.
Yeah, we've had a really big year. Let's say about a year ago, we were just talking about getting accredited as a data recipient, going through this rigorous process to actually be able to be regulated and receive open banking data. So we did that, we got ready for it, and then we've essentially got accredited and so to be able to access data, and then was active. So one of 5 companies in Australia to actually receive data. So that's a really, really big milestone for us because we're a technology platform that enables others to receive this data. So doing it ourselves first is really important. We closed our seed round. It was done in a few weeks. It was 3 times oversubscribed. So that was a great first experience for me as a founder, doing my first cap raise. And we've also signed Australia's largest bank fintech partnership. So now we have 27 bank clients. So that's all happened in the past 12 months as well. So it's been busy.
Very busy year. Now let's dive straight into that bank partnership. Tell us more about it, and I guess more broadly what it does mean when we do talk consumer data rights.
Yeah, so with consumer data right, all these banks, they're largely mutuals. They have the same obligations as the big 4 do to make their data sharing available. So that's like companies like AdaTree, data recipients, we can receive it with our different services and propositions. So sharing it is really actually quite difficult. It has to be done in a certain way, in format and timing. And there's a lot of things to test and measure before you actually go live, of course. So they test their data sharing against our platform. So we have a developer environment as well as our production environment, so they can actually test or do about 200 tests against us before they actually go live. So yeah, so it's a way to leverage our data recipient platform for data holders. So we can help them go active as a data holder, and then of course having conversations about, once they're sharing data, how can they have interesting propositions for their own customers to receive it. So yeah, so we're just kind of doing that on at scale with the 27 mutuals. I think that the first one should be going live in the next few days of our customer base.
Now tell us, where does this get to? Obviously, you know, you've been working on it diligently in the background with those mutuals as you've discussed, but just how broad ranging is that for viewers that might not know quite where it can go?
Yeah, so the challenge for these mutuals is that let's see, so the big four, they had to do this about a year ago, exactly 12 months before they did, and they would have had probably like hundreds of people and millions of dollars of budget for it. And these mutuals have to do it with, some of them only have a few people in their tech team to achieve the exact same requirements. So that enables them to make their data sharing available, which is regulated by the ACCC and Federal Treasury to so it's a new consumer data right that you can essentially choose about your data that's held with any bank, credit union, or building society in Australia. So you can say, I want this data that's actually held there, and I want to share it with a different company. So that's why it's really important to have a 100% addressable market. So if you want to work on a budgeting app, or if we wanted to do a brand new home loan, then you can take all of your financial statements and your transaction history at every bank or credit union that you have a relationship with, and then actually share it. So it's a really high technical, complex barrier to entry, and it is quite difficult for them to do. But ultimately, it will lead to better consumer data rights and just smoother and smarter propositions.
I think we're all certainly excited for that as consumers. Now, Jill, let's talk a little bit about you. You're up for Emerging FinTech Leader of the Year and Female FinTech Leader of the Year. What are some of the lessons that you've learnt yourself in your role as a FinTech leader?
Oh, let's see. Oh gosh, I've been doing this for about 2 years, and I've aged a whole lot and learned a whole lot of lessons with it. I think a lot of it is just having to do with bravery, really. I'm definitely an ideas person, and I always say that that companies die of indigestion. Not because of starvation. We always have so many different ideas that we have internally that we might have from customers or prospects or regulators or inspired by legislation as well. I think that just being able to juggle that prioritization. So the team is focused, the investors know what we're up to, like our customers and prospects know what we're going to be building soon. I think that that's really important. Because it's easy to say yes, but ultimately that's not sustainable for us to build, especially with a smaller team as well. So I think that prioritization is incredibly important for us. But I think personally, I've really learned lessons about just about being brave, taking a chance. There's so much risk associated with it, but really just focusing on our capabilities, goals, and hopefully having a whole lot more reward than risk based out of it.
Absolutely. Now, Jill, in terms of that prioritization particularly, what are your goals and AdaTree's goals for the next 6 to 12 months? What do you want to achieve?
Let's see. So in the next few weeks, we're going to be going live with our first B2C proposition. And that's really important for us just because the company really has values about data for good. So I think it's just about being an example in Australia about what you can actually use this data for. How can you lead to better social outcomes through the consumer data right instead of just better financial services outcomes. So that's actually really important for us. Just going live with a number of customers. We've been signing a number of lenders, comparison sites, banks, and different fintechs. So we just can't wait to see those come to life. And as we build and grow the team, we're just getting more and more scalable. So ultimately, we're solving more of their business problems, technical problems. Yeah, so I think that we're just growing as a company, making sure that we have a sustainable culture and a good work-life balance internally, that it's a really good place to work, and just having really happy customers as well. So I think company growth, customer growth, and there's some new regulatory changes, and always keeping a finger on the pulse there and just adapting our business models.
Now, Jill, of course, we in Sydney are lucky enough to be coming sort of out of lockdown on Monday. So will you and the Ada Tree team be doing anything on Wednesday to watch the Finnies?
Yeah, so I think that we're all just going to be watching it individually at home, but Thursday we're going out for a team lunch. So we're doing that in the city as everyone's double vaccinated. So it will be awesome to catch up as a team together. So I really can't wait for that.
Well, congratulations on your nominations. I hope you enjoy the team lunch and getting everyone back together again, and good luck next week.
Oh, thank you so much.
When I was in year 10, I was in Botswana, Africa. I didn't know what I was gonna do. So for me, the mentality at the time was to get ready for whatever it was that I was interested in later. I started my career as a software developer in a security perspective for a bank. And I did really cool things with data and developing algorithms that can help stop people abusing credit card systems. And then I joined PwC. At PwC, we help businesses understand cyber challenges and help them on a journey to be cyber resilient. And what I do now is I'm a CEO and founder at Oculus. We do cool things using machine learning and AI, artificial intelligence. And the mission at my company is to just help everyday internet users do it securely. To me, there's a creativity element to it. There's room to maneuver. There's room to differentiate yourself from the next product. To me, it's the opportunity to make an impact. Cyber is the future. That's where the majority of the opportunities are right now. The CFO now, Chief Financial Officer, must understand cyber. The CEO must understand cyber. And who knows where cyber is headed? There's a cyber domain now that looks at why cyber criminals do what they do. So being prepared to get into a psychology major or a data analytics major under cyber, that's key. The internet now is at the backbone of what we do and who we are. We interact with each other, with our service providers, with our siblings, loved ones and friends online. And therefore, our lives are online. Be ready for it.
to our presentation. We're delighted you've taken the time to share with us today. We're going to be going through how we believe analytics virtualization contributes to 100% data quality, where data quality is one of the most critical issues facing businesses today. So the presentation is going to be in 3 parts. So I'm going to do a bit of an introduction, just laying the scenery for data quality and how that's becoming a bigger and bigger challenge for companies as more and more data lands and the cost of processing data goes up. We're going to have Ben going through an end-to-end data quality demo to show you exactly how our proposals actually work with a real live system. And then we're going to throw to a Q&A panel, which is going to go through a number of questions that we know you will ask, and also some questions that are coming off the chat that we think are really important to share with the entire group. So please use the Q&A panel inside the webinar whilst we're going along. And then some of those questions we'll answer inside the webinar, and some of them we'll answer at the end of the Q&A panel. Fantastic. So just moving through now onto the situation today. Data is inherently messy. It loves to get messy. It always gets messy if it's not put under tight control. So data quality is the process of making sure that all your important information and data is kept clean and usable, consistent, accurate, timely, all those sorts of things are made available. Now, today inside businesses, there are thousands of data fields, but it's impossible to know which ones are impacting all of your critical business decisions. So it's very hard to run a business with only less than 10%, let's say, of your data quality actively being managed and measured, because some of those fields which are outside of that scope will impact you greatly. And there are examples such as, loan to value ratios in banks, which might not be correctly populated. And that then flows through into a huge issue in terms of the size of provisions that have to be made for certain activities. So lots of these fields which are hidden have knock-on effects. The second key part is that data quality is often run as at yesterday. So the engines which are processing the data are running overnight, they're running on yesterday's data, and you're getting a lag between what's happening now and the quality reports you've got. And that works if your business works on yesterday's data, but many businesses processes need the data as it is right now. So you're in the moment with a customer, and they've just done something this morning, and you need to be able to check is it correct in order to make a critical business decision over a loan or some kind of product that you're able to sell them. So real time is super important. Another key factor is that normally when we build data quality systems, we end up copying the data to then run the data quality against it. And then we copy it again to then store results or to create auditable copies of the outcome. So depending on how deep you need to go with your data quality checks, you're often having to copy at least once, but often multiple times in order to get that outcome. Now, with data exploding in terms of volume, that means that your batch processing windows are getting stretched, your precious compute is being stretched, and your systems, which are running batch windows within 12 hours, are often getting stretched as well. So it's a very expensive business processing data. And so what this results in is a limited scope of data quality checks. You only ever check subsets of data, and you'll hear things like key data elements or priority data elements. Now, if you could process it all, you would, but it's only because it's expensive and hard that we have to cut down the amount that's covered. The other key thing is that data quality initiatives inside projects often get de-scoped. So every CRM program I've ever worked on has always had data quality up front, said like, we'll do a huge amount of data quality built into the process, or every data platform you build has data quality inside the initial scope. But once you get 90% of the way through it and costs have blown out and the quality is not quite there and it's difficult getting the right reports and getting sign-off, things like data quality often drop off the back and they get postponed to the later phase, which may or may not ever happen. So, and that's often because the types of resources you need to build the data quality rules are in high demand. They're the business SMEs, and they're responsible for making sure the source systems are working, but they're also the same people you need to talk to about data quality. So it's a hard balance to get right. So whenever you have access to these SMEs, you need to get the maximum amount of work done with them so you can generate the rules, prove the rules all at the same time. And that's That's very hard with the current delivery mechanisms we use inside technology today for data quality solutions. It's you build your rules on test data and then you have to test run them. And then when you run it on production data, you find a whole load more exceptions that weren't caught, and then you have to go and rework them again with the SMEs. So a massive bottlenecking process there, which is caused in part by the delivery process. And then we get into some wider problems around data quality. So really, you want to make sure that across all your applications, your customer data is consistent at the same point in time. Now, operational master data management is one way of doing that, but that's normally very limited to a very few data elements. Some of these data elements, you want to make sure they're consistent across all platforms at the same time when they're moving at different paces, because the interactions between customers or other business interactions are happening across all those systems asynchronously. They're not all harmonized at the same time. And when you're making business decisions, you need to make sure those data sets are all consistent so you get the right outcome. And the last point I wanted to raise about why today we have a very small coverage of data quality is that most of the time you're focusing your data quality initiatives on core business systems. So it might be your core processing system is the one you run your data quality checks against. But the end-to-end business process spans multiple systems. It might hop from your core processing engine into the cloud, into a digital front end, and then it might go through to a CRM, assisted channel. And to do data quality right, you've got to be able to link all these bits together to get that end-to-end business process being quality assured, and all the different data elements that form part of that to be 100% assured. So that's why we see today that there's a very large gap between what companies need and what they're able to practically deliver in terms of data quality. And more data is being added every day. So we touched briefly on the changing landscape. So our systems today have been built over many years, our data quality solutions. Some of them will be 10 years old. They will be built on classic on-prem Oracle infrastructure or SQL data marts on-prem. And you have multiple little silos of these data quality solutions. And they're fantastic, and they should continue to run because there's a lot of business logic that's been built in there. But to meet our customers' expectations, they want us to be in real time. They need to make sure that the decisions we're making on their behalf are correct and that we know everything possible about them. So those old ways of doing data quality just won't work in a digital world where we need to be far more responsive. The second aspect of the changing landscape is just the pure need to be agile inside business. And we've seen with COVID in the last 12 months or so that businesses have had to pivot their entire delivery model. They've had to move from effectively an in-store experience maybe to a click and collect, or they've had to move their entire workforces into remote working. Now, something as simple as just having a clean asset register of all the PCs and laptops means it's so much easier to provide support and make that new model work well. So a data object you might not have thought was important 12 months ago, then becomes critically important to sustaining your business as the world around you changes. And that's why we believe you have to cover 100% data quality. You're going to end up with situations which you couldn't have expected, where the data quality for a certain element becomes critically important. We've also seen things like the Royal Banking Commissions and things like that, where certain data elements have caused problems. And the last point is data regulations are moving and enhancing all the time. There are the data risk type regulations around APRA and Basel and those sorts of things which are managing data risk, but also a really broad swathe of consumer regulations which are coming around GDPR and the consumer data rights. And those are orientated around things like personally identifiable information and making sure that we are properly masking it and making sure it's not used in the wrong places. So data quality can be as simple as checking, have you masked a particular object in the right systems at the right time, rather than necessarily looking for exactly the right value sitting within a field. So a couple of different levels of data quality, and we'll come into that in the presentation. And also things like personal health information, thousands of wearable devices now collecting health information, and how we protect our customers and their privacy. So 3 really big changes to the landscape, and more regulations coming all the time as people protect the interests of the customers and also make sure that businesses are are able to sustain the changes, the dynamic changes in the marketplace. So not everything needs to change though inside businesses. So to get to 100% data quality, a number of things are always going to be there. You're going to need skilled data analysts who deeply understand your source systems. You're going to need workflows which help connect the data quality outputs right away back to the front line and allow you to correct those issues and report back. And then you're going to need reporting suites that sit over the top and allow you to understand historically how well are you going with your data quality initiatives. So how well are you correcting the issues and are you getting towards a high level of quality and compliance on certain data objects, but also data quality reporting is critical to allow individuals to take ownership of different data elements. So that's always going to be necessary. At Citaris, we believe that there's another level you need to go to, which you have to change, because in the first part of this presentation, we went through how the existing ways of doing things can't scale to 100%. So the first thing we believe is you need to move the data quality rules to the data. So there's too much data to centralize. You have to move your processing to the data, whether that's creating a query or running a data quality rule. So in this situation, we're talking about data quality rules. The other thing is you've got to be able to access all the data in real time and be able to stitch between multiple different platforms so that you can join and find those breadcrumbs between the different data sets to make sure you can link together across a whole business process. This is generally what has to be enabled via a metadata-driven approach. Now, metadata is just data about data. It's effectively the signposts that allow you to connect back into your source systems and for these queries to run effectively against the source data in the formats and the definitions that it has inside the source. So we have to map all that complexity to standardized schemas or standardized formats that allow us to apply our data quality rules, not just to one object, but across the entire swathe of objects which are the same. By mapping all those source fields to this metadata schema, you end up with a standardized, centralized approach, which scales wonderfully, because if you've got 300 different instances of a customer inside your source systems, you can apply one set of rules across the whole lot. So effectively, it reduces costs substantially. And the last thing is that you need to make sure it's not rip and replace, that whatever you do going forwards is additive to what you've already got. Businesses don't have enough time or enough energy to rip out and redo solutions. So the approach we recommend is absolutely that by putting platforms in that help you add to what you have and enhance your insights and do that in a much quicker, lower cost way is effectively what analytical virtualization is. It's not moving the data centrally, it's running the queries in place and it's accessing all the data in real time. So with that wonderful kind of construct, we'll move to Ben, who will now show you how it works in practice. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Jack. Let me jump over to my deck, and hopefully that's kind of set a good scene for the landscape or challenges and hopeful way forward for data quality. And so the next little bit, we'll go through a use case and actually see data quality in action live in the platform. All right, so let's just address this use case first. Okay, so let's say we have, we've recently brought in a new CRM platform to the company, right? And that will need to be accessed for business insights and reporting at some point. Right, so before we go about communicating the critical business decisions and reporting financials based off this system, we must be confident that we can truly trust the data coming out of the system. As we all know, how we generate data is a messy issue, right? And as much as we try to create templates and automate as much as possible to mitigate data quality issues, these issues still arise and need to be managed. So even though it is a new system with new technology, right, there is no guarantee that the data that is being generated from both human input and machine automation is 100% accurate, which we need it to be to get that trust. Which is why having a data quality methodology and a supporting framework is important. Whilst it has always been important to trust your data, having a data quality methodology in today's data-centric world, where data is constantly growing and changing and mandatory reporting frameworks are now given, it is more challenging than ever to get to that ideal data quality state. At Certares, we have a data quality framework built for these challenging times through an analytical, a virtualization first approach, and a method built from decades of industry practice. Today, we're going to show how we can onboard this new data, trust it, and report it live in front of you. So you can see the power of our platform and how we get you to trust your data. Let's go into the platform and see how this use case is put together. And before I go really into the use case, I'm not going to assume that everybody knows what Certares can do. So let's just address the core functionality of our platform. All right, now I'm just going to our webpage, but here we can get a good overview of what at our core we're enabling you as businesses, right? So we enable the concept of real-time analytics, right? We connect to your data sources where they are and query on them at the source, right? To alleviate a lot of those stresses and challenges that traditional methods present. We have inbuilt in the console a lot of smart and leading technology to address use cases, and one of them being data quality, which we'll address today. At the end of the flow, you're going to project this information out, right? And we're a very agnostic platform, right? We can be integrated and pushed into any number of different tools, from BI to data science to workflow applications. Now, to see an overall demonstration of the platform, you may want to jump into a different webinar that we've done. But today we're going to focus on data quality, right? And how we can achieve 100% data quality for your organization.
Another company up for 4 awards is Fresh Equities, which recently saw a syndicate of investors, including Larry Diamond from Zip, buying into the company. To tell us more, we're joined by CEO Ben Williamson. Ben, thank you for joining me on Startup Daily. Look, run us through the awards that you're up for at the Finnies next week.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me today. So we're really fortunate to be nominated for 4 awards, as you said, a finalist in 4. We've got the Wealth category, FinTech Leader of the Year, Emerging FinTech Leader of the Year, and FinTech Organisation of the Year. So some pretty meaty ones, and really honoured to be with some absolutely amazing companies in those categories.
Now, this has been a pretty spectacular year for the Finnies. They've had over 290 applications for these 20 categories. You've been nominated for 4. Run us through what you think Fresh Equities has been doing in the last 12 months to get to this point.
Yeah, the startup life, it's always hard to think back 12 months ago and think of the changes in that time, because I think things change and evolve so quickly. I think something that Fresh as a business is really good at is being quite self-aware. We've been fortunate to bring on some fantastic leaders in the business. And I think that the last 12 months has really allowed not just more of those people to come in, but some of them to start stepping up as well. So you look at our business, at the start of July 2020, I think there were 12 of us. There's 26 today. Hopefully in 12 months we'll be about 50 or more. And that's really allowed people to grow within the organisation and start to develop and evolve as leaders. And as a business, that allows us to give them access to more opportunities and responsibility and keep growing and have a bigger and bigger impact. So I think that that's something that we've really focused on as an organisation, which has led us to think differently in the market. It's led us to move quite nimbly. It's led to lots of buy-in as well in the organisation and a lot of care. much more than sort of, my days in corporate. And that's leading to some really, really great outcomes for our customers and some fantastic product development.
Well, let's talk a little bit about sort of those, startup life development. What are some of the lessons that you have learned from being a startup, and then obviously to that rapid expansion to where you sort of are now? Still a startup, but you are playing at a much higher level. So what are some of the key lessons?
Yeah, I think that that kind of like reset point is quite interesting. We're kind of going through that again now, and it feels like in every sort of 6 to 12 months view, at least for us, is really to sit down and go, okay, well, just because it's worked for us for the last 6 to 12 months, is it the right way for us to move forward? And you look at an organisation, as I said, 12, 15 months ago, there was 12 of us in the office, or we're based in Melbourne, so working from home. But that is a organisational structure in terms of the levels, the management, how close someone like myself is to the end user is very different to where we are now with 26, and it's very different to what we're setting up now for that 50 to 100 person organisation. So, I think that what's worked well for us and has kind of been, as I said, that self-awareness and that constant challenging to say, sure, that works well now, or it's worked well historically, but what's the best way forward, and how do we take the business there on that journey? And that's a very hard thing to do, and it's something that I've definitely lent on, our shareholders, and I've lent on my advisors who have done this before, to try and get some more advice and help work through that.
Now, part of that way forward would involve, obviously, you've had a recent capital raise. You had the likes of Zip getting in, Wiser getting in, VC firms like Flying Fox Ventures. Tell us about that process.
Sure. So, we're obviously, our clients are high net worth investors. So dealing with investors and doing a transaction comes a bit more naturally to us, as it might other companies. But even still, it was such a journey. I think it's that the classic, the accountants, their own books are never in the great shape. You go to a builder's house and there's always work to be done. I think, someone like us, it's easier for us to advise other companies than get out of your own head. And so what we did is we brought one of our shareholders in who's in the space a bit, and really helped, lent on them and empowered them to not lead, but help direct us and keep us on that path and be the person to, test us and prod us and those sorts of things. And I think that was a really useful process that we went through, and that allowed us to have a much better structured information. It allowed us to, talk about what Fresh does in a much simpler way, and find the right investors for our journey. And you've mentioned two there, but we're blessed that 5 of our shareholders are MDs of ASX listed companies, so their insights in what we do is really valuable. And as part of that raise as well, Anthony Nance, who you said came in from Wiser, so he's the CEO there. He's joined as an advisor to the business as well. So he's someone that I catch up with very regularly to help work on the internals of the business. And I think that getting people like that involved has been very useful for us, and helps equally as much as the capital that they bring.
So Ben, that sounds like a perfect point to jump to what you guys do, which is, you connect small caps with sort of the institutional investors when they are looking to capital raise. Tell us about what you're seeing in the market at the moment. What are some of the trends that you're noticing?
Yeah, sure. So we, I guess if you look at why does Fresh exist, Fresh exists to help all investors who want to participate get into these transactions. We are sort of legally obligated to work with high net worth investors, sophisticated investors, family offices and institutions. Holistically, our goal is how do we get everyone in, and how do we get everyone to participate. I think that definitely what we're seeing, and this is a global phenomenon, is the rise of the retail investor. And whilst the institutions still have a predominant impact on capital raising and the like, the retail investor is having a much larger impact on valuations and market caps. So we're definitely seeing this come through in the small cap and the mid cap range. It is happening at the larger end as well, where smaller investors are more active in the market than larger investors, and therefore their impact on the share price is very different, right? It's disproportionate to their shareholding. And so now what we're seeing is that starting to hit home quite a lot. And we're starting to work with companies more and more to actually engage with those shareholders. What does that journey look like? How do you have those relationships with 2,000-3,000 people? How do you have that, that same conversation as you would have with your top shareholders? And how do we, how do we lean in to that empowerment of the retail investor? And I think that's a really important thing. I think that's a really important thing for fintech. You're able to do that so much better with product than service, just because of the time constraints around service. And so, that's a big focus for us of how do we empower companies and investors to get closer together? How do we remove those friction points? And I think that's going to be a really interesting space over the next few years.
Absolutely. I think the retail investor is only going to continue rising. Now, Ben, the Finnies are next Wednesday. How will you guys be celebrating? Obviously down in Melbourne, so maybe a bit more diluted, but you got some champagne set aside?
Yeah, so I'm wondering if I can actually put it on some form of delay. I'm going to try and set that up. So I juggle work life with home life. I've got 3 young girls, and the Finnies are on at around 6 to 7, 6 to 8, around there. And that's, that's dinner, bath, bedtime. And if I try and watch the Finnies during that, I'm going to do it a bit of a disservice. So I'm going to try and put it on a delay, and then watch it afterwards. Definitely crack a drink, probably a red, or if I get the nod, I'll crack out some scotch, I think.
Well, Ben, good luck. Good luck with the delay. Good luck with the awards, and we'll speak to you in the future.
Cheers. Thanks for having me.
So today we're going to focus on data quality, right, and how we can achieve 100% data quality for your organization. Let's jump back in to see how analytical virtualization does the job. Right, so I'm going to log into the platform. Right, and for those of you again who may not have seen this platform, it's a browser-based console to manage. Sorry, that's not it. And we have both an on-prem and a software as a service offering. Okay, so now that I've logged in, you can see how my landscape is currently set up. Okay, so I've already gone in and built out a few things in terms of data sources that we have access to, right? And they can be seen here on the left-hand side. So we can connect to any range of a number of sources, be it structured, semi-structured, or unstructured form, right? From data lake storages to file storages to database repositories to cloud systems, APIs. We have different access points to get into those systems. So if the vendor provides access to it, we'll get in, right? In this example here, we're trying to connect and read data from our Oracle CRM system. So I've already got it built in, but just quickly show you what that process is. It's a very quick and simple process to do, right? It's a matter of going to your wizard, which I'm sure many of you have seen before, selecting Oracle and going through the prompts to connect to that data source. And now this is key right now, okay? This mapping of the data source is immediate, right? So once I go through that step, I see that data source immediately because we're not ingesting the data, right? This is a pure metadata ingestion, which, is, very often just small in size. And so we can import all that information rapidly. So if I were to connect to these 10 systems in front of you, it would take me 5 minutes to do. So we've connected to Oracle CRM, right? And we can see the data sources that this CRM presents to us. Some of them, the names are obfuscated, typically, which is quite typical with CRM systems, or just those source critical systems. What we want to look at just quickly is this staging counter. So this is our customer master details table, right? Which looks at client information, understands credit risks and credit details, right? So now that we've brought it into the platform, right, I could go ahead, put some governance pieces in play to, based on who's accessing it. I could, say, hey, don't see these rows, see these rows, maybe with keys, grant or invest, completely up to you, right? Or the governance policies you want to put in play. For this example here, now that the system's on board, I might just want to project it immediately to the end user, right? So it's as simple as connecting to it and then providing access to an end user. Right? So I go to my Oracle CRM system and say, hey, I want to give this to Mary. So Mary has access to it. She can go off to her BI tool, data science tool, workflow tool, whatever it is, to connect to that data source. Let me jump into Tableau to see what this experience would look like. Okay, and from here we can see that she has access to that Oracle CRM system. Okay, but what I haven't done, in fact, is actually allowed her to query on these data sources. So we can be very selective as to how, governance policies can be put in place. So not only is data quality absolutely important, but governance modules and making sure that's all flows through is absolutely important as well, to make sure people only look at what they should be looking at. Right, so here if we bring through that staging cow, that customer masters table, right, and she'll just start querying on it, she'll receive an error message because she doesn't have the permissions to query on this data source. So that's where we go back into the platform, update what she can do, so she can actually select now, so she can actually read from it. And if she wanted to, she could even write into it as well, but I'm just going to say read at this point. She can go back in, and she can read from that data source. But again, at this point here, how is she to trust this data? Like, we've literally just gone from connecting to our CRM system to her seeing the numbers and wanting to report on them. But, if we're putting out our, business acumen hats and making sure nothing's flowing as it shouldn't be, this might be a bit of a red flag because CRM systems are inherently messy, right? The way data gets ingested and inputted can come from a many number of ways, right? So data quality is absolutely important. I mean, not just in CRM, but many other systems like this. Okay, so the first thing is implement a field level metric assessment to make sure that as the data flows through, it ticks off certain out of the box criteria that can validate and assess what that field is like. Let me just jump back to my slides and talk through that concept a little bit more. Okay, so Zetaris offers, it's almost like two streams of data quality, both align into achieving 100%, but one's out of the box, all right? And this is our field level metric assessments, all right? The way this works is field level metric assessments allows you to quickly scan in real time any and all of your data to get immediate insight into its quality, right? This simple out of the box check is effective at assessing data across basic checks such as uniqueness, completeness, size, pattern, etc. Right? Which importantly is scalable across all of your data sources. This metric assessment verifies constraints defined by dataset producers and publishes datasets to consumers in case of success, or perhaps in error cases, say if the score of the assessment doesn't go above a certain metric, say 70%, the dataset can be stopped from publication and producers can then be notified to take action. Right, this capability can be great for establishing business rules, which is the foundation to achieve 100% data quality. Let's have a look to see how this field level metric assessment is done in the Zetaris platform. So let me just jump back into the browser, right, and go to it. So where it's located in our platform is in our data pipeline. Okay, you'll notice across the top here, we have a bunch of widgets. On the left-hand side, we have that connection pane. We have a data pipeline capability too, which isn't just for data quality checks. Pipelining is sort of a new concept to what it's doing. It's essentially moving data from point A to point B. In the middle, though, it's putting in a number of different transformation steps to get that data in the right shape, or go through the right assessment to get to a desirable end state. Let me just show a quick example, right? So this is a simple one, right? Looking at the customer details tables, right? And all we're trying to do here is just map them together, project an aggregation, and arrive at some end state, right? With all these tables combined, right? Which we can then reference at a later point. Okay, so like I said, this tool is like this concept of a step-by-step transformation. I'm sure most of you on this call today have seen. What we allow for as well, though, is a real-time capability, right? So this doesn't have to be wait. You don't have to wait for a batch sequence to run. This is in real time, right? This is where analytical virtualization is great, because not only is it real time, but it's performant, right? It's designed for these big analytical workloads. Okay, so how does this handle data quality? All right, so let's just jump into that example, and I'll get rid of it and go from the start. Right, so we have that staging cal table. Okay, again, the customer's details table that we might want to just do a quick assessment over. So if we bring the data in, I can go straight into the step here and bring in a simple DQ, which I can then go across and do a quick check across any and all of my fields. I'm not going to go through every single one at this point. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of what it can do. And let's just run a quick check over our customer key and check it for uniqueness and completeness, right? Again, this will hit that system in real time and give you some kind of output. Right, so here we can see the score associated with those two runs that we did, right? And here we can see that in terms of completeness, it was a successful run, right? So all the fields are complete. However, they aren't unique, right? And they obviously gave a score of such, right? And that score will obviously change based on how many records breached that constraint. right? So I can now then go back and devise and just work with this data source, knowing it a bit better, a bit more intricately how it should be managed from here on out. Right, so this leads quite nicely into the next level of data quality that you need to get to that 100%, which is our business rules assessment. Right, so as we saw, right, the metric assessments just allows you to quickly scan all of your data, right, which is highly helpful to then develop how your business rules are defined and exceptions are captured. So our business rule assessment data quality framework is a more comprehensive exception capture framework developed with an analytical virtualization first approach and sets you up for 100% data quality. The flow is like this. First, we have our data source. In this example here, it is that new CRM system, which you registered and connected with Sataris already. And in this aspect, it is this aspect, which I should say, is that where analytical virtualization is fantastic because you don't need to duplicate it as you quite often would. Yeah, and you saw just before how quick and pain-free that experience is. We then run this data over business rules identified, and identifying these business rules allows you to implement specific logic that is run against your data to produce at a row level any exceptions thrown. So let's quickly go through how this process is typically played out. Right, the first step in identifying the business rule exceptions that we should be capturing is to understand your data, know what the data is. And this is where our data catalog comes into play really nicely. Our data catalog is a rich repository of the information of our data sources, right? The metadata of it all, right? And what it does, it goes through over time and tracks how these data sources change, right? In a static form, it might just capture the tags and descriptions. So you have a nice mapping table for, for IT and end users to navigate their way around the platform. But it's also great for understanding changes in the metadata itself, right? Because the Oracle CRM is a new system, it won't have much changes to it. So I'm going to rely on an implementation we've already put in to look at the metadata change history, right? Since no changes have happened so far to Oracle CRM. The metadata change history in this system here, as you can see, has an associated timestamp with every change in metadata that was happening on this platform, in this system, right? Not just one table, but the whole system, from table level to column level. So again, you have complete auditing insight into what's happening with your data. So something were to break down, or you get something that doesn't quite look right, your metadata may have something to do with it, right? Which is a fundamental piece of the puzzle for data quality success. The second step is tracing its origins, right? And working out where it has come from and any systems that have impacted change along the way. Again, Zataris can help greatly with this by mapping against different systems together. Once issues are flagged, are we able to fix those quality issues at the source? We might be able to put in place a template response like dropdowns to remove the amount of random human input that is entered. But often these simple fixes at the source are not always effective, as dropdowns can still lead to errors in selection. So we need to know what the values should look like and how we can source them. In practical scenarios, we will probably lean on other reference data sources to verify. Lastly, we build out logic that will capture those business rule exceptions. So, as just mentioned, to understand and build logic models around how the data should be assessed, periphery systems will likely need to be inspected too. Like what Jack was saying, right? One of the biggest issues these days is that people are only looking at a siloed off information to do their quality. In this case here, we're going to be looking at an existing CRM system and a billing system, right? Let me give you an example where we found this to be important. Okay, so we've worked with a Big Four bank to better their data quality, which before we arrived would assess quality off a single system lens furthermore, just individual tables. What they found was that the quality of the data was perfect for a particular set, as in there were no missing values and all the values were a valid input. However, it wasn't until errors occurred elsewhere in reporting much later on that they realized that the data wasn't perfect. See, what had happened was that the country field for clients being populated through a drop-down menu would accidentally fall onto a country either side. In this case, the country they wanted was Australia. However, they were selecting Afghanistan and Austria instead. So it wasn't until we came in with our framework and validated across systems, looking at also ABN details coming from a completely different system and different cloud, that we could correctly flag when countries have been entered wrong. In real-world context, 100% data quality is often reliant on cross-system analysis, which is where analytical virtualization is very strong, as we are not physically moving data. And query optimization hones in on specific records to be queried and queries intelligently either at the source or from within our platform, wherever we're going to get the better performance and whichever best suits our use case. So once the business rules have been triggered to run, the exceptions are stored in an analytical database with full context and references of the exceptions thrown, providing you a near real-time audible snapshot of the data quality as it was triggered. Those exceptions can be pushed out to any analytical and reporting tool to get that near real-time insight into the quality of data, and or integrated with workflows to make adjustments once those exceptions are found. For example, denying access to data if it fails a certain criteria, or kicking off workflows that correct the data from within our platform, making use of learning processes that over time adapts and responds automatically to how to correct or manage your exceptions. Let's go through now, right, a quick example highlighting further the benefits to be had of using an analytical virtualization approach for data quality. Let's say the three systems we're connecting to are massive data sets, right? One of them just shy of 1 billion rows. Through virtualizing our data, we're not creating duplicates of the data. Instead, we run our business rules at the source and only persist those rows where exceptions occurred. When dealing with data of this size, which is very common these days, this flow is critical as it allows for near real-time audible snapshots of your data, which otherwise would be impossible. Here we can see that 100,000 records are being persisted only, a fractional subset of the total data. The next time this framework is triggered, only 80,000 records are captured and persisted, instead of the millions of rows you would typically need to. And you can see in the exception history, we now have 180,000 rows. So as I said, it's that audible snapshot that incrementally adds on every time it is run or every time it is triggered. Zetaris's analytical virtualization first approach to data quality massively reduces the amount of data that is moved, which gives way to the ability of near real-time data quality, as we don't need to wait around for everything to be duplicated again and again. Our platform integrates with data of essentially any structure and scales in ways built for analytical workloads. Finally, we have delivered this framework successfully across multiple industries, enabling them with 100% data quality. Let's go through the Zetaris framework as to how this is actually done. Let me just jump back into my browser and go through what I've just spoken about. Okay, so where I left you last time, right, was over here around data. I was in pipeline, sorry. Where was I? Over here, right? And we're looking at that metric level assessment, right? And that helped us build out our business rule assessments, right? And the business rule assessment is important, right? It's going to be very specific to yourselves, to your systems, as to what needs to be captured. Right? So after we've gone off and managed our metric level assessment across all our data sources and flagged what needs to be flagged, right? We can go in and start codifying out and building out how those exceptions should be captured and what should be captured. In this example here, this is actually an example we worked on with a client to deliver them with that 100% data quality. And this is what their systems wanted to basically pick up, right? We wanted to flag stuff like, when customer exists as organization in one system and not another, or across different systems, the immediate parent is different between internal and external legal hierarchies, right? So it's not just an individual system, right? Like such as duplicating customer records, which is quite a simple method. It's quite complex, right? You want to actually validate data, not just from one system, but multiple. So once this is identified and picked up, we then run this or trigger this based on a query that's run or a workflow that gets run in the background, right? I'll just show you an example of how that gets triggered, right? It goes through those hurdles and it prints that out and persists that data to a database that we can then access, right? So for instance, the exception ran, the jobs I just ran then were all persisted and given some kind of identifier on the left-hand side here. So I can see here for type code 107 was just run, which is a mandatory customer attribute is missing in the product system. So I can go in and inspect those records. When I inspect them, you're going to see a proprietary exception schema. Right? And this isn't the whole secret sauce. There's a few more pieces of the puzzle than just this table. But what this allows is for an exception schema capture that is not married to any table, structure, right? It can be a table of any, width and length, and our exception capture schema will be a consistent approach to capturing those exceptions in an incremental way. So here we can see that job runtime of type code 107. This row number here was an exception thrown. I can go in and join the table back on the source table and now see that exception as it occurred. Great, right? I can actually see that table and it could even maybe flag or identify what is going wrong immediately and then report back to the necessary teams. I could also go into my platform itself, right? So now that this data is persisted, and if I were to run this again from another triggering event, it would persist it again based on my new data that's coming in, right? And so because we're not, bringing all the data across from those source systems that we're relating to, only the exceptions, this can be run time and time and time again, right? Without bringing down or waiting like strenuous amounts of time for your data quality to be captured and persisted and shown. So then to manage those exceptions or even to visualize them, we can do a couple of things, right? So we can even go back into our pipeline to manage those exceptions that get thrown, right? So our pipeline, like you just saw before, can do a raft of different functions, right? And one of them quite possibly being to actually handle the exceptions. So let's look at that table again. So that staging cow, which is that customer master table. And we've now mapped it back on to that exception schema, right? And it's picked up the type code for duplicating data, right? Where the customer ID is duplicating, which we can see over here, right? Duplicating customer ID. Obviously, this is not ideal. So, for this example here, it's quite a quick fix. You just got to aggregate it up to a certain point. So what we want to do is actually aggregate on date, right? So that we only bring through the latest record of that customer. And then that data set is corrected and that new data can then be pushed through into the appropriate systems or reported on in the appropriate way. But this could have been anything, right? This could have been, you've picked up that, a customer records mismatched across systems, maybe like that big bank example I just previously gave, right? You could then map that system that was supposed to be the ABN details table onto that source system and then push through and persist that corrected value and stream it through